Hello and welcome to LNAudioBooks. Please subscribe and leave your suggestions and favorite novels on this channel. Thank you so much, and please enjoy the light novel. Volume 6 of Wrong Way of Using Healing Magic. In Mirak, we fought against the Night Karen who turned into a dragon. He lost his mind and went out of control. He had tremendous power, but with the help of Leona, the hero of Mirak, we were able to end the battle without sacrificing anyone. It was a tightrope walk, but the gain was great. We were able to complete the enhancement of the healing magic system. If I have the spare time, I'll be able to take a look at a few of the best ways to optimize it. But now we have all the conditions to save Amako's mother. Our final destination, the land of the beasts. After leaving Mirak, we crossed the frozen lake and entered the beastmen's territory. After all, beastmen don't make roads or anything like that. A little over a week had passed since we left Mirak, and we were making our way through a thickly wooded area. There are very few paths here. So if it hadn't been for Amako, who was leading the way, we would have been lost by now. Yes. If there's a path, there's a danger of ambush. That's why we beastmen don't make a set path, we just put landmarks. Every so often I would find a scar carved into a tree or a pile of stones, which I guess were the markers Amako was talking about. I don't know where they are. I'm not sure what to make of this. They live deep in the mountains where it's difficult to get to, right? In addition, they don't make roads and only have primitive landmarks. Not only is their culture different, but they seem to be from a different era. I don't deny it. In fact, it's a pain in the ass. Yes, it's surprisingly easy to admit. It's your hometown, for one thing. Nia is surprised by Amako's lack of interest in talking about her own homeland. We beastmen have tried to develop in a different direction from humans. In the process, we've cut out everything that doesn't need to be developed and built our own culture. That's interesting. I would like to see with my own eyes a culture that is different from our own. It's not as interesting as you might imagine, Ark-san. After leaving Mirak, Amako's expression was not so good. The reason for this is probably related to what she heard from Nornsama back in Mirak. The beasts are looking for something. I think that something is Amako. Of course, I don't know for sure, but there would be no reason for Amako to be so worried. Yusato, you look like you're in trouble. My bad. I was a bit lost in thought. I'm not sure if my worries were showing on my face, but on the contrary, Amako was worried about me. Is it that easy to read what I'm thinking through my facial expressions? Should I just smile wryly and shrug it away? No, that would make everyone worry about me in a different way. Let's return our thoughts to the land of the beasts. Ark-san, there's something I've been thinking about ever since we left Mirak. What is it? It's about the letter. I called out to Ark-san, who was leading the horse, and touched the package containing the last of the letters. I've given the letter to 3 places so far: Lukvis, Samaria, and Mirak, but this last destination is going to be different than the previous 2. Is it better if we don't hand it over? The relationship between beastmen and humans is not very good. As Falgasama said before leaving Mirak, beastmen hate humans. It is impossible for us to give them a letter asking for help. In fact, they might even think that we are agitating them. I am sure they will not react very well. Yes, that's true. But we won't know until we go there. There are not many people who have entered the land of the beasts. The majority of them have entered for evil purposes, but not us. Ark-san turns his gaze to Amako, who is standing next to me. You have come this far for Amako Dano's mother. That is unmistakable goodwill and sincerity. The beastmen have only responded to hostility with hostility. If we can approach them, we may be able to create a situation where we can offer our cooperation. Ark-san is right, not all beastmen are uncommunicative. There are more hard-headed people, but there are also people who understand if you talk to them properly. A compromise, hey? This reminds me of the first time I spoke to Amako. You can say that the journey to this point began when I caught Amako, who showed me a premonition that Kazuki and Inugami-senpai would be killed by Farum. Not even half a year has passed since then, but so many things have happened that it seems like years ago already. I was feeling a little sentimental, and Nia on my shoulder let out an exasperated sigh. I'm sure you'll be fine as long as you do what you always do. Because you are such a freak that you can get along with demons like me and Blurin, right? I think it's creepy that you are worried about meeting a beastman now. That's a terrible thing to say, isn't it, Nia? I was seriously worried about it. Ho ho ho, I'm laughing at your seriousness. You're a bit of a haphazard kind of guy. I'm sorry. Stop flicking your fingers. I silently flick her forehead as Nia holds her forehead with her wings and cried. And she says we get along together. She didn't deny that, so I kept quiet. As a matter of fact, I think that Yusato Dano will be fine. Are you sure about that? I tilt my head at Ark-san, who says it in an unusually vague way. The journey so far has not been an easy one. That's exactly why you are here today, after overcoming so many trials that you could have broken down at some point. Haha. Part of it is like I've stuck my neck out on my own, though. I've been, really giving you troubles. I think objectively I have really made a mess for Arc-san, from being manipulated by Nia, to having Samaria's historic bell destroyed, to fighting alongside a powerful enemy. I don't regret following you at all, you know? In fact, I'm glad I did, because it's been a great adventure. I can't say anything to him who just answered so casually. I'm really blessed with my friends. I know I keep saying this, but I get myself into a lot of trouble. Normally, people would want to get away from me being a troublemaker. I look at Nia on my shoulder and Amako and Blurin walking behind me. Amako came along to help her mother, but so far she has not complained one bit about coming along. I'm not sure what to make of that. She's my partner, and in a way she's probably the person I feel the most connected to. Yusato, your eyes looks kind of soft. Are you okay? And normally you'll only show a scary face, but, PL please be positive. Gwae. What do you guys normally think I am? Just when I'm feeling a bit sentimental, there it is. And Nia is really freaking out. What's wrong with me being nice to her? I'm sure you'll be able to understand what I'm talking about. I got goosebumps when I imagined. What can I say? I'm reminded that Rose is the best fit for me, as she has always been tough in terms of image. It's just sad that I've got used to it. Didn't you have 2 swords now? Oh, this you mean. He took out the sword from his waist. In addition to the sword he always carries, he also has another, slightly smaller sword on his hip. I got it as a backup sword, just in case. Considering what I've been through, I thought 1 sword would be very insufficient. Ah, that's true. At the time with the wicked dragon I broke his sword, and this time it was also shattered by Karen's wings. Thinking about it, it's a good idea to have a spare sword. I don't like the idea of having my sword broken at a crucial moment and not being able to do anything about it. Haha. A flame knight who skillfully wields 2 swords, 1 large and 1 small. That sounds cool just imagining it. What would have happened if I had been able to handle magic other than healing magic? I can't help but chuckle at the thought of myself training as an ordinary magician without even meeting Rose. I can't imagine myself working with water or fire magic. Let's give it a try, shall we? Objectively speaking, I may be able to use any type of magic? Amako, Nia. Can you imagine me using any magic other than healing magic? I ask the 2 of them, and after a bit of deliberation, they look at me with a subtle expression. Punching, maybe. Throwing, maybe. Oi, I was asking about magic, why are you guys only naming physical moves? Did I say something wrong? Or ISS at that? They already have an image of me fighting and associate that. Yusato. What's wrong? As I was pondering my future direction, Amako's ears suddenly perked up and she looked back at me with a shocked look on her face. There's something flying at you from diagonally right above. What? At Amako's words, I reflexively look up in the diagonal direction. At that moment, with the sound of wind, I saw 2 arrows coming at me, ready to pierce my torso. Hub. With reflexive moves, I deployed my right hand gauntlet and grabbed the 2 arrows. The speed is slower than Karen's awakened attacks. But why did the arrows fly at her? Hey, Amako. If you hadn't warned me, would this arrow have hit me? No, you couldn't catch it, but you could have dodged it. Yeah, but I would still have to dodge. But instead, Nia would have been thrown to the ground. Why me? Aside from the fact that Nia is looking at me like I'm crazy, I'd like to talk about the attacker who came after me. If they mistook me for someone else and shot an arrow at me, I could get away with it, but not so fast. I grabbed the arrow again, snapped it, and threw it to the ground. It's obvious that they're only aiming at me. If it's not a mistake, it's a clear sign of hostility. There. In the direction from which the arrow came, there was a sign of a person. The person who shot the arrow at me is probably a beastman. Since they're already attacking me, there's no point holding back. I create a healing magic bullet with my right hand and throw it in the direction of the voice. The healing magic bullet, which flew straight ahead, struck a leafy branch some distance away and scattered. A pathetic voice echoes. Tisk, a mishay. Yusato, your face, your face. You're starting to look like a villain. They, sudden attack made my words and actions wild. I took a small deep breath and once I calmed down I was on the lookout for any other arrows flying at me. Yusato Dono, are you alright? Yes, I'm fine. But I can't believe they're suddenly shooting arrows at me. I knew that this is the normal response to humans but... crap. I can't help but be surprised that you think you're being treated like a human after you grabbed the arrows with impunity and even fought back. Ignoring Nia's words, I stare hard in the direction of whoever shot the arrow. Then I heard a loud rustle and the sound of someone moving in the bushes. Amako, who was staring in the same direction as me, pointed in the direction of the sound. Yusato, go and get that kid. That kid? Do you know them? Yes, maybe. Maybe. Well, I don't want to get in trouble if she knows them. I'll just get her to clear up the misunderstanding. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Let's go, Nia. Hey, okay. Probably, the opponent is a beastman. It's not something you can catch them with half-heartedly. But when it comes to running with my feet on the ground, I'm good at it. I was running through the trees when an assailant shot an arrow at me. I've been asked by Amako to chase after it, and I was running between the trees. I'm sure Arksan and the others are catching up to me, but if I stray too far, I'll get lost. If I'm going to catch it, I need to do it as quietly and quickly as possible. However, this is the beastman's home ground. There are far too many trees for me to run as fast as I can. The trees are in the way. I can't run satisfactorily in this. What are you talking about when you are closing the distance instead of pulling away? It's true that the distance itself is getting closer, but only by little. The beast running in front of me is much faster than I expected. From the back of her head, she looks like a girl, and from the grey beast ears and tail I can see, I'm guessing she's a wolf. Rose threw me into the forest, and even my legs, which had managed to escape even when I played tag in hell with a grand grizzly, could only catch up little by little. Phew, guess I'm not there yet. Alright, time to go back to the drawing board today and add another running training. Just thinking about my future training policy naturally makes a smile on my face. Hi, are you chasing me? Help. Hey, I wonder what you look like to that beastman right now. Aren't I the one who was threatened just now? Why is it that the other side is the one asking for help? Let's take care of this before we instill any more fear. I clutched my right hand, still wearing the gauntlet, and stared ahead. Nia, hold on. Kia. I lean my body forward and step hard on my right leg and take off at a brisk pace. The beastman girl, whose face turned pale when she saw me rushing at her at breakneck speed, used her amazing reflexes to avoid my hand that was trying to catch her. I couldn't stop my momentum, so I ran right past her, but... Hi. I slammed my right fist into a tree and turned my head to look at the beastman girl. I finally caught up with her. If I get this close, she should be able to understand me. I smile as much as I can and talk to the girl, trying not to scare her. Calm down. I'm human, but I'm not going to hurt you. No, you're lying. A human can't move like that. I know what you are, you demon disguised as a human. The beastman girl shouted with tears in her eyes and climbed up the tree behind me with the lightness of a cat, and then moved from tree to tree with the agility of a monkey. As I looked up at the girl, I couldn't help but let out a sigh. Nia, that girl seems to have figured out who you are. For all intents and purposes, if you think about it. I mean, I'm an owl now. That's what I thought. It's not nice to be treated like a demon by a girl you've never met before. That's weird, I thought. I smiled as much as I could. I can't let her get away with this. Nia, prepare the restraining spell. Healing magic restraining bullets? Even you can't hit it at that distance. It's called a good shot with a bad gun. Hey. From my right palm, I create multiple small healing magic bullets. Now that I have been assisted in manipulating my magic with the gauntlet, my healing magic bullets have been strengthened. Originally, this technique was designed to heal multiple injured people in a melee, but when combined with Nia's restraining spell, it becomes a technique that can inflict binding spells on multiple enemies. And its name is Healing Magic Bullets. The magic bullets I generated are thrown in the direction of the girl. They split apart and hit the area around the tree where the girl jumped, making a thud sound. The girl crouched down on the tree branch and screamed in grief. My hand, it's stuck. Hi. Oh, so sorry to hear that. Nia is donning it, but healing magic bullets are basically a harmless technique. This technique has no power to kill or injure the opponent, just like the healing magic bullet. All that exists is a healing magic that is gentle on the body and a restraining spell that only stops the body from moving for a moment. And that girl took a direct hit to her right arm, causing her arm to be temporarily restrained. It's a momentary gap, but it's more than enough for me. I'm going to have to get you down from there. I'm about to get knocked off. I charge at the tree with the girl at full speed. Even if I climbed up the tree, she would escape in the meantime. But there's no way I can convince her. So, I'll have to force her to come down even though she doesn't want to. Humph. With all the momentum I had, I kicked at the tree and shook it. The girl is thrown off the tree, which is shaken just enough to not break, and falls headlong to the ground, but I catch her with both arms. Operation Stag Drop was a success. You're even more of a monster now that you've been to me, Iraq. I just threw, ran, and kicked. Why must she be so harsh? Anyways. It's a good idea to check the girl. I had cast a healing spell on her as soon as I caught her, but if anything happened to her, I'd be in trouble. Are you okay? I'm sorry. I have to do this to talk to you. The girl had whites of her eyes. She was dazed and limp and unmoving. Nia, who noticed the girl's condition, looked into her face quizzically and turned to me awkwardly. She's passed out. This is similar to the symptoms of the injured knights who were brought in by the thugs during the war with the Demon King's army. Their expressions are tinged with fear, as if they've seen something terrible. I see now. You poor thing, you must have been so scared of falling from a high place. You definitely know what you just said, right? It's obviously your fault, isn't it? Are you saying that I'm in the same league as those face deadly weapons? I'll never forgive you for that. Why are you so angry? I've been called a monster for a long time, but I can't stay silent if I'm lumped in with the real monsters of the rescue squad. I'm still human. With the unconscious girl in my arms, the bickering that had begun continued until Amako and the others arrived. Unwillingly, we were able to catch the beastman girl unconscious, and we temporarily rested there waiting for her to wake up. In the meantime, I talked to Amako and she told me that the girl was an acquaintance of hers. The girl's name was Rinka. She's a werewolf with grey ears and a tail, and she was someone he had been friends with before she left the beast country. As for why she targeted me with an arrow, she was probably trying to help Amako, who was with a human. I understood why she attacked me, but there was one thing that made me wonder. Why did she target me? The unconscious girl in front of me had tried to kill me first. If she had just targeted me by accident, that would have been the end of it, but she was clearly concentrating on me, and that bothered me. Amako took one look at Rinka, who was passed out on a pillow with the body of a relaxed Blurin, and returned her gaze to me with a troubled expression. Maybe it's because Usato looks the weakest, right? Hey. I mean, the Rinka I know wouldn't hurt an animal unnecessarily. On the other hand, Usato is normal in appearance only, so she probably thought it would be better to target him compared to Ark, who seems to be stronger from his atmosphere. I see. Usato only looks like he's weak, right? Once you open the lid though, it's actually a monster who can grab an arrow on sight. You guys, it's funny to emphasize on that, right? Why do I have to take all this heat from my allies? You know I can cry sometimes, right? No, I'm aware that my appearance makes me look weak. I wonder if I should be more like the leader of the group, so I don't get arrows suddenly shot at me. I should give off a predatory vibe and always look at people like I'm about to shoot them. As I tried, I imitated Rose as I imagined her while brushing my hair, and the three in front of me paled in unison with a surly look on their faces. Usato, I'm sorry. It's fine the way it is. I'm sorry. You don't have to change. Usato Dono, the current you is the best. I don't know if it's Ark-san, but it's creepy that he's suddenly being nice to me. What? Did I really look that bad? I wasn't aware of it at all. Everyone, Rinka's going to wake up. Amako turned to look at Rinka. Apparently she had seen her wake up with her premonition. Quickly, Amako moved to Rinka's side to hide us, and gently shook her shoulder. Rinka, are you okay? You. Monsters are chasing me. You, what? Rinka opened her eyes in a fit of swoon, stiffened when she saw Amako's face, then started to hug her. I guess she didn't see us, but she was crying with relief. Oh, Amako, it's been so long. Long time no see, Rinka. We heard that they were the same age, but Amako was shorter than her, so she couldn't get out of it and was left to her own devices. You were captured by that demon in human skin, and you were able to escape. That's a terrible thing to say at the start of a conversation, this girl. No, actually. Oh my god, what the hell is that? I'm the fastest beast in the wolf tribe, and he got the cunning to try and trick me, and the magic to curse me. Also, he's so scary. You, sniff. Yes, it was scary, wasn't it? I understand. That's a terrible thing to say. And why are you agreeing, Amako? I was so upset by Rinka's words, which cut into my mental health, that I slammed a flick into Nia, who was laughing beside me. For now, let's wait until she calms down. After a few minutes of watching Amako comforting the crying Rinka, she finally stopped crying and Amako cut in on us. Rinka, I know you want to know a lot about me, but there's something I want you to know first. Yeah, say anything. For now, look behind you. What's behind? Rinka followed Amako's words and turned around. Her eyes meet mine, which I'm sure has a subtle expression on it. I awkwardly apologize to her, who has frozen in place like a stone with a smiling expression on her face. No, I'm sorry about earlier, okay? I didn't mean to scare you. Rinka. Amako taps her on the shoulder as she freezes and doesn't move. She still doesn't respond, and Amako lets out a sigh and looks at me with a frown. She's fainted again. Usato, what did you do to Rinka? I just took her down from the tree. I can't say that I kicked her down the tree and caught her after I hit her with a healing magic bullet to stop her. No, you didn't. You hit her with a magic bullet with a restraining spell and then kicked her off the tree and caught her. I know you had no choice, but that's just too much. I was quickly exposed by Nia. Amako was right, no matter how many arrows the kid had shot at me, I'd gone too far. Anyway, let's wake her up again. This time, I'll tell her about Usato and then we'll meet face to face. Usato and the others can stay away for a bit. Okay. I followed Amako's words and left, disgusted that my treatment was completely against something horrible. After a few minutes or so, Rinka wakes up again and says almost the same words to Amako as before. She added new sounds of fear, such as he gave me a nightmare and he tried to trick me again, but I didn't need to be told why. Afterwards, when Amako had finished explaining about us, she took Rinka by the hand and brought her to where we were. Are you sure it's fine? Amako. Yeah, it's fine. We've traveled this far together, so you can trust me. She still feels uneasy, and shrinks down to hide behind Amako's back, but Amako's back is too small for her to hide at all. Amako is too small for her age. I'm not sure she's the same age as the girl behind me. As I was casually thinking about something rude, Ark-san approached the frightened Rinka and looked at her. Nice to meet you, I'm Ark, traveling with Amako Dano. And nice to meet you. I'm Rinka. I'm Nia. I'm the demon you're referring to that looks like a person. What? You are? Gwa. HIAA? Why is there a blue grizzly here? Each of them introduced themselves. Now that they've introduced themselves, it's my turn. I'll try to make a good impression with a 100% smiley face that will wipe out my previous image. I don't want Amako's friends to be scared of me. I'm Usato. Amako's. Sorry. I'm not scared of you, so don't get mad at me. I've only told her my name, but she's already scared of me. That's strange. I heard that Amako gave a good explanation about me too. Amako. How did you explain her about me? I'm not mad at you, just tell me honestly. I told her roughly what kind of journey I've been on. Ah, that makes sense. That's the kind of reaction I'd have if I knew that the person I was fighting with was someone who'd had an unusual journey. And I'm sure the Beastman would know about Karen's outburst. Yeah, I didn't solve the problem on my own. I guess I still imagine it in a bad way based on my first impression. Oh, and I told her you're actually a human. I've been thinking about it for a while, but you've been pretty much poisoned by Usato too. I'm not sure why Amako said this so confidently, but Nia was taken aback. For my part, I'd like you to question the fact that we have to prove from the point of view of being human. At this point, I don't mind being frightened. For now, just being able to meet Amako's acquaintance, Rinka, is good. It's better than being hated, and it makes me feel a lot better. I let out a small sigh when I saw that Rinka was still wary of me and hadn't come off Amako's back. The wolf beastman, Rinka. The girl with the triangular ears and shoulder-length grey hair was a friend of mine before I left the beastman land. It was the first time I had seen my friend in 2 years. It had been triggered by the arrow that Rinka had fired at Usato. I knew at once that she did not intend to kill him. It was just 2 arrows to wound and distract him. While Usato was in a panic and everyone was in confusion, she must have been trying to take me out using her agile legs as a wolf beast. But unfortunately, the person that Rinka targeted was not normal. Even if I don't tell him about my prediction, he has such extraordinary reflexes that he can just barely sense it and avoid the arrow. Basically he could easily grab the arrow. I'm not so much surprised as I am dismayed that we've finally made it this far, but from the point of view of Rinka, who doesn't know anything about it, it really doesn't make sense. When Usato counterattacked her with a healing magic bullet and heard her scream in fear and realized that the attacker was Rinka, I immediately understood that it was for me that she attacked Usato. I knew I should TRK to her right away and clear up the misunderstanding, so I asked Usato to capture her. I did that, but... Amako, are you sure you're okay? It seems that Usato has been trying too hard, more than I had thought. After that self-introduction, we were on our way to the hidden village where she lived, guided by Rinka. In fact, we could have gone directly to the country where my mother lived, but she decided it would be better to go to the hidden village first and gather some information. I'm human, okay? And I'm a healing magician, you know? I don't have any physical abilities, but I don't have any dangerous abilities. Can a healing magician throw magic bullets? What's more, which healer can also split up and shoot gold-bound things to tie me up? In the first place, how were you able to catch up to me? It's like magic. Splitting up and being tied up in gold? What's that? I don't know about that. Usato, did you make another new move? Sigh. I asked him to do it, believing that Usato could catch the wolf beastman running through the forest. I didn't expect her to be so traumatized. But in this case, it's Rinka's fault. But you're not going to attack me out of the blue, are you, Rinka? I don't think I look like I'm being held captive from the outside. That's because I can't think of any reason for a human to be working with a beastman other than being caught. Indeed, Rinka was also right. The only reason I can think of for humans and beastmen to be working together is a bad one. And moreover, this was beastman territory, and from Rinka's point of view, it might have looked like she was forcing him to lead her all the way to beastman country. But I casually glanced behind me and looked at Usato and the others who were following behind me and Rinka. Arksan was still pulling his horse, but Usato had Nia on his shoulder and was arcing to Blurin. Blurin, hey, should I show more kindness? Grr. Haha, you have a funny way of saying things. Guff. Hey look, I'm sorry, I haven't been able to care for you lately. It's a pity that Usato is so devastated that he can't have a natural conversation with Blurin. Blurin looks slightly annoyed, but happy. He's having a conversation with a blue grizzly. But this is giving an opposite effect. No, I don't want Usato to be misunderstood either. I've been looking for a healing magician who can help my mom ever since we left the beastman country. Is that right? Yes. I feel bad that I left without telling you. But I didn't have time to take it easy. After mom collapsed, it was obvious that the situation around me was about to change. I sensed something odd about it, and I left the beast country. Of course, I had the goal of finding a healing magician who could help my mother, but I also had the goal of protecting myself. I was still small, so I didn't understand, but those adults were a little scary. I can understand why they panicked because Amako was gone. In fact, I panicked a lot too. But I didn't think there were even people who were angry. Maybe something was about to happen at that moment when mom collapsed. I was almost caught up in it, but I managed not to be. In that sense, it was probably the right decision for me to leave the beastman country. I've seen a lot of places since I left the beastman country. I didn't have any happy memories, but I did make some beastman friends. And the last place I visited, the kingdom of Lingle, was full of people who were nice to me as a beastman. Satsuki with her siblings Kiriha and Kyu, who became good friends in Lukvis. In the Lingle kingdom, Sarlasan and many others who let me live there for 2 years. The journey from the land of beasts was a series of hard times, but the encounters I had after I drifted to Lingle kingdom were the most precious memories for me. That's where I met Usato. With that guy. A lot has happened since then. I showed Usato the future where Suzune and Kazuki would die, and averted the worst of the future. Then, in exchange, I asked Usato to help me save my mother. It came to pass, and we set out on our journey. And then from there on, it's a bit rough, but I told Rinka, so I don't really need to explain, but there's a lot going on. But this way, I was able to return to my hometown where my mother is. With Usato, he might be able to heal mom. Moreover, his healing magic had awakened to a systematic enhancement after the battle in Mirak. If it is due to injury or illness, he can almost certainly heal. Rinka. My mom's all right. She's alive, right? 2 years seems like a long time, but it's not. If she is under the protection of the beasts, I can assure you that she will be fine, but there is no guarantee that nothing unforeseen will happen. If something were to happen to my mother, if she were to die, I would have no reason to be here. This is a topic that I have unconsciously avoided asking about. When I looked at her, she smiled reassuringly at my self-consciously anxious expression. Don't worry. Amako's mother is alive. Though she hasn't woken up yet. That's all I need to know. Good. I'm really glad. What I had done, and my journey with Usato, was not pointless. You've had a tough 2 years, Amako. How was it with Rinka? The conversation got a little dark, so let's change the subject. What had Rinka been doing while I was gone? I was told by my father to move from my home country to the hidden village to practice hunting in earnest. In my home country, people are very noisy. They told me to be polite, and that I should be gorgeous because I'm a girl. Gorgeous is the least suitable thing for Rinka. Oh, shut up. I know that too. I laughed as her face turned red. So, Rinka is living in the hidden village now. I've only seen her father a few times, but I remember that he was close to my mother. I have no recollection of what he was like, though. Speaking of which, Amako hasn't changed her height or anything at all. What? Sorry, I'm sorry. I glared at her when she mentioned my own complex. 2 years ago, we were almost the same height. And yet, in just 2 years, this girl has grown by a head. What is the absurdity of this, when I have barely grown at all? Where did my growth spurt go? Amako, you've got a very scary look in your eyes. You've been glaring at me. I think it's probably due to Usato's influence. Isn't that a bad influence? Rinka looks at Usato with frightened eyes. Usato meets her gaze and drops her shoulders with a bitter smile. I'm sorry, Usato. Instead of clearing up the misunderstanding, I made it worse. Ah, we should be arriving at the hidden village soon. For now, I'll TRK to the elders, so wait outside. When I looked up, I saw a deep thicket in front of me and a narrow beast path that I couldn't recognize unless I trained my eyes. Apparently, we had reached the vicinity of the hidden village where Rinka lived while we were TRKing. The question is whether the beasts living in the hidden village will accept Usato and his friends. With Rinka's guidance, we made our way. With Rinka's guidance, we were taken to a forest where trees were growing thickly. The forest was so deep that it didn't look like a village to the casual observer, but after Rinka instructed us to wait here, she WR'd off into the forest on her own. Speaking of the hidden village, I heard that Kiriha and the others are from the hidden village, right? Yeah. Yes, they are. But I don't think they live here. I heard there are many hidden villages. Kiriha, Q, and Satsuki. Kiriha, Q, and Satsuki, the beastman's sister and brother who had taken care of us in Lukvis, and a girl. It's only been a little while, but I wonder if the three of them are doing well. Kiriha? Who's that? They're the beastmen who took care of me at Lukvis, where I went before I met you. Beastmen at the Magic Academy, hey. Well, normally I'd be surprised, but considering it's Usato, I'm not that surprised. What do you think I am? Well, I did put you on your guard a bit when we first met, but I think we got along pretty well in the end. I think I'll go back to Lingle Kingdom and try to see him again after I get settled. Amako, how was your first conversation with your friend after a while? It's fine as usual. Rinka, the girl who was Amako's friend before she ran away from the Beastman country. It seems that he had TR'd with that girl on the way here, and I'm glad that they seem to be on good terms. Although I don't know why I feel like she got a bad impression of me when she did. From the back, you looked like sisters. Do you mean to say that I'm smaller than her? I'm sorry, I stepped on a landmine. I was going to say that they seemed to be so close that they looked like sisters, but... As I was getting uncomfortable with Amako looking at me, Nia, who was on my shoulder, pointed her wings at Amako and started laughing. Poo-poo. You're 14 years old, aren't you? You're a bit short for that. I've been thinking about it for a while, but you're still small. Well, just wait a little longer and you'll have a growth spurt, right? I can't guarantee it will grow, though. Amako's eyes are fixed, will she be okay? No, but then, Nia has gone too far. Nia is captured by Amako's outstretched hand as she leaps to her feet, having successfully taken the brunt of her anger. Kaifu. I'll never forgive you. Wada sec, Usato, help me, Kyaa. Oh, the expressionless Amako grabbed Nia and started swinging her around. I'm not sure what to make of this, but I'm sure it's not my fault. While the two of them are getting along. Or I guess the two of them are having a good time, I TR to Arksan about the future. Arksan. If we can't get into the hidden village, do we have to stay outside? That would be the case. Considering the relationship between beastmen and humans, it can't be helped if that happens. If that's the case, then at the very least, let's have Amako alone in the hidden village. If possible, it would be better if Nia went with her. I'm worried that I might start a fight, like the one that's going on right now in front of me, but there's a chance that me and Arksan might not be able to get in, so I'll have to be patient. Here, the positions of Amako and us are reversed, aren't they? Yes. Just as in the realm where humans live, the beastmen have to bear the brunt of their shoulders, in the realm where the beastmen live, the humans have to feel the same way. I hadn't got involved with the beastmen living here in earnest yet, but I was feeling oddly uncomfortable. I guess I understand a little more about Amako's feelings. I wondered how lonely and painful she had been, having advanced through the human realm alone. I don't fully understand all of it yet, but I feel like I know part of that suffering. Usato. As I was thinking about things, Amako, who was wielding Nia, called out my name. At the sound of her voice, me and Arksan sensed something strange around us. We're surrounded, aren't we? Yes, there are quite a few of them, but please don't turn hostile. Before I knew it, there were multiple signs surrounding us. They were probably aiming at us with arrows or something, but they kept a certain distance and didn't approach us. There is a possibility that they will attack us without question. What should we do? If it's just a bow and arrow, me and Arksan can intercept it, but what action should we take after that? Should I use a healing punch to incapacitate everyone and get them to a state where they can talk? Or do I distract them with a healing magic barrage and then run away? What are we going to do, Usato? If we don't, they'll attack us one way or the other. I know, but... let's wait and see what they do first. Nia, who has somehow returned to my shoulder, casually casts a restraining spell on my fist. Just as I was getting ready to intercept them, two figures appeared from the depths of the forest where Rinka had disappeared. One of the figures was Rinka, who had just left for the hidden village. The other was a bearded beast of a man of early years. Sorry for the rough welcome. After all, this is an unprecedented situation. As a precaution, I've taken up arms. The old man glanced at each of us who hadn't let our guard down, and finally rolled his eyes at Amako. Apparently, what Rinka said is true. I didn't believe it for a second, but... You didn't believe it. Rinka was shocked by the old man's words, almost onomatopoeic as he gobbled. What kind of person would immediately believe it when they are suddenly told that Amako has returned with a human and a blue grizzly? I thought it was just another prank against me. I told you it was different this time. How many times have I been deceived by your words? It's no laughing matter to have your heart stopped by your cute granddaughter. So you're saying that Rinka was a wolf girl, not a wolf boy? The old man turned his head towards us again, and instructed those surrounding us to put down their weapons. I have not seen you since we were children, Amako. I am Kagulai, the head of this hidden village and grandfather of this uninhibited girl. Rinka's grandfather, if you look closely, his ears and tail resemble those of a wolf, just like Rinka's. I have many questions to ask you, but first, let me show you to where we live. How about you Sato and the rest? Of course, we'll invite the humans there as well. Kagulai smiled softly, as if to reassure the anxious-looking Amako. For the time being, it was good that we could avoid unnecessary conflict. With relief at the current situation, we were invited to the hidden village where the beastmen live, under the guidance of Kagulai and Rinka. So this is the hidden village. The hidden village of the beastmen invited by the wolf beastman, Kaguri-san, was surprisingly spacious. The structure of the place could be described as a village surrounded by a deep and thick forest. But it's not just a bunch of trees, there are fields and proper houses, so it looks like they are living a more comfortable life than I imagined. But still, the stares from the beasts living in the hidden village are amazing. Fear of humans. And curiosity towards the humans who would be seeing them for the first time. But strangely, there seemed to be less hostility. Most of the ones here have never seen a human before. It's no wonder there are so many strange stares. Kaguri-san, who was walking in front of me, spoke to me as if he was acting suspiciously under the unfamiliar gaze. This the first time they've seen a human? It's not surprising, since there are few people who would dare to enter the realm where beasts live. It's just rare for beastmen to enter human habitats like Kiriha and the others who are learning magic in Lukvis. As for me, it doesn't bother me at all. In fact, I'm rather used to this. I see. Well, I didn't expect a mere human to come here, but, you're having a hard time, too. He's giving me a look of great pity. Does he think I'm the kind of person that people avoid? I'm not sure what to make of that. No, it's not that we are used to being watched, but not to being maligned. Isn't that right? You've had a very difficult journey to get here. Have you forgotten that you were a part of that struggle? When I responded to Nia's words, who was walking next to me with black hair and red eyes, she blatantly averted her gaze. I'm sure you're aware of that. I let out a sigh at Nia's silence and turned to face forward again. Then, I notice a statue-like object at the edge of my vision. What is that? Looking closely, I can see a humanoid statue standing in the center of a small square. It's of a beastly woman, or perhaps a girl. It may be a moderately old statue, and there are many parts that are damaged, but I can tell that it has a sword-like weapon at its waist. Yusato Dono, what's wrong? There's a statue over there. I tell Arc-san, who stops and calls out to me about the statue. Then Kaguri-san noticed this and turned his head in the direction of the statue and started muttering to himself. That's a statue of Kanagi-sama, a hero to us beasts. Hero, what did she do? In response to my question, he looked at the statue affectionately. His gaze seemed to be filled with a deep sense of respect. She is the only beastman who brought the hero and the beastman together. It's no exaggeration to say that thanks to that person, we are still alive to this day. Kaguri-san took his gaze off the statue and started walking again. I guess we'll continue as we walk. We follow behind him for a short run. Hundreds of years ago, the beastman race was even more oppressed by humans than they are now. The powerful were sent to fight the demon lord's army, the powerless were discarded as pawns, and many lives were scattered in the battle. They were really doing terrible things, weren't they, the humans of that time? Forcing the beastmen to go into battle, while they themselves fought to cause as little damage as possible. Even Arc-san is frowning. I'm sure he's in the same state of mind as I am right now. This is a story from the past, and it has nothing to do with you living in the present. At least, I don't hate you or anything. Kaguri-san said this, understanding my and Arc-san's feelings. Let's go back to... At the time when the beastmen were being oppressed by humans and the existence of the beastman tribe was at stake, Kanagi-sama brought a hero to the beastman tribe. The hero who had tremendous strength, fought the demon king's army single-handedly in order to prevent us from dying needlessly. Again with the hero. Anecdotes about the hero really do spread throughout the continent, don't they? Nia tilted her head at Kaguri-san's story. Fought? And without any reward? That much I do not know. But it is said that besides fighting, the hero gave us knowledge when we were barbarians. He not only fought for us, but he also gave us knowledge. It's not like he's the hero we know, but it's a new aspect of him. That's true. The image of the hero that I have known so far is that of a hero who has been betrayed. However, listening to Kaguri-san's story, I get the image of a benevolent hero. In the end, the hero who defeated the Demon King, the enemy of humans, what was he fighting for? What kind of person was Kanagi-sama, who was the follower of that hero? It is said that she is a kind and a ruthless woman. What I can say for sure is that Kanagi-sama was a very powerful woman. Powerful? Does that mean she was someone of high rank? No, in this case I mean her strength. The story goes that she was a great woman who knocked down her enemies and proceeded to slash and punch them. Well, I'm sure there's some exaggeration in it. Kill, slash, and punch your way forward. What is that person who seems to be going full speed ahead and breaking through the front? My image is now completely fixed on Rose with animal ears. I can't imagine it, it's not cute at all. Rather, the fear of Rose imprinted on my body started to torment me. Here we are. As I'm mentally damaged by the richness of my own imagination, Kaguri-san, who was walking in front of me, stops in his tracks. Looking ahead, there was a two-story house made of wood. This is probably the home of Kaguri-san, the head of this hidden village, and his granddaughter, Rinka. Kaguri-san turns around and looks at us, and then turns his gaze to Blurin, who is following a little behind us. Even we can't let monsters into the house. You'll have to wait outside with the horses there, is that all right? Understood, sir. Blurin, can I ask you to stay here for a while? I crouched down in front of him and told him so, and he nodded his head and sat there as if he was weakening. Seeing this, Kaguri-san rolled his eyes. I didn't think it was possible, but you've been able to build a trusting relationship without a messenger contract. Do you understand? Yeah, I can feel the joyful emotions coming from the blue grizzly. This is a characteristic of beastmen that allows them to read the emotions of animals without human language. I also have a vague idea of what Blurin is thinking, but I was a little envious. With this in mind, I turned to Kaguri-san and pointed my thumb at Nia with a chuckle. She's the one who has a contract with me. Well, in my case, this fellow forced me to make a contract with her. You're kind of like a strange person, very different from the people I know. I wonder if that was a compliment. With a subtle expression on his face, Kaguri said, I'm not sure how I feel about this, but we're going to go in for now. So that's the situation. In the guest room, I spent more than 10 minutes telling Kaguri-san the reason why we had come to this place. After finishing listening to our story, he slowly relaxed his shoulders. It's been 2 years since you left your hometown, and it's been a long journey, Amako. Yes. But I've finally made it here. And it's all thanks to these people. When Amako said that, Kaguri-san's gaze shifted to me. Yusato, you say? Yes. You are the healing magician who came to this place at the request of this girl, is that correct? I nodded firmly at Kaguri-san's words. When I didn't avert my gaze straight away, he let out a sound of admiration in his voice. I never thought there would be people who would come this far for a beastman. What can I say, there are some very odd people out there, aren't there? You wouldn't have come this far otherwise. Right? Yusato. Why do I have to affirm that I'm an oddball? Right? As if I'm saying that. If I say yes here, it's like admitting that I'm a freak, isn't it? I twitch a smile at Amako's oddly happy expression. I'll send a letter to my late son back home. I'm sure he'll be able to get us to her safely. You're going to ask my father. Who else would you ask? I'm sure her daughter would be happy to take you to her. From what you're saying, you're asking Rinka's father. If he's good enough to let us into the Beastman country, is he a man of high rank? If that's the case, then it's probably a lucky thing that I met Rinka in the first place. If I were to send out a letter today, you'd have to stay here for a couple of days until I get a response, is that okay with you? Everyone's okay with that, right? Yeah, we're fine. Rinka, who was sitting next to Kaguri-san, leaned forward and spoke to Amako as she replied to Amako while confirming with Ark-san. Then that means Amako will be here for a little while, right? Yes. I guess so. Yay. There's so much I wanted to talk to you about. Perhaps she was too happy to be reunited with Amako, but Rinka had a big smile on her face. Kaguri-san looked at her sideways and gave her a dumbfounded, yet smiling expression. While you guys are here, you can stay here. Are you sure? I mean, you're letting us stay here too. Yes, it's fine. We've got plenty of room. I hadn't originally thought of staying here, but I was glad that Kaguri-san was a kind man. This time, I would take advantage of his kindness. As for the rooms, there are 2 spare rooms upstairs, you can use them as you like. Thank you. It's bad enough that you're just letting me stay here, please let me know if there's anything I can do. Then, can I have you chop wood behind the house? As you can see, I'm old, and I've been having a hard time chopping wood. That much is fine by me. I'll help you, Yusato Dono. Then, after I put my stuff in my room, I'll chop wood with Arc-san. Chopping wood, hey? I used to do it when I was in the Lingal Kingdom. I'm sure he'll be happy to know that I'm not the only one who has a problem with this. I'm sure Nak and Firm are being forced to do the same now. Let's go drop off our stuff as soon as possible. I bowed to Kaguri-san and headed upstairs to drop off my luggage. At that time, for some reason, Rinka also stood up and tried to follow us, but I thought it was nothing to worry about, so I just opened the door. Wait a minute, Rinka. You're about to get a lecture. Yeek. Why? Kaguri-san grabbed Rinka's head as she tried to follow us. Rinka's face turns pale, but he doesn't care, and his expression turns grim. I've always wanted to say, who would shoot an arrow out of nowhere? It's a good thing he was mild-mannered. If he had been a dangerous man, you would have been in danger, wouldn't you? Why are you bringing that up now? You can scold me later. Apparently, Kaguri-san was crowned about the daytime attack. Shut it. I don't remember raising you to be such a violent child. Yusato is not a normal person. He can grab a flying arrow with his bare hands, and he's even faster than me. He'll never do anything so monstrous. You're being rude to our guest. I'm telling the truth this time. I'm not geriatric enough to be fooled by such an obvious lie. Help me, Emak. After watching the exchange between Kaguri-san and Rinka, Amako quietly closed the door. After a few moments of silence, she looked up at me as if nothing had happened and pointed to the second floor. Yusato, let's go. Oh, okay. I don't know if it's just me, but it seems like Amako's treatment of Rinka is very familiar to me. Don't tell me that 2 years ago you were also? I felt sorry for Rinka, and after giving my hand to the shouts and cries coming from the closed door, I picked up my bags and went upstairs to my room. Author's note. It was Amako who knew how to handle Rinka. After we decided to visit Kaguri-san's house, me and Arc-san decided to chop wood as he asked us to. Amako seemed to be following Rinka, who was crying after Kaguri-san's sermon, so it was just me, Arc-san, and Nia at the back of the house where we were chopping wood. Humph. I swung down the axe I held lightly and split the standing wood in half. The sound of the wood splitting with a nice bang made me feel good. Well, it's been a long time since I chopped wood. Me too. Arc-san was also chopping firewood at the base of another tree trunk. After wiping the sweat from his forehead, Arc-san piles up the broken wood with a fresh smile and looks back at us. Knights who live in quarters basically cook for themselves, so I've been doing a lot of chopping wood to start a fire. Oh, I see. The rescue squad was the same way. We chopped wood steadily while talking about other things. For now, I'm going to chop as much wood as Kaguri-san instructed, but at this pace, it won't take much time. As I swung the axe down again, Nia, who was sitting in a nearby field watching me chop wood, puffed out her cheeks in boredom. Somehow this is too ordinary and boring. What's so normal about it? Nia. You. I came here to see you chopping wood, thinking you'd do something funny as usual, but you're just chopping wood like normal. I'm just chopping firewood, what do you expect me to do? As I made a subtle expression, Nia crossed her arms and held up her index finger with a puffy, cheerful expression. That's right. Why don't you try splitting the wood in half with just your arm strength? Or how about cutting it in half with a hand sword, or, smashing it with your fists? It's not impossible. But I'll do it if I replace the wood to you. I'm sorry for the joke. When I suggested this with a big smile, Nia turned pale and apologized. In fact, I could do it if I wanted to. I've never tried it, but I'm sure I could. But I won't do it because it's too pointless. If I'm going to do it, I prefer something directly related to training. Yes. Nia, if you're free, you can help me train. Just out of curiosity, what are you going to do? When Nia looks at me with quizzical eyes, I explain my training method that I've been thinking about for a while. You're going to cast a restraining spell on me. Yes. I'll move. Yes. Of course, it's hard to move your body when you're restrained. Yet. What's the point of that? You'll get a workout. You're an idiot, aren't you? I gave a supremely concise explanation, but Nia cursed me out. I wondered what was wrong about it. As I tilted my head, Nia's face twitched. Your magic strengthens my body. What's wrong about that? A lot of things are wrong about it. Magic isn't meant to train your body. There isn't even a precedent for it. Then you and I are the leading experts. You can't just throw me in there. The image was of chopping wood with a training cast on my body. Now I can chop wood just fine, but I'm sure that restraining my body and putting a heavy load on it will give my body a good workout. Come on, let's give it a try. Sigh, why do I have to do this? Grudgingly, Nia transforms into her owl form and moves to my shoulder. This is kind of disgusting, so I'm going to pour a restraining spell on just the upper half of your body. Hat. That's what I want. A restraining spell is cast on me from Nia. The purple pattern covered only the upper half of my body, and I couldn't move as if my body was tied down. I look at my palms in a slow motion and grin at the load on my body. Tsu. You're doing good, Nia. This is just wrong. I'm sure I'm more proficient and more restrained than before, so why can you move normally? I was once subjected to a restraining spell that Nia had concocted over the course of 6 hours, and now my body is still restricted by the same level of restraint. The restraints are limited, but I guess that means Nia is also growing up on this trip. Fu. Your face is getting scary, too. Are you okay? If it's too hard to move, I'll stop, okay? No need. Keep going. I knew I had the right idea. If I used this, I would be able to take another step forward. I let my excitement get the better of me and raised the axe I was holding tightly. My upper body creaked and screamed, but I healed it with a thin layer of healing magic. I put all my strength into wielding the axe, not just with my arms, but with my entire body, and I stared at the wood standing below me. Humph. I swung the axe down with all my strength. At the moment, the restraining spell on my upper body shattered, and the axe shattered the firewood as it burst apart. Still, the momentum of the axe was not diminished, and with a roar, it plunged deep into the trunk of the foundation tree, carving a large crack into the ground. Finally, the handle of the axe couldn't take it anymore and snapped from the middle. Silence reigned over the scene. I looked at the broken handle and looked at Nia on my shoulder with a straight face. Nia, I don't think I can chop wood with this training method. You should have known that before you did it. Damn it, Ark. Say something to this monster. When Nia turned to look at Ark-san, he was looking at a different place than us, and his face was slightly pale. It's not often that Ark-san's face turns pale. With a bad premonition, I turned my gaze to the direction where Ark-san was looking, and 5 beastmen children poked their heads out of the bushes and looked at me in astonishment. I looked again at the devastation I had created. Shattered wood. A tree trunk smashed in half. Cracks running into the ground. Oh no. If I don't hurry up and explain the situation to the kids, my impression of them will be fixed as a monster. You guys. Hi. Don't eat me. Let's get out of here, guys. Oh, don't leave me here. What kind of creatures are humans? Ugh. The beastmen children ran away from the scene like rabbits. I let out a sigh and shrugged my shoulders after being dumbfounded for a while by the children who had disappeared in the blink of an eye. I let out a sigh and coughed. I don't know what to think. Right, Nia? Isn't it because of you that people's impressions are fixed in the wrong direction? Haha, I know of those who can do this. No one I know can do this, though. What should I do? I tried to keep the mood of relief, but the situation was at its worst. If I don't do something, I'm going to be their benchmark for the rest of humanity. No matter how good I am at escaping reality, I understand that this is a very bad idea. Also, I have to tell Kaguri-san that I broke this place. The ground was heavily cracked, and the tree trunk was smashed in half. I'm afraid to even imagine what kind of reaction I'll get, but I guess I'll just have to be honest with him. I'll have to be honest. When I reported to Kaguri-san that I had broken the foundation of the wood chopper, he unexpectedly forgave me. However, when I came back after seeing the wood chopping site, he asked me with an indescribable expression, "Oh, how did you do this?" He asked me. When I answered the question truthfully, he ran upstairs to Amako and Rinka, shouting Rinka's words were true. He then asked her to forgive him for not trusting his granddaughter. Kaguri-san's voice echoed in the room as she begged for Rinka's forgiveness. Well, I'm glad to see that the cracks in the family have been mended. Is it a party? Yes, Amako has returned to this land after being missing for 2 years. I thought we should have at least one thing to celebrate. When the sun had set and the surroundings were dark, Kaguri-san, who had sent Hubbard to the Beastman country, told us that a party would be held at the hidden village. Apparently, the event was to celebrate Amako's return to her homeland. I said it was fine. Amako looked annoyed. Kaguri-san put his hand on his chin. What do you mean? When shall we rejoice in the return of our Lord, the poet of time, if not now? Everyone just wants to make a scene, don't they? Ha ha ha, that's half of it. Do the Beastmen like to party? From what I've heard, it's a banquet-like affair. Not me, but basically, Beastmen love festivals and banquets. Ha, I see. I let out a dismayed voice at Amako who said that in a low voice. If the beasts like such events, shouldn't we humans not go to the banquet? I don't want the atmosphere to be bad because of us. It's better if the human me and Arksan don't go, isn't it? No, I've already talked to the people in the village. I don't want to force you to come, but I would like you to come as well, in the sense of exchange between humans and beasts. If that's the case. After getting Arksan's approval, I'll tell Kaguri-san that I'll be attending the banquet with him. A banquet of beasts. What in the world is this all about? We waited for the night to fall, secretly excited about the banquet, which was different from our previous trips. We waited for night to fall. After that, Kaguri-san and Rinka took us to the center of the hidden village. Even at night, it was not so dark here, as the houses and streets were lit up, and it even seemed brighter. Among them, there was one place that shone with a particularly bright light. It was crowded with most of the beastmen living in the hidden village. The party itself had not yet started, or perhaps the food and drinks had not yet been touched. When the beastmen noticed us, accompanied by Kaguri-san, they all looked at us. Telling us to stop, Kaguri-san moved to the center of the group and shouted loudly, unimaginably loud from the outside. Some of you may have been worried by our unexpected visitors today. Don't worry about that. They are brave men and women who have come here from distant lands to protect and support their people. Today's banquet is a celebration of the return of the heir to the time poem to our land, and a chance to interact with the humans who have kept their distance until now. The reaction of the beasts to Kaguri-san's voice was thin. Some applauded sparsely, while others looked troubled, as if they didn't know how to respond. After a few moments of silence, Kaguri-san let out a sigh, took a deep breath, and raised his voice again. In other words, we should eat, drink, and get along. Oh. Is that all right? The beastman turned from silence and started to party. When he came back this way, Kaguri-san held his forehead with a tired expression. Are you all right? Yeah, I just had a bit of a headache from the flippancy of the villagers. Yusato, you're going to enjoy this feast to the fullest. Nodding at his words, Kaguri-san smiled softly and walked away from us. Enjoy, hey? That's also true. I've been taking breaks when I can, but I've never ruffled feathers and had fun. Besides, Amako finally got to see her friends back home. Let's get into the beastman's country and let them enjoy the time they have now before things get too noisy. Amako, why don't you go and have dinner with Rinka? Yusato and the others. Sure, we'll eat too. But it's not often you get a chance like this, so you might as well eat with friends you haven't seen in a while. Amako looked at Rinka and me in turn, annoyed. Anticipating her reaction, I call out to Rinka, who is surprised by my suggestion. Rinka. What is troubling you? Why are you using honorifics? I push Amako away from me and let her go ahead of me. Take care of this girl, okay? Wait a minute, Yusato, I'm not a child to be worried about. Yes. Rinka smiled at my words and pulled away from the disgruntled Amako, heading towards the table with the food. So, do you want us to sit down at a suitable place and eat? There's a table that's just empty, let's sit there. After confirming that we could sit at the place that Arksan had pointed out, we approached the place that was crowded with the beasts of the village to get drinks and food. But what a variety of dishes there are. Fish dishes and meat dishes were being served and cut up on a platter. I wonder if I can get a small portion to take back to Blurin. I muttered to myself as I took a drink from a wooden cup and looked at the food on the table. As most of the beastmen in the village had gathered for the banquet, there were many dishes on the table. Moreover, I was surprised to see that there were still more dishes being prepared. Yo. Yes. I put my hand on my chin and was wondering which one I should eat when a voice called out from next to me. I look over to see a large man, one head taller than me. With its yellow and black tail, it looks like a tiger beast. The fierce atmosphere gives me the impression of a tiger. This is the first time a human being has come here. I've heard stories from the village chief, but you're not bad guys, right? I don't think I'm a bad person if I do say so myself. I replied to his words of confirmation, and he laughed boldly next to me. Haha, sorry. Well, it's just a confirmation. But you're as nice a guy as you look. Are you sure you're the healing magician? Yes, I am. And you are? Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Daitetsu. I'm one of the hunters in this village. I'm Yusato. I'm a healing magician who came with Amako. After we introduced ourselves to each other, Daitetsu-san tilted his head at the contents of the cup I was holding. I haven't sipped it yet, but the contents look like squeezed fruit juice, not alcohol or something. Is there something wrong with it? What the hell, you don't drink alcohol? Oh, alcohol. Haha, I'm still too young to drink. You can't drink. You're 17 or so, right? What kind of place did you grow up in that you can't drink? Well, it's a place, far from here. It's another world, though, so it's as far away as it sounds. But if you were to ask me if I could drink or not, I'd say I couldn't drink at all. I don't know if it's genetic, but neither of my parents are very good at drinking. I guess humans and us have different perceptions, muttered Daitetsu-san, sipping the alcohol in his hand, and as I chuckled, something that sounded like a cheer went up behind me. What, are you surprised? I turned around and saw that there was a crowd of people, and in the center of the crowd, two beastly men had their shoulders and elbows on the table and were grabbing each other's right hands like arm wrestling. Curious, I decided to ask a question to Daitetsu-san, who was also looking in my direction. Daitetsu-san, what are they doing with that? Oh, it's like a contest of strength between the men of the village. On feast days like this, everyone competes to see who has the best arm. Really? In front of my eyes, I saw two beastmen men arm wrestling in a desperate manner. It looks like a normal arm wrestling match, but it looks interesting. Since it doesn't look like a fight, is it okay if I join in? Would it be okay if I joined in? I asked, and Daitetsu-san, who rolled his eyes, laughed in amusement. The beastmen men laughed just like Daitetsu-san, and the beastmen women told me that I shouldn't do it, as if they were worried about my safety. Daitetsu-san shook his head in response to the voice urging him to stop. If he wants to try it, why don't you let him try it? He's a man, he's probably interested in this kind of power competition. He crossed his arms and nodded his head in agreement, while the others around him let out their disgust. In fact, it was because he was interested in a power comparison that he said that. Was it a little too light-hearted? Well then, Yusato. I'll just explain the rules to you. Dad, no. Hey, what's up? Katetsu. A child stopped Daitetsu-san from turning to me to explain the rules. I looked at the child, wondering if he was his son, and my face twitched. This was the same kid who had witnessed the whole mess I had caused during the day. Those people are so bad. Especially that Nii-chan. Ha ha ha, sorry Yusato. When I was putting this guy to bed, I was telling him that bad kids get kidnapped by humans, so he's weirdly scared. Oh, really? What's with that monster under your bed treatment? But it seems like it would work great on a young child. The kid in front of me is probably scared of me for other reasons, though. You know, even Dad might lose. Oh come on, who do you think I am? I'm your dad, remember? And don't you forget, I can match strength with an ogre. I'm not that bad. Daitetsu-san gently placed his hand on the child's head. He smiled at the child, who had turned over with an anxious look on his face, and then looked at me with a troubled smile. Don't worry. Well, I'll go easy on you, okay? There are some quirky species differences, you know. Yet. This is tough. What is this? I have to compete with a father who has declared victory over his son, and the way things are going, I'm not supposed to win. It's not that I'm proud of my power, but I'm confident enough to compete with the beast. Wait. No, on second thought, I don't have to take it that seriously, right? If I can show that I'm a normal human being here, losing without competing badly, I can dispel the misunderstanding with the kids during the day. Well, no matter how fast he is, he's no match for you in strength. Right, Amako? Not good. Oh, what's bad? Amako. Before I knew it, I heard Rinka's voice talking to Amako who was behind me, but she didn't answer and silently tugged at the hem of my uniform. What is it, Amako? If it's about the match, don't worry about it, don't be so serious. Yusato, be serious. Hey. I couldn't help but be taken aback by Amako who said that to me with a miffed expression. What did you just say? Beastmen are tough, so don't worry if Yusato is serious. No, but for real. It would be rude to go easy on him. Oh, okay. I nodded at her words as she saw through my thoughts. Did she see a future where I would be mocked by the beasts with her precognition magic? If I had offended them, I would feel very bad. I don't like being treated like a monster, but I'd hate it even more if I make Amako feel uncomfortable. 8. Can't be helped. Let's do it. After leaving my undressed uniform with Amako, I went up to the stage where the arm wrestling was to take place. If we're going to have a serious arm wrestling match, I'm curious to see how strong Daitetsu-san is, who has mentioned that he's as strong as an ogre. Daitetsu-san. I'm going to with my full strength. Hey? But. Daitetsu-san rolled his eyes when he saw my short-sleeved arms, but he seemed to be hesitating whether he should be serious or not. The beasts around him threw a wild look at him. Isn't that fine, Daitetsu-san? He seems to be serious too. It'd be unmanly of you to go easy on him here. You're going to show your son a good time, aren't you? Yet. I know what you mean. I don't care if you get hurt. Daitetsu-san, who had gone up to the stage like me, put his right elbow on the table with a thump. Taking a small deep breath, I grab his right hand and get ready. I'm a healing magician. Wounds and broken bones I can heal in no time. So I'll say it again. Daitetsu-san, please be serious. The second time I said it, the grip on my right hand became stronger, as if I was ready to do so. I can sense his seriousness and he also put more strength into my hand. The Beastman man, who was the referee, judged that the preparations were complete when he and I fell silent, and placed his hand on the right hand that we had both grasped, signaling the beginning. Nuh-uh. Humph. Strong. I'm sure he's an experienced fighter, and he put a lot of strength into his arm at the same time as I did, and he tried to knock my arm down with an unusual amount of force, but I'm trained enough not to be beaten that easily. I clenched my teeth and fought back. Humph, this is... Hey, Daitetsu-san. Are you taking it easy on me? It's not moving at all. The beasts around me rustled, as if they sensed something was wrong. No matter how much effort he put into it, he couldn't push it any further, and Daitetsu-san looked astonished. He's strong, certainly as strong as the ogre that attacked us before we entered Mirak. But still. Why you kidding me? Tisk. It's not even close to the strongest enemy I've ever fought. I held my breath and slammed his arm down on the table with all my strength. Phew. Stunned, I huffed at the sound of the referee's voice announcing my victory, and looked around to see that the party that had been so lively earlier was now as silent as midnight. The silence hurt. The stares hurt, too. I can't help but feel like I've done something wrong. When I looked at Nia, who was sitting watching me, she was looking at me with an expression that said, "I told you so." When I looked at Daitetsu-san in front of me, he gave a small shake of his shoulders. Yay, I guess I fucked up. I'm not sure if it was a good idea to beat him in front of his child. No, in the first place, it was too insane for a normal human, emphasis added, to win against a beastman. Either way, the fact remains that I've done something wrong. As I was dreading Daitetsu-san's reaction, I noticed that he was muttering something. Damn it. Hey. Interesting. Let's play again. Yusato. What? Daitetsu-san's pupils narrowed vertically as if he had just found his prey. It was not long before he was overwhelmed by his belligerence, and as if inspired by him, the beastmen men around him were also boiling with the will to fight. There are some strong people out there. Next time, it'll be with me. No, I'll take this one. The beasts were challenging me to a fight. They're all too big and too hot for me. I don't know what to do, so I ask Arc-san for help. Arc-san. Wait, help. Could it be that this sour flavoring is cookie fruit? Oh, you know exactly what you're talking about. It's ground cookie nuts mixed into the soup. I know it's not what you're used to, but how does it taste? Yes, it's very good. Oh, you can have some of this, too. He's having a conversation with the beast women while enjoying the food. Normally Arc-san would help me, but he's too busy taste testing to notice me. So, then, Nia. Listen here, okay? I'm not like that guy, I'm normal. But you turned into an owl, didn't you? You have animal ears and a tail. It's the same thing. Oh, that's true. The owl is cute. Owl, change form. Yes, I get it. I'm tired of talking to kids. Nia, surrounded by children and with an expression on her face, exclaims as she transforms into an owl. She is clearing up the children's misunderstandings, only those against her. You're deviating a lot from your true nature as a partner who helps their master, oi. Yusato, don't worry. I'll be watching you. Amako, I don't know what to be relieved about in this situation. In fact, why are you smiling like you've accomplished so much? A little further away, Amako is sitting in a chair next to the pale face of Rinka, looking at me. There was only one choice I could make. I had to do something. If I'm going to be rejected either way, I'm going to go all the way. I don't care if they treat me like a freak. I'll beat them all. With a thump, I slammed my arm on the table and got into an arm wrestling match with the beasts who were burning with fighting spirit. In the end, after all the arm wrestling I had done, I was perceived by the beast children and women as a monster in human form, while the beast men saw me as a human being with extraordinary strength. As a side note, Arc-san and Nia seemed to have made a good impression on both the children and the women. I don't know why, I should know why, but I feel very uncomfortable. Last night was really tough. Challengers came one after the other. The heat of the moment made me accept the challenge and beat them all, and as expected, I was officially judged as inhuman by the beast children. No, to be more precise, I guess it's more accurate to say that I made them realize that humans are such creatures. Anyway, I became friends with the old beastman. Well, that's good. It's much better than being stared at, right? Yeah, but, you know, there's something about this difference in treatment. Early in the morning, I was sitting at the table in Kaguri-san's living room with my head in my hands, being comforted by Amako sitting next to me. Aside from me and Amako, there were also Arc-san, Nia, and Rinka sitting at the table. Last night, I left too much to the momentum of the moment, even though it was my own fault. Towards the end of the party, I felt like I was treating the tough guys from the rescue squad. I don't know, maybe I got drunk from the smell of alcohol. Haha, because I noticed that you were arm wrestling with a belligerent smile on your face. Was I showing such a face? Yes, you looked like you were having a great time. Sure, the arm wrestling itself was fun, but it wasn't as painful as the obviously donkeyed kids and the stares of the women. Nia, you're the most wicked vampire, who's ever shown herself off to a child. What do you mean, most evil? Nia, who was sitting in front of me, reacted to my complaint without concern. I was joking about the evil, but I wondered why I was treated like a monster and she, a demon, was treated like a human. Your face is not scary at the very least. I'm aware that I'm scary, but not to the point of being evil. Only you don't know that. I couldn't say anything back to Nia, who said that to me in a very triumphant way. Amako puts her hand on my shoulder. It's okay, Yusato. Even if you look scary, Yusato is still Yusato. I thought she was comforting me, but she affirmed my evil face. Yet, is it a known fact that I already have a vicious face? I don't know what kind of face to make in anger from now on. My shoulders slumped and I felt depressed. At that time, Rinka, who had been silent for a long time next to Amako, gushed out. I don't know, I just feel stupid for being so weirdly scared. Rinka. I've been thinking about it since last night, and I knew Amako was right. The people you believed in weren't bad people. Amako rolled her eyes at Rinka's words. When we were as surprised as Amako, Rinka turned her gaze to me. It's true that Yusato is strong enough to beat all the adults in our village, and he's also faster than me, a wolf beast. He's a monster, to be honest. But if you look at him properly, you'll see that he's not a bad person. Yesterday, he was thinking about Amako and let me talk to her. After saying that, Rinka gets up from her seat and walks up to me. Confused by her behavior, she bowed her head vigorously. I'm sorry about yesterday. I didn't know what was going on and shot the arrow. For my part, I didn't expect her to apologize because I had scared her more than she had scared me. Confused by the sudden apology, I responded with a smile that was as reassuring as possible. I can't help it if you were acting to help Amako. Besides, I scared you too, so we're even. Oh, really? I'd feel a lot better if you'd just say that. Humph. Kaie. Amako, who had a smile on her face, slammed her hand into the back of Rinka's head. It was only a light tap, but Rinka jumped up with a cute scream at the sudden hand sword from behind. Hey, what are you doing? You startled me. I don't think you should do that after apologizing. No, it's fine. Because Yusato says he'll forgive me. What? I won't be frightened even if you give me such scary eyes. Amako's face was expressionless as she faced the teary-eyed Rinka. Even though she says she's not scared, Amako's gaze becomes even sharper as Rinka hides behind me while I'm sitting down. They're such good friends. It's not often that I see Amako bear her emotions like this, which makes me smile. Amako, the hootbird I sent yesterday is back. He also had a letter from my son. While I was watching their exchange, Kaguri-san came into the living room. That's fast of them to answer. After receiving the letter from Kaguri-san, Amako opened it, which was neatly folded, and looked through it. Kaguri-san. Can I trust you with this? My son is your mother's best friend. And he's not the kind of man who'd be clever enough to cheat anyone. Yeah, okay. Amako, what did it say? I asked Amako, who is upset by the letter. It said that they would arrange for us to come in from the back. Does that mean we're in? Yes. That's what it says. I could understand Amako's suspicion. At any rate, it was strange to think that they would allow not only Amako but also me and Arc-san to enter the country. You can suspect a trap against me and Arc-san, who are human. It's okay, Amako. My dad, he's the kind of guy who's always smiling and laughing. Yes, but... Amako is stunned by Rinka's words. Anxiety, I guess. My healing magic is essential to saving Amako's mother. If I get caught before I can save her mother, that won't happen either. What should we do, Arc-san? I think we should go. Currently, the only way to enter the Beastman's country is to hide our identities or enter without being seen, so this story is not a bad one for us. Normally, it would be difficult to even enter this place just because you are human. As much as I have to hide my identity, there is no better story than if they invite me in from that side. Is it worth worrying about now? Either way, we have no choice but to enter the Beastman country to help Amako's mother. I guess so. I nodded at Nia's words. If they betray us, we can think of another move. It's a shame that we won't be able to give them the letter, but as long as we can save Amako's mother, which was our original goal, it's fine. Amako, let's go to the Beastman's country for now. Yeah. Amako looked uneasy, but nodded. Kaguri-san, how far is it to the land of Beastman? It's not that far from here. On foot, it's about an hour or two. That's pretty close, isn't it? Then we can head there today. After confirming with Arc-san and the others, I tell Kaguri-san that we'll be leaving today. Then, we will leave for the Beastman country after I send a letter with the date and time of arrival to the Beastman country by Hoot Bird. That's fast. Well, I guess that can't be helped. Rinka. What, Grandpa? Take them to the Beastman country. And while you're at it, go show my late son some face. Yeah, I'll show them around, but I don't want to see my father. Rinka gives him a wry look. He doesn't like her father? But it's not that she doesn't like him, it's that he's a pain in the ass. I wonder what kind of person he is. I'm sure he holds a high position in the beast tribe because he is in a position to invite us in. Let's ask her name, just in case. Kaguri-san, may I ask the name of Rinka's father? Oh, I didn't tell you that. My son's name is Hayate. He's the assistant to the chief of his country. Chief's assistant? The chief is the chief of the Beastman tribe, right? Isn't it pretty amazing to be an assistant to someone like that? I didn't know that Rinka's father is a higher-ranking person than I thought. As we were making preparations at the exit of the village to leave the hidden village, we saw many beasts gathering there. I wondered what was going on, but it seemed that the people in the village had already heard that we were leaving for the land of the beasts. Arc-san was saying goodbye to the beast women he had talked to yesterday, Nia was saying goodbye to the children, and as for me. Go for it, Yusato. I'm looking forward to the day when we can compare strength again. You may look human, but inside you're even more impressive than we are. I was about to be sent off with a smile by men who were a size larger than me. The temperature in my vicinity was rising. I'm glad that everyone is trying to send me off with a smile, but I can't help but feel my smile twitching. It's not that I'm not a good person, it's just that I've been treated more like an alien than a beast. Yusato. Oh, Daitetsu-san. In the midst of all this, Daitetsu-san called out to me. I didn't expect you to leave so early, man. I'm sorry. No need to apologize. I know what you've come into our land for. Did the chief tell the people of the village about us last night? For a moment, Daitetsu-san glanced toward Amako, then placed his large hand on my shoulder. Hang in there, Yusato. You're definitely going to save that kid's mother, right? Yes, of course. That's why I'm here. I nodded, and Daitetsu-san smiled pleasantly at me. It all started when I asked Amako to show me a future where Inugami-senpai and Kazuki would die. Then, after going through many hardships, we finally arrived at this point. Well, I'm sure you'll be fine. If there's anything I'm worried about, it's what happens to people who fight with you. After all, you have more strength than an ogre. I don't even want to imagine being hit by the fists of a monster like that. Ha, ha, ha. I was impressed that I got nothing to say. Well, I can't say I've ever punched an ogre before. But I'd go easy on a normal human opponent, okay? It's just that the ones I've had to really move against, like the Wicked Dragon, Karen, and Leona-san, have been strange. Yusato Dono, we're about to leave. Ah, yes. Take care, everyone. Oh. Take care, Yusato. After replying to Arc-san, who had his horse and Blurin carry my luggage on his backs, I said goodbye to Daitetsu-san once again, then departed the hidden village and headed for the land of beasts. I had no idea what kind of place the Beastman country would be, but now that I had come this far, I had no choice but to go there. If we can save Amako's mother without any trouble, that would be fine. We left the hidden village and headed for the land of the beasts. Currently, Rinka is guiding us along a treeless path through the trees, but I'm still worried about not having a path to walk on. If we were to get separated, I'm sure I'd get lost as I don't know the area. By not creating a path, was this an attempt to lead people astray as they entered the beast's territory? I may be overthinking this, but I'm not used to this land, and I'm sufficiently annoyed by it. Let me borrow your shoulder. Yeah, no problem. As I walked along, lost in thought, Nia, who had somehow transformed into her owl form, jumped onto my shoulder. As for me, there's no reason to refuse her since it's something I do all the time, but I'd like her to walk by herself once in a while. Yusato. What's the matter? What's wrong with your voice? As I was thinking this, Nia jumped on my shoulder and spoke to me in a hushed voice. When I turned to Nia in question, she looked sideways at Amako and whispered in the same way as before, so that only I could hear. Amako has a good ear. Is there something she doesn't want Amako to hear? The fact that she cut it out before going to the land of the beastmen might mean it was that important. Amako is chatting with Rinka at the front? I casually slow down and step away from Amako, and speak to Nia in a hushed voice. So, what is it? I want to ask you something about the future. The future? It's about what's going to happen after we enter the land of beasts. After we've entered the land of the beastmen, hey? Well, if Nia had to talk about anything right now, it would be this topic. I look over at Amako walking in front of me and open my mouth to Nia. As you probably know, Amako is a very special person even in the land of beastmen. Yet, Rose is the princess of time chanting, or something like that. She recites time, and is a user of precognitive magic. She has no physical attacks, but she is the most powerful magic I know. How could I not consider such magic to be special? I think it's fishy. Because there are too many weird things about it. Amako's mother slipping into an unexplained coma, beasts relentlessly searching for Amako. And the letter that said it was a good idea to let the humans Usato and Ark into the beastman country today. Nia was right, there were many oddities. Why didn't Amako's mother wake up? There must be a reason why she collapsed. Was she cursed in some way, like Eva, or did she fall ill? Worst of all, there was no denying the possibility that a third party had prevented her from waking up. Maybe the girl knows what she's doing. I'm sure she does. But we can't afford not to go. There's still hope to save her, so we can't abandon her. It's like the bait that calls out to Amako, who has left the land of beastmen. Hey, no. You're taking this too far in a bad way. What I'm thinking is just my imagination. And yet, it's not good to get a bad impression. If possible, I want this to end without incident. But if that's not possible, I'm thinking of saving Amako and her mother at least. You're still not thinking straight, but that's fine for now. There's a big difference between being prepared and not being prepared. Nia was taken aback by my words, but she replied. She must have known that I had chosen my words carefully. The worst thing that could happen is that I might have to choose between Amako and her mother. I don't want to imagine a situation where I would have to make that choice, and I don't intend to put myself in that situation. Well, I'll abide by your decision in any situation, okay? I trust you enough to do so. I was momentarily taken aback when Nia added that. Trust, hey? I chewed on that word and looked at Amako, who was walking in front of me. I trust the people I've traveled with so far. I've overcome hardships because I've trusted them so far. When I think about it, the obstacles that may be waiting for us now seem like nothing. It's been several hours since we left the hidden village. We were walking along a roadless path when we arrived in front of a forest lined with many large trees. The forest, with countless trees so large that they blocked even the sun's rays, was generally dim and eerie. This is the entrance. That's an amazing forest. I let out a sigh of admiration at Linka's words. The forest I'd walked through so far had sunlight, but from here on out it was so dark that I had to readjust my eyes. Certainly, I wouldn't normally think of stopping by a place like this. Rather, if I were to be asked to enter alone, I would have to be prepared for a beating at the hands of a potential enemy. Amako looked up at me, her face twitching naturally. I know it's creepy, but it'll lighten up soon. It does. Yeah, it's just the way it's made. Made, huh? Is there some kind of magic tool, or something similar? I've heard that beastmen have built a different culture than humans, so it's possible. Let's move on. From what I can tell, if we enter from around here, we'll reach the back gate. I followed Linka into the forest. Relying only on the light coming from behind me, I walked forward, but it was difficult because I almost bumped into a tree or caught my foot on a root. If we continue here, we will reach the back entrance to the land of beasts. Just in case, let's take precautions. Nia. What? While we're in beastman country, you'll remain an owl. Yeah, okay. Thank you for being so understanding. At times like this, I use my position as a master to my advantage. In addition to the fact that humanoid demons are extremely rare, they are rarely used as messengers, so I put Nia as an owl messenger in the beastman's country and keep her in reserve as a trump card in case of emergency. As I was walking in the dark, relying on Linka to walk in front of me, Amako grabbed the sleeve of my uniform. Because I don't want to get dislodged. It would certainly be troublesome if we strayed. But when we're like this, you know, I feel like a father taking his child in. And Nia is the same. Shock to the calf and back of the head. It didn't hurt, but the suddenness of it startled me. It seemed that Amako had kicked me in the leg and Nia had smacked me in the head with her wing. I don't care if it's Nia, but even Amako. I'm not a child. Sorry. I apologize to Amako, who lets out a huff of frustration. She may be childish, but her energy is as strong as that of an adult. Usato, there's something I need to tell you right now. What is it out of the blue? I believe in you, Usato, no matter what happens. Don't say the same thing as Nia. If you're both talking about the same topic, is that it? Do they think I don't trust them if they don't tell it in words? I trust Usato's stupid, brainy, insensitive, good-natured, good and bad points all together, more than Nia. What? A scream that I don't know where it came from emanates from my shoulder. So she was listening to me talk to Nia. I guess I underestimated Amako's ears a bit. But there was a part of me that didn't want her to trust me. What's that, trusting a brainiac? She said it so plainly that I almost flushed normally. That's all I wanted to say. I trust you too, you know. After all, we're friends who've traveled together. Of course, the same goes for Arksan, Nia, and Blurin. If any one of them had been missing, I wouldn't be here. I've traveled so far that I can say that. However, that journey will come to an end someday. After the last stop in the land of the beasts, we must return to the kingdom of Ringle. At that time, will Amako remain in the land of beasts, or will she return to the kingdom of Ringle? What will you do after saving your mother? A breathless response next to me. After a moment of silence, her voice, released as if squeezed out, was somewhat anxious. If possible, I'd like to go to the kingdom of Ringle with my mother. It's too stifling for me to live here. I'll help you as much as I can if that's what you want. Yet, her hometown is suffocating her. It should be abnormal for such words to come out. That's how difficult the situation surrounding Amako is, they won't let her lead a normal life. Whoa. As I walk with a thoughtful expression on my face, I trip over a tree root and almost fall down. Nia laughs at me, and Amako grabs the sleeve of my uniform to prevent me from getting separated. As we continued down the dark path, it finally brightened up in front of us. Ugh, so dazzling. I was dazzled by the sudden light. When I got used to the light and looked at the brightened area in front of me again, I saw a huge wooden door and a stone wall that filled my vision. These were man-made structures that I had never seen in the forest I had walked through before. And a wall that was built to cover something. Finally, we're here. Amako. Amako muttered heavily. She clutched the hem of my uniform and continued to squeeze out the words. A country that was not even allowed to reveal its name to humans. Hinomoto, the land of the beasts. Here is where my mother is. Until now, I had thought that the land of beastmen did not have a name. Even the people in the castle called it the land of beasts, and of course Amako did too. However, the name revealed by Amako's mouth was something that I, myself, Inugami-senpai and Kazuki could not ignore. Hinomoto. Hinomoto, Japan. The sword, the name given to the beasts, and the name of the country Hinomoto. It would mean that the person summoned before Senpai and Kazuki was Japanese. Plus they had come to this world from a time when swords existed. No, it's possible that they're a modern person who knows a lot about that kind of thing, but I'm pretty sure they're Japanese. Amako. We're at the back gate, but there's supposed to be a welcoming committee, right? I don't see anyone there. Yet. Amako tilted her head at Linka, who wondered why there was a door, but no one around. Just then, the large door began to slowly open with a heavy thud. Surprised by the sudden opening of the door, she moved in front of Amako and prepared herself. The door opened completely, and out of it came a man in his 30s with wolf ears, just like Linka. There were also two other beastly women with spears, glaring at me and Arksan warily as we prepared ourselves. After looking around at us, the man finally turned his gaze to Amako, who was behind me, and smiled softly, relaxing his shoulders as if in relief. I've been waiting for you guys. My name is Hayate, and I'm the one who's been assigned to assist the chief. Ahem. My name is Yusato Ken. Thank you for even allowing us to enter your country. Since I'm the leader of the trip, I'll introduce myself. I feel embarrassed by my faltering honorific as usual, but the beastly man, Hayate-san, is surprised by my words and immediately smiles back as before and gives instructions to his subordinate who is waiting next to him. Both of you, you can lower your spears now. However, the other party is human. And the blue grizzly is. They're not hostile, and he looks fond of them. The blue grizzly there won't be harmed either. I understand. The two beastmen lowered their spears with unconvinced expressions. Once the tense atmosphere had softened somewhat, Hayate walked over to Amako and me. For now, I'm wary and take a step back behind Amako, moving to make it easier for her and Hayate to talk. The last time we saw each other was when you were 4 years old, I think. Do you remember me? I'm sorry. I don't remember. Seeing that Amako apologized, Hayate hurriedly waved his hand to the side. No, you don't have to apologize. I'm rather old enough that I shouldn't remember. Looking pleased, Hayate-san bends down to make eye contact with Amako. Looking her over from toe to head, Hayate nodded. Yeah, I'm glad you're back. I'm relieved to see you haven't changed from the last time I saw you. Yeah, you haven't changed at all from 2 years ago. You're exactly the same as you were back then. Yusato. Bear with him, I'm sure he doesn't mean any harm. Probably because this guy is really happy to see her. I shudder to think of Hayate, who holds his hands up at the height of Amako's head, looking deeply moved. I admire his courage to keep smiling even after stepping on so many landmines without realizing it. As I was stopping Amako from looking up at me with sword-swallowing eyes, Linka, who was watching Hayate from the side, kicked him in the shin. Hey-8, who fell to the ground with a wild jia, looked at Linka with tears in his eyes as he pressed his shin. Linka. You haven't seen father in a long time, how dare you do this to me? You're still as delirious as ever. Amako is concerned about her height. And you're just trying to emphasize her height. Okay? Dad, Amako is going to be growing from now on. Yusato, I'm about to lose my temper. Please don't. I'm sure she's angry for Amako's sake. So, Amako, please don't grip my uniform so tightly that it's torn to shreds like when I was battling with Karen. But although they don't look alike, their fundamental personalities are similar, aren't they? As I watched the exchange between Hey-8 and Linka, one of his men standing behind him gave a deliberate cough. Ehem, Hey-8-sama. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Let's get down to business. He brushed off the sand and stood up, pointing towards the door. Let's talk as we walk. I'd like to avoid the eyes of the people as much as possible, so Yusato-san and the others, please cover your heads. Understood. I put on the hood of the group's uniform, and Ark-san put on the white cloak he took out of his horse's luggage over his head. It's extremely suspicious from the outside, but it's more important that people know that we're human, so we'll hold back. Oh, I have to ask if the blue grizzly is allowed in, as usual. Do you mind if we let the blue grizzly in? Yes. Just make sure he doesn't get out of control. There's almost no need to worry about him getting out of control, so I pet Blurin and step into Hinomoto, the land of beasts. The scene that spread out beyond the door was very different from the places I had visited before. Wooden architecture, hey. Beyond the door was a row of wooden buildings that looked as if they had been transported back to Japan a long time ago. Perhaps it was because we had entered through the back gate, but even so, I could tell that the buildings were fundamentally different from those I had seen in other countries. When Hey-8 saw us looking around, he spoke to us proudly. The structure is different from the buildings you know. Yes, I'm surprised. The buildings that the Beastman tribe lives in are all made of wood. They're made from the great trees that surround the country, and they're so sturdy that not even the rain can penetrate them. As for me, in a way, it looked familiar. The shape of the buildings lined up was similar to the wooden houses you see in the countryside, and the larger buildings could almost be described as mansions. Kaguri-san said that the previous generation of heroes gave knowledge to the Beastmen, and I wonder if this is the same. And sure enough, it seems that the two of us are not the only ones keeping an eye on us. I don't know where they are, but I can feel a lot of eyes watching us. I give a quick glance at Ark-san to make sure he's aware of it, and he gives me a small nod. I'm not going to do anything rash, because depending on how I act, people might immediately think I'm hostile. I should ask Hey-8-san a few questions, just in case. Hey-8-san. Have the people here been informed that we are coming? Yes, of course. Earlier in the morning, I informed the people that Amako and the humans would be entering the country. However, the majority of the people don't have a very good feeling about humans, so we had to welcome you in this way. We knew that they would be wary of us, so we don't mind. How did the chiefs react to letting us in? Hey-8, who was walking in the lead, was puzzled for a moment by the continued question, but he answered quickly. It wasn't favorable because the chief is a shy character, but I managed to persuade him to give me permission. The chief, unlike Hayato-san, isn't very friendly towards us. This is going to be difficult. I'm going to have to meet with the chief and negotiate with him to the point where I can help Amako's mother, but I don't want things to get complicated. I don't need human help. Would be the worst. At the very least, I hope they're not too hard-headed. My thoughts were interrupted when I felt an intense stare piercing the back of my neck. It was something that could best be described as a killing intent. A gaze that froze my whole body, a sensation that made my whole body hair stand on end as if I was falling from a high place. With a momentary chill, I made a healing magic bullet I had deployed in my sleeve and turned to stare in the direction of his gaze. Hi! But there was nothing behind me but a wooden building and a beastly female soldier who had fallen on her face when she saw me. I looked down at the female soldier, hiding my right hand behind my back, which was made of healing magic bullets, and saw that she was shaking her shoulders even more, and the dog-like ears on her head were slumped down. The killing intent is from behind. Don't tell me it's her? No, don't eat me. No, I won't eat you. What kind of monster do you think I am? But it's not her who's throwing that killing intent. Hey, what's going on all of a sudden? Nia on my shoulder whispered to me, and I finally broke the tension and let out a slow breath. Hey-8, Amako and the others who were walking in front of me must have noticed, because they turned their quizzical gazes towards me. I'm sorry to have startled you. What? Yes, yes. I'm sure I've entered the realm of beasts and am overly sensitive to their presence. With a crunch, I put the basket back on the bracelet and reached out to the person who was holding on to me to help him up. The female soldier stood up, looking at me with fear in her eyes, and distanced herself from me. Even though I deserved it, I'm kind of shocked. Linka, who was nodding deeply with a mysterious look on her face, approached the female soldier who was frightened just by calling out to me. I know, it's scary, isn't it? I didn't think he was human at first too. Oi! I didn't say it out loud, because I was the one at fault. That makes me a complete villain in front of the female soldier who nodded her head in agreement while sobbing in response to Linka's words of comfort. Unable to bear the sight of me, Hayate-san called out to me. I'd like to ask you to refrain from acting like that here. Sorry. I felt a buzzing gaze on me. A gaze. As far as Hayate-san and Arc-san's reactions are concerned, it was directed only at me. I'm not sure why it was directed at me alone though. I wonder if they misunderstood me again, like they did with Linka. I'm worried about the future. I don't know, maybe it was hatred for humans, or maybe they just wanted to pick a fight with me. It means that there are people here who would direct such a killing intent towards me. I hope it will end without a fight, but if it does I'll have to fight back. Hinomoto, the land of beasts. We were welcomed by Hayate-san, the assistant chief, and were walking up a dimly lit hill while being watched by beasts. A gentle ascent on a path that passes between houses. It may sound like we're trying to avoid being seen, but if you look at it another way, it's like we're being taken somewhere. Hayate-san, who is leading the way, doesn't seem like someone who would want to trap us, but after being tricked by Fegness in Samaria, it's dangerous to trust someone you've only just met. To be honest, being deceived by someone you trusted can be quite intimidating. Before I knew it, Blurin, who had been standing next to me, looked up at me, as if he had seen my expression getting stronger. Goofy. Are you worried about me? I pat Blurin on the head. This isn't the time to be regretting my previous mistake. As I regained my composure and turned to face forward, I saw a bright open area at the end of a dark road. Apparently, this back road ends there. I headed for the lighted area, wondering what I would find there and found myself in a wide open space, different from the path I had just taken. In addition, there was a large building in front of me that I had to look up at. Hayate-san looked back at us. This is the most important building for us Beastman tribe. Would it be easier to describe it as a castle for you guys? The building is clearly different from other houses, and is carefully constructed. The white exterior and the angular shape gave it a different kind of power than a castle. As our eyes were drawn to the white building, Hayate-san, with a proud smile on her face, continued with her words. Please take a look behind you. Behind. When I turned around after being told that, there was a view that allowed me to see Hinomoto from above. Spread out below me were many buildings and a few people. The view from the castle in the kingdom of Ringle was western, but the view from here was like going back in time to old Japan. I've heard that the Beastman race has developed a culture different from that of humans, and looking at the entire country like this, it's no wonder. When I think that all the people I can see now are Beastman people, it makes me realize that I have finally arrived here. I've missed it. So you've been here before, Amako? Yes, I've been here many times with my mom. The expression on Amako's face is somewhat anxious as she speaks in a small whisper. If you casually look sideways at Hayate-san, he is awkwardly putting his hand on his neck. Is there something you're guilty of? Or are you simply feeling sorry for her? Now, let me lead you on. First, let's leave the horse and the blue grizzly with you. The owl on your shoulder is... Oh, she's my familiar, is it okay to let her inside? Who? Nia tilts her head with a squeal, and Hayate-san looks a little distressed, but soon turns his head towards us. It is fine. But please do not let it leave your side. You don't have to worry about that. She's very quiet. Nia nodded her head in agreement. The truth is, she's far from quiet. In fact, I'd say she's a bundle of curiosity. Linka, who knows that Nia can turn into a human form, has a dubious look on her face, but it soon returns, as if it is of no concern to her. What about Hayate-san? If he can't let her in, she'll have to stay with Blurin and the horses. That's okay then. Then please follow me. We'll take care of your luggage here. With one nod, he motioned for us to follow him. As I followed him, I looked again at the white building that was high enough to look up at. I wouldn't go so far as to say that everything around us is full of enemies, but I'm pretty sure that the Beastman race doesn't have a good impression of me. At worst, they might swear at me or make unreasonable accusations against me. In response to this, I should be as emotionally stable as possible, especially if it's a grudge against them for the way they've been mistreated by the Beastmen. What's in store for us? Beastman tribe, Chief. I walked forward with some trepidation, knowing that I was about to meet the highest-ranking person in the beast race. After leaving Blurin and the horse at the stables, we were invited into the building. Only Linka was separated from us. Well, I was the one who was going to talk to the chief, so I couldn't take Linka who had nothing to do with this to the important meeting. But as soon as I walked in, I was surprised to see that they made me take off my shoes. I had been living in this world until now, and it was common sense for me to wear shoes inside buildings, so I was honestly surprised that I had to take my shoes off to go upstairs. How much knowledge did the hero give to the beastman? The culture is so similar that it's hard to know what to make of it. First of all, I'd like to take your weapon. Understood. I handed the 2 swords that Arc-san was holding to the soldier. The gauntlets are more protective gear than weapons, so I guess they're okay. For now, I'll also leave the blades and other things I use for cooking. I suddenly noticed a square object at the entrance that looked out of place against the Japanese-style interior. Casually, I turned my gaze to observe it. It was about 2 meters in diameter. It was a strange object made up of various black plates that formed a square shape. From the looks of it, it's a similar structure to the magic tools we saw in the open air in Samaria. Magic tool. Nia tilts her head at my words. The way she looked at me, she seemed confused. Doesn't Nia understand? I don't know if it's because I don't like it as a design, or if it's because I don't think it has anything to do with magic. Either way, I don't mind it as a design. That was here before I left, you know. Is that so? Yeah, it's been here since I can remember. So this is just some kind of ornament then? She's right, this is just like an ornament. Perhaps having heard our conversation, Heiichi-san agrees with Amako's words. However, there was a part of Heiichi-san's words that bothered me a little. So, by like you mean it wasn't originally an ornament? Yes, it was originally a magical tool, but no one used it and it was no longer needed. It was originally intended to be discarded, but since this is a slightly special magic tool, it has been left in this form. I see. So it was originally a magic tool, and now it's just an object with no power. I see. I thought it was reasonably shaped like a magic tool. Although I doubt this will ever be used again. Hey. Well, that's enough talk, let's move on. The chief is waiting for you. Ah, yes. Heiichi-san muttered something quietly, but I couldn't make it out. After regaining consciousness from the black box, I regained my composure, deposited my luggage and followed Heiichi-san as he proceeded to the back. The rooms inside are divided by sliding doors, and from the inside it seems to be a moderately spacious structure. I'll tell you something while we're here. Hey. Heiichi-san suddenly spoke to me as we walked. Without looking at us, he spoke in a rather heavy tone. Our chief does not have a favorable opinion of you, more specifically, humans. No, we were the ones who suddenly barged in, so it's not surprising that he doesn't think favorably of us. In fact, there was no way they would look favorably on us, who had suddenly entered a place where no human had ever set foot before. As for me, I'd like to end my talk with you guys peacefully. So I'm going to try to make an effort to take the place as much as possible. Thank you for your help. When it came to meeting the head of the beast tribe, everything was different from before. Dean Gladys of Lukvis Academy. Lucas-sama of the Samaria Kingdom. Norn-sama of the Water City of Mirak. All 3 of them are ordinary, normal. I'm not sure what to make of this. No, Gladys-san was a normal woman, but Lucas-sama acted unexpectedly, like asking me to succeed him, and Norn-sama was drowning in potions when we first met, and to put it mildly, she was not a normal person. But the one thing that all 3 of them had in common was that they didn't have any ill feelings towards us. Lost in thought, I walked down the corridor where I could see the outside scenery clearly. Then, I saw a wide sliding door where a beast soldier with a spear was standing. When the beast soldier saw me and Arc-san, he looked nervous and put his strength into the spear in his hand, but when Heiichi-san stood in front of the sliding door, he moved to the side to make way for us. Chief, I've brought Amako and the humans with me. He said the words in front of the sliding doors, and come in. In a low, cold voice. The beast soldier who nodded opened the sliding door. In the room behind the sliding doors, a beast man was sitting upright on a cushion. Behind him stood 2 beastly women who seemed to be his attendants, but I was more surprised to see the beastly man sitting in front of me than to grasp the situation in the room. He had rounded brown ears that reminded me of a bear and a build that was muscular enough to be recognizable. He doesn't even have to stand up to see it. It's not an exaggeration to say that I've never seen someone so big in my life. Prompted by Heiichi-san, I sat down in seiza on the cushions that had been prepared in advance and introduced myself, which I had prepared in advance. My name is Yusato from the Lingal Kingdom, a rescue squad. Thank you for inviting me this time. I'm Jinya, chief of the Beastman tribe. As if to interrupt me, he briefly mentioned his own identity and name, and Jinya-san was silent. Yeah, I'm not annoyed at the slightest. But I hope you'll at least hear me out on the words I've tried so hard to come up with. Jinya-san, who wore a black kimono and brownish black hair reminiscent of a mane, looked around at us, then finally at Amako, and let out a small sigh. I never thought Kanoko's daughter who had been missing would come to us like this. And that she would bring a human with her. He then shifted his gaze to me. He stared at me blankly, and when I was confused, not knowing what to do, he blinked. You look so poor that I can't believe you've even made it this far. Did you really travel all the way here? What? Ho, hoot. I let out a dusky voice with a smile, but came back to myself at the sound of Nia's whine on my shoulder. No, 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 the other party is the highest authority in the country. I must not be rude. In fact, he might even be trying to make me angry. Jinya-san, who had given me a boring reaction when I held back my smile, now looked at Amako. So, Amako, why did you come back here after all this time? After all this time? 2 years have passed since you disappeared. During that time, we have done everything in our power to find you, but it has all been a failure. Some people thought you were either trapped by humans or already dead. If that's the case, then Amako's return here may have caused no small amount of confusion. Besides, it's no wonder Hayate-san was so happy when he met Amako. Amako looked at me as Jinya-san spoke, and I nodded my head. Rather than me explaining the situation, it would be better to let Amako handle it. I came here to save my mother. A good reason. Your mother hasn't woken up for 2 years now. During that time, we tried everything we could to cure her, but all of our attempts failed. The fact that you're back here now means that you've found a way to save her, right? Amako nodded in response to his questioning words. I've brought a healing magician with me. Healing magic, the highest level of recovery magic, may be able to heal my mother. I see. If that's the case, then that man is the healing magician, right? He looks at me again, but his eyes are dismissive, as if to say, your magic is as poor as it looks. I'm used to it from Rose, but if it were a normal person, I'd be pissed. I don't know why he's being so overbearing. We hadn't tried using healing magic to heal ourselves. In the first place, it was impossible for us to use the healing magic that only humans can handle, but... I see, if you brought him as a collaborator, the possibility of saving her is not low. Jinya-san nodded as if he was convinced. All right. I'll take that healing magician over there to see your mother. Hey, is that okay? I think I understand the difficulty of a beast child living in the human realm. For your resolve, I'll allow you to let that healing magician heal her. Amako was surprised to see that her request had been approved unexpectedly easily. I thought it would be more complicated too, but... Now, Mom is... She's alive, though she hasn't woken up in the last 2 years. Why had Amako's mother stopped waking up? It's not like that can happen without knowing why, so it's like she did something to cause it. Well, I guess I'll find out when I see her in person. Whether he can save your mother or not, are you willing to stay here? Amako shuts down at the heavy, low words. After a few seconds of silence, her gaze wanders as if she is lost and then she opens her mouth with determination. No, I do not intend to remain here. Don't tell me you don't know the mission of the Time Wing. Of course, I understand it. But I'm not going to stay here. She can't live a normal life. Amako stammered that out, and Jinya-san let out a disappointed sigh. I see. If that's the case, then you can disappear wherever you are when you're done. Although it would have been better if something other than you had awakened to precognitive magic, you are a disgrace to the family. Chief. Our country doesn't need anyone who wants to abandon the mission of composing time. Jinya. You can't talk to her like that. The reason this child had to leave the country. Hayate-san raised her voice at Jinya-san's harsh words. Jinya-san gave him a cold stare. You should know your place. Don't talk back to me like an aide. But... No matter how much of a daughter she is, she's useless. I don't know what she's been doing for 2 years, but I didn't expect a beastman who lived in the outside world to turn so useless. Hayate-san was about to retort, but he stifled his anger, as if he was trying to control it with reason. I myself was a little angry at Jinya-san for looking down on Amako and mocking her, but I tried to keep my composure and not show it. In a way, this was a good thing, because he was insulting me. If she obeyed his words, Amako would not be forced to live in the land of the beasts, but would be taken back to the kingdom of Lingle. Amako knew this, and accepted his words with a blank expression. No matter. We will leave this country as soon as we have healed my mother. I'll let you do that. Jinya-san sat up, as if he was trying to end the conversation there. Amako's story is over, but I haven't told mine yet, so I hurriedly opened my mouth to stop him. I'm sorry, but I have something to tell you as well. What? The kingdom of Lingle, I have a letter from Lord Bluegust Lingle-sama. Saying that, I take out the letter and show it to Jinya-san. I know it's impossible for me to do this, but since I'm here as an emissary of the Lingle kingdom, I have to talk to him. He grumpily let his attendant receive the letter, and looked it over. Demon King Hui. I refuse. I have no reason to cooperate. I knew it. Well, it can't be helped. In the first place, from our point of view, the battle between demons and humans is of no importance. Even if we were to meet a demon and a paragon, it would only be after the demise of the humans. I will report to the king that way. It's a good thing that I was able to inform the Beastman tribe of the imminent threat of the Demon King's army. When he saw that I didn't say anything more, Jinya-san stood up this time. I have a guest waiting for me, apart from you. You can take over, Hayate-san. Very well, sir. With that, Jinya-san stood up and walked out of the room, taking his attendants with him. He remained stern from start to finish. It's like he was acting like he didn't want us to see any opportunity. But finally, hey! It was the beginning of our journey and our ultimate goal to meet Amako's mother. I know what that means. The end of our journey is near, that's all that matters. An audience with Jinya-san, the chief of the Beastman tribe. They didn't treat me very well and the letter was rejected, but the story about Amako was not bad for us. He said that I as a healing magician could meet Amako's mother, and that Amako could leave the land of the beasts. I was prepared for the conversation to get quite complicated, but I was fortunate that it was unexpectedly going in the right direction. I'm sorry. We were so arrogant to our guests. There's no need to apologize, Hayate-san. Besides, we don't mind it either. I'm glad you say that. I walked out of the room where I had talked with Jinya-san and hurriedly replied to Hayate-san, who bowed his head in the corridor where I could see the view outside. Jinya-san's response was not wrong. We're strangers, we're human beings. It's impossible to try to get along with us. The chief has always been a dour and stern man. But I didn't expect him to react in such a blatantly disgusted way. From the past, hey? Is it possible that Hayate-san and Jinya-san have known each other for a long time? During the audience, he called Jinya-san, so maybe it is. As I was tilting my head at the relationship between Hayate and Jinya, Aruku opened his mouth. About Amako Dano's mother, are we going there right now? Yes, I'll show you right away. At Hayate-san's words, Ark-san put his hand on his chin as if thinking for a moment. Was there something on his mind? What's the matter? Ark-san. Oh, I'm sorry. Things have been going a little too smoothly, and I'm getting worried. Ah. I couldn't help but nod at Ark-san's words. All of our journeys so far have been anything but straightforward. The fate of Nak and Mina. Nair and the evil dragon. The curse of Samaria that consumed Eva. Karen, the dragon of Miarak. Compared to that, things are going too smoothly this time. So I can understand Ark-san's feeling of uneasiness. Hoot. Yet. If there's nothing going on so far, it'll make you feel uneasy in reverse, right? Nia on my shoulder and Amako next to me also nodded in agreement. Hayate-san, who was listening to the conversation nearby, soberly said, I wonder what kind of journey these people have been on. Well, if nothing happens, we can return to the Lingal Kingdom like this, so let's rather rejoice. Haha, you're right. I was a little nervous, wasn't I? That's right. If I could save Amako's mother, we could go home. And we can finally reunite with our seniors who are traveling in faraway places. I wonder if Kazuki is doing well. He has a tendency to be a little overwhelmed, so I'm a little worried about him even though I know he's fine. I'm sure he'll be fine, so I'm not too worried, but I have a lot to say to him when I get back, so be prepared. As I was thinking about my best friends in faraway places, Hayate-san spoke to me. We can't just stand here all the time, so let's head out soon. I'll show you around again, so please follow me. Yes. I followed Hayate-san as he walked ahead of me. It seemed that Amako's mother was just a few steps away from the building, and we had to put on our shoes and go outside once we got there. Oh, by the way, how is Linka? She couldn't get used to the customs here, so I had to leave her at my father's hidden village. I chuckled at Hayate-san's question, as if he suddenly remembered. She scared me at first, but I know she's not a bad girl, so I choose my words as best I can to reply. She's been very helpful in showing me the way here. Besides, she and Amako are very close, which is a relief for me. Amako looked miffed at my words, but I was worried that she didn't actually have a proper friend her own age. So I was secretly relieved to know that she had a like-minded friend like Linka. Hayate-san smiled cheerfully, relieved. Haha, I see. Well, as for me, I was wondering if she's still playing tricks all the time. That's all my father wrote to me about, so I was worried about her. Hat. I guess she was quite a tomboy. Kaguri-san must have been having a hard time. As I remembered the exchange between Kaguri-san and Linka, I felt a sense of sadness. Hayate-san. There's something I'd like to ask you. You don't have to use honorifics. You're my daughter's friend, after all. Oh, okay. So, what do you want to ask me? As I was looking at the scenery of the Beastman village once again, Amako was asking Hayate-san a question. Earlier, when you were talking to the chief, you were about to say something. Do you know anything about my mother's collapse? Hayate-san's eyes widened at Amako's words. He paused there as if a little lost, but when he made eye contact with Amako, he opened his mouth again as if he had made up his mind. I don't know exactly why she collapsed, but I do know the cause of it. You knew that? Yeah. It's a public secret, but I'll tell you. A secret? So you're saying there were circumstances that prevented you from revealing it? Silently, I listened to Amako and Heiei-san's conversation. Your mother. Kanoko, you know. She's been doing research on how to seal her own magic into magical tools. Sealing magic into the magic sealing grimoire Tawa. It's a research project based on the magic of the hero who defeated the demon lord. Tawa. I'm not sure if the heroes are involved here too, though indirectly. But why would anyone want to create a magic tool that can contain magic? Did she want to make it so that others could handle it? As I tilted my head in thought, Amako also asked Heiei-san why her mother was doing such research, as if she didn't know why her mother was doing it. Why would mother do that? It's for your own good. Amako looked up vigorously in astonishment. Heiei-san words with a sorrowful look on his face. A user of precognitive magic has to spend most of her life in this village. You know that, don't you? Yes. Beastmen who are born with precognitive magic, time wingers, are an important position to warn the Beastman tribe in advance of any external danger that may be approaching, so they are strictly forbidden to go outside. In fact, your mother has never been outside this country. That's why she decided to transfer her own precognitive magic into a magic tool and make it available to everyone so that you don't have to feel the same way she did. So Amako would have lived here forever if she hadn't left the land of beasts? She may have had freedom, but she might have been living a stifling life. That's why Kanoko has been working hard to develop magic tools for you, her precious daughter, and the beast children who will be born with precognitive magic. But she failed. Ah. Heiei-san nodded with a somber expression. When our research was at its climax, she activated Tawa on her own. It was activated in an incomplete state, and it went out of control. Kanoko, who activated it, hasn't been able to wake up since that day. My mother did that. To this day, I still don't know what reason she gave for doing that. But, we know she wouldn't do something like that for no reason. Us. He said. It sounded as if there was someone else involved besides Heiei-san. I suddenly interrupted him, and Heiei-san opened his mouth with a chuckle. It's the chief. Jinya. Me, Jinya, and Kanoko were childhood friends, so I was arranging to help him with his research and prepare a place for him. Oh, I see. I'm sorry, I interrupted you. No, it's fine. Rather, like Heiei-san, Jinya-san was a childhood friend of Amako's mother. Heiate-san's daughter, Linka is very close to Amako, so it's not that strange, but I didn't think Jinya-san was that close to her. When you think about it, it's probably not unreasonable for Heiei-san to have got emotional over her treatment of Amako, the daughter of a childhood friend. Yusato. Amako, who had finished talking with Heiei-san, looked up at me with an anxious look on her face. Before Mom stopped waking up, she said to me, "You can't be like me." She looked at me with a sad face, like it was the last time we would see each other. I guess there was a reason for that. There might have been something going on with Amako's mother that I couldn't imagine. Amako seemed to feel the same way, nodding her head with a gloomy expression, but then she continued, But, she continued, it doesn't matter now. I just want my mother to get better. I will definitely help her. For the sake of this child, and for Amako's mother, Kanoko-san. As I was making such a strong vow in my heart, Heiei-san, who was walking in front of me, stopped. It seems he has reached his destination. As I looked beyond Heiei-san's gaze, I saw a building that was a size larger than the surrounding houses. From the looks of it, the structure reminded me of a temple. This is where your mother lived. For 2 years. She's been undergoing treatment here. We couldn't wake her up with our powers, but with healing magic, there might be hope. I opened the door and stepped inside. It was a bleak room that I couldn't imagine from the size of the exterior. In the center of the room, there was a woman in a kimono sleeping quietly on a pure white futon. She had the same beautiful long golden hair and fox ears as Amako. She looked as if Amako had grown up as she was, so beautiful and youthful that she could have been called her older sister. Amako, is that your mother? Yes. We took off our shoes and walked indoors to where Kanoko-san was laid out. I looked around the sleeping Kanoko-san and saw what looked like a magic tool on the floor. I couldn't tell what it was used for, but I understood that it was something that was keeping her bedridden body alive. Heiei-san, do you mind if I take care of Kanoko-san? Yes, I'll be present, so please don't worry about it. Thank you very much. In order to use the systematic enhancement of healing magic, which is important to visualize how I want to heal the other person, I need to know Kanoko-san's condition. And in addition to the conditions for triggering the systemic enhancement, there is one more thing that Nia needs to see. Let her see if there is any change in her magical power, if she is under the influence of magic, and if necessary, apply a spell to break the magic or release spell. After giving Nia a look over my right shoulder, I crouched down beside Kanoko-san to check on her. She's sleeping with a peaceful expression, as if she's about to wake up. But this person hasn't woken up once in 2 years. The most likely possibility is that Heiei-san's magic tool went out of control and caused some sort of brain damage. I've always suspected that the brain is affected by the fact that she sleeps while alive, but this is the most likely possibility. Once that was decided, I created a healing magic system enhancement in my palm. When I was about to apply the systemic enhancement to her, Nia on my shoulder slapped me on the cheek. Did she find something wrong? I turned to Nia and there she was looking stunned, muttering in a small voice. This person has no magic power. No magic power. What the heck is that? Confused by Nia's words, I turned to Heiei-san while activating the systemic enhancement. Heiei-san. Did you find out something? Heiei-san was surprised by my voice, but that's not the point right now. Why doesn't she have any magic power? Kanoko-san had precognitive magic, so it's impossible for her to have no magic power. Did you know that Kanoko-san is losing her magic power right now? She's losing her magic? My subordinate didn't tell me anything like that. Either he hadn't noticed, or Heiei-san hadn't been informed. In either case, it's impossible for magic power to suddenly disappear from the body. If she's unconscious because she's lost her magic, then there's no way I can fix her. I shook off my backward thoughts. I should not be so weak. Yusato. Amako looks at me with a face like she's about to cry. Seeing her expression, I turned to Kanoko-san again. I'll try my best. I mutter to myself, and activate the systematic enhancing of healing magic in my left hand as well. Originally, I was able to strengthen the system without the gauntlet, but it was quite tiring to do it with both hands. I placed my right hand on Kanoko-san's forehead and my left hand on her abdomen to spread the systemic enhancement over her entire body. Systematic enhancing. I focus my attention on Kanoko-san as I am tormented by the sensation of magic power being consumed from my body all at once. System enhancing is a profound form of healing magic that boasts immense recovery power. With sweat beading on my forehead, I relentlessly apply healing magic to Kanoko-san. But the pain that hit me like an electric shock to my head almost made me lose my concentration. I thought I had lost my magic power, but I still had it. The systemic enhancing is also working normally. Hoiet. It hurts, but it's not unbearable. However, Nia on my shoulder is not so lucky. I don't know if it's because I'm touching her, but I think she's suffering from a headache and she's writhing in pain. Yusato. Yusato Dano. Amako, who noticed me tilting my head and Nia letting out a cry of anguish, put her hand on my shoulder as quickly as she could. At that moment, I was tormented by the sensation of something passing through my body, and this time, Amako also held her head to her forehead, just like Nia. What, this? Amako, Nia, get away from me. What's going on? When I tried to pull Nia and Amako away from me, I was met with a headache that intensified without warning. Amako, run! I heard a woman's voice that seemed to echo directly in my head. After that voice, the headache stopped, but Amako looked down at her mother, who was still asleep, with a mixture of confusion and astonishment on her face. Are you okay? Heiei-san is worried about me and Amako's safety. I'm used to mental attacks, but that's not the case with Amako and Nia, so I'm still holding my head. In the meantime, as I try to cast a healing spell on them with my remaining magic, Amako moves her mouth in a small, trembling voice. Mother! Was that Kanoko's voice I heard earlier? No, more than that, what does she mean by running away? When I tried to call out to Arc-san to ask for his judgment, he turned his face towards the sliding door and his expression turned grim. Tisk, I didn't notice until they got this close. Yusato Dano. We're surrounded. Ha! Just as I turned my gaze to the sliding door in surprise, it was kicked open with a loud bang and blasted in front of us. A group of beasts armed with armor entered through the door, but when I spotted the last person who stepped into the room, I really didn't understand what was going on. A large beastman wearing a black kimono. Standing behind the beasts with his bow at the ready, he, Jinya-san, looked at us, including Heiei-san, condescendingly, and slowly opened his mouth. Don't hit Amako and Heiei-san. Instantly, an arrow with a speed that was incomparable to Linka's was shot at my eyes. The arrow flew at a great speed. The ones who shot it were the beastman soldiers ordered by Jinya-san. Shit. Now Arc-san doesn't have a sword, so he can't block the arrow. If the target is only me and Arc-san, I could still manage it somewhat. With quick reflexes, I took out the gauntlet and released magic into the gauntlet. I've been using magic to heal Kanoko-san, so my body is taking more load than usual, but I don't care. I put my palm out in front of me. Healing magic rupture punch. A shockwave of healing magic from the palm of the hand acts as a wall to repel the arrow. I was able to hit most of the arrows with it, but I noticed that there were some arrows that were beyond the range of the bursting palm. The arrow wasn't aimed towards us. As soon as I realized where the arrow was going, I stuck out my hand and grabbed it. At the end of the arrowhead that stopped him was Kanoku-san, who was still asleep. Why was the arrow aimed at Amako's mother? If I hadn't prevented it, it would have hit her in the head. Did they shoot it by mistake, perhaps? No, how could a sensible beastman miss an arrow at this distance? I shouted and turned to Jinya-san. You almost hit Kanoko-san. Do you aim your arrows at your own kind? Jinya's expression did not falter at my voice. It's as if he's saying he doesn't mind if Kanoko-san gets hit by an arrow. Indeed, as Jinya-san said, no arrows were aimed at Amako and Hayate. So it did not hit Amako and Hayate. The moment I came up with that idea, my thoughts were instantly tainted with anger. In other words, as long as the arrows don't hit Amako and Hayate, it's fine. So it doesn't matter if Amako's mom dies. The arrowhead that I grabbed had a sweet smell to it. This smell is similar to the poison of the wicked dragon that we fought before. So you even resorted to using poison too. It's not a problem for me because it's not a poison of the level of the wicked dragon, but if the bedridden Kanoko-san received this, she could die immediately. I was so angry at the unreasonable attack that I snapped all the arrows in my grasp and glared at Jinya-san and the beastman soldiers. The beastman soldier, flustered by my gaze, holds up his arrow, but Hayate-san steps in front of us, interrupting him. Jinya. What are you doing bringing the King's Guard here? They're not the ones who want to harm us. Didn't we agree on that earlier? That's not the point. I'm finally getting my chance. I can't let this pass me by. Chance. At Hayate-san's words, Jinya-san glanced at us and continued. As of today, we, the Beastman race, have formed an alliance with the demon race. What? An alliance with the demon tribe? I was startled by the unexpected words. What are you talking about? Are you trying to involve the entire Beastman race in a direct war? No, more importantly, is that the consensus of the chiefs of the Beastman tribe. Of course it is. We've got the power. And the cooperation system, offered by the demon race's side, how can we not take advantage of it? Jinya. Did the demon race come here before we did? If so, that means we've been lured out into enemy territory. It is fortunate that Hayate-san is on our side, but, the situation is terrible. We need to think of a way to escape. There is no way the chiefs will agree to that. What have you offered them? Power. I'm doing what I need to do for that. Jinya-san replied to Hayate-san's words and shifted his gaze to Amako. Hand Amako over to me. Amako hides behind me as if she's scared. I have no intention of handing Amako over either. Why should we hand Amako over? With this number of opponents, we can get away with it if we have to. I distracted him with a healing magic bullet, and while I was doing that, I stunned the soldier with the beastman's bow in front of me with a healing punch, and then I carried Amako and Kanoko-san and escaped with Arc-san and Hayate-san. I might get hit by a few arrows, but I'll be fine. If necessary, I'll hit Jinya-san with a series of healing blinding or healing punches to knock him unconscious. Okay, let's do this. Just as I was about to take Amako in my arms after glancing at Arc-san, an arrow shot towards me. I ducked reflexively, and when I looked in the direction where the arrow was shot, I saw Jinya-san, whose calm expression had changed completely, holding his bow and glaring at me. Don't move from there, healing magician. If you move, I'll kill Kanoko. He's not afraid to use a sick person as a hostage. And he shot an arrow at me even though I hadn't acted on it yet. Did he know what I was going to do? Do you have the same kind of magical vision that Hafa had in Lookvis? If that's the case, I don't know if I can protect Kanoko from the poisonous arrows that are fired in anticipation. On the other hand, I'm confident that we can charge in and force our way through, but we can't put Kanoko in danger. As of now, we're being held hostage by Kanoko. But we can't just give up Amako like that. If Jinya-san's goal is Amako, he can't leave her alone, even more so. Don't get emotional, just think about it calmly. If he takes Amako, I won't be able to protect her. That's right. I put my hand over my mouth in feigned frustration and whispered to Nia on my shoulder, keeping my voice as low as possible. Nia, take care of Amako. Nia, who nodded silently with a cocked head, bounced lightly and moved to Amako's shoulder next to me. Fortunately, Jinya-san and the others didn't notice. Letting Nia stay as an owl did the trick. Now, I won't have to leave Amako alone. Worst case scenario, even if Nia's true identity was revealed, she would be able to escape easily. I turned my gaze to Jinya-san without looking at Nia. I'm not going to be rough with her. She's too important to us, you know. I can't believe it. You and Kanoko-san, after your extreme actions in trying to kill us with poisoned arrows, you're not going to harm us? What you're saying and what you're doing are a mess. Moreover, when we talked earlier, I thought he was telling us to get out of this country. I have no idea what he wants to do. What are you planning to do with Amako? We're just trying to get her to cooperate with something. As soon as we're done with her, we'll let her go. Let her go? Ha! You didn't answer the more important question. What do you mean by something? As I was thinking and trying not to show it on my face, Heiei-san, who was standing diagonally in front of me, angrily ran up to Jinya and grabbed him by the chest. I panicked and called out his name. Heiei-san! Don't screw with me. You're trying to resume that research again? And this time with Amako, aren't you ashamed to be an adult? I don't think so. I told you before, didn't I? I'm just doing what I need to do for me. Besides, I'm doing it for a different purpose this time. What the hell is that dash? Kono, hold Heiei. Let go of me, Ku. Jinya. Heiei-san was being held down by the soldiers of the King's Guard and glared at Jinya-san in anger. We could not leave Kanoko's side without a fight and could only watch the scene unfold. Jinya-san, who had Heiei restrained by the King's Guard, looked at us again. If you make a move, we'll have to take appropriate measures as well. If you're caught quietly, I'll spare your lives and Kanoko's. In other words, if we surrender, he'll spare our lives. It's all very suspicious. I'm sure Jinya-san isn't so polite as to keep a makeshift promise. And since we're human, we have no obligation or duty to keep that promise. As I was thinking about how to get out of this situation, Amako, who had been silent and downcast since a while ago, stepped in front of me and Ark-san. All right. In return, you must absolutely keep your promise. Nia, who was on my shoulder, also trembled as if she had been startled by Amako, who had taken the other party's condition without permission. I myself was so surprised that I immediately grabbed her shoulder. Amako. I'm fine. As if you are. But when I saw her expression when she turned around, I was utterly shocked. Her face was expressionless, but she was angry. She was angry, but not in a normal way. Amako took one look at me, unable to move from in front of Kanoko-san, and let out a strangled voice. I've found something that I have to do in this country. Things you have to do. Yet. So you found out something here, Amako? Or has she made up her mind? Amako looks up at me, still confused, and then turns to Jinya-san behind her with a determined look on her face. Leave everyone alone, and I'll listen to you. Thanks for listening to me, kid. It was going to take a lot of work to catch this guy. Go get the two humans over there. Jinya-san, who took her hand off her bow, instructed her subordinates to seize me and Ark-san. Both Ark-san and I were held down and our hands were bound with rope. While being seized, I glared at Jinya-san with eyes filled with anger. I'm not interested in what you are going to do, and I don't want to know. But don't you dare harm Amako. If anything happens to her, we'll never forgive you. Terrible. Really terrible indeed. I thought about what I would do when the plan that was originally supposed to end in a discussion ended in failure, but I was relieved to be captured with the hostages I prepared for insurance. Ku. I have no idea what Jinya-san is talking about. But there is no doubt that this person invited us here from the beginning with the intention of betraying us and Heiei-san. And we were all caught in the trap. My hands were completely restrained, and I and Ulok were taken away by the soldiers of the King's Guard, and we had to leave Amako without choice. After being captured by Jinya-san, Ark-san and I were put in a cell in the basement of the first large building we entered. It was a dimly lit room made of stone pavement and wood. In one of them, I was put in the same cell with Ark-san, and his arms were cuffed with wooden shackles made of wood and iron. I never thought I'd be put in jail. We've been in jail for what, about 3 hours? I've been to jail before because of Ferrum, but I never thought I'd be locked up in a cell. I can move around a bit, but the wooden and iron shackles on my arms make it more difficult than I thought it would be. Besides, I don't know if it's this prison or the shackles, but I can't use magic. I can only use healing magic, so it doesn't have much effect on me, but it's probably a nuisance for Ark-san, who mainly uses fire magic. I lifted up the fetters in disgust and found that they looked very old. I can break it if I want to. Well, I won't do that now. Besides, there's something wrong here, too. The inside of the prison was also covered in dust and showed little signs of use, and the only guard was a nervous-looking beastman soldier standing across the cage. "Oi, you there! What are you looking at?" I casually stared at the guards, and they shouted at me, their voices trembling. It seems that he is not used to dealing with human beings, so he is very nervous. Now that I have a better grasp of the situation I'm in, I let out a sigh and rest my back against the prison wall. I hope Amako is okay. Even though she surrendered because she had something in mind, Amako would be nothing more than a mere girl without her precognition magic. The thought that such a girl might be in danger gives me a heart-wrenching anxiety. I believe that Amako Dano has some idea of what she's doing. Yet, I suppose. There's no way that girl doesn't have anything on her mind. I nodded at Arksan's words. Currently, I don't know what Amako is thinking. But from our experience of traveling together so far, I'm sure it's not meaningless. That's why me and Arksan are caught. Here obediently. Then there's Hayate Dono. Unlike us, Hayate-san is from the Beastman side, so I'm worried that he might have taken our side and been treated as a traitor and treated badly. Yes, considering Jinya Dono, it might not be surprising what they'll do to him. Hayate-san was on our side in that situation. Above all, she cared a lot about Amako, so I hope he's okay. But now that we're trapped, there's nothing we can do about it. We'll have to wait and see for a little while, right? Yeah. I sat on the floor and stared at the mousy ceiling. Yes, for now, we'll just have to wait and see. First, I'll wait for contact from Amako or Nia. If we don't hear from them in 3 days, we'll move. It's been a long time since I've been put in jail. Is that so? Wait, what? What do you mean you've been put in jail? In an instant, I was pulled back to reality and turned to look at Arksan, who was laughing. Well, it's not a jail, it's more like a cell. I'd be surprised if it was solitary confinement. I hadn't imagined Arksan to be put in such a place. You're buying into it too much. I used to be quite a troublemaker myself. I can't even count on the fingers of my hands the number of times I was thrown into solitary confinement for causing a ruckus with a coworker and was made to reflect on it all night. Honestly, I can't imagine it at all. Ha ha ha. It was quite a surprise that there was such a time when Arksan, who was polite, serious, a good cook, and a good fighter, had such a time. After that, as we continued to exchange idle conversation to distract ourselves from our anxiety, we heard the sound of several people's footsteps coming from the stairs leading to the ground. I stopped my conversation and looked at the stairs, and what came down was Hayate-san, bound by 2 Beastman soldiers and was shackled and put in the same cell as us. If you look closely, you can see that his mouth is covered with blood and his cheeks are swollen. Hayate-san, are you okay? I glare at the soldiers who brought him here. The soldiers turned away hurriedly and slunk back to the ground. They were just following Jinya's orders to bring me here. Please don't blame them too much. Hayate-san got up, holding his painfully swollen cheek. If my healing magic hadn't been blocked, I could have healed his wounds. More importantly, I have to apologize to you guys. Saying that, Hayate-san's expression turned painful, and he got down on his knees, almost crashing into the ground despite the shackles he was wearing. I'm sorry. I brought out the worst in you guys just because I made you meet Jinya. Worst thing? Hayate-san, what the hell is Jinya-san trying to do? Raising his head, Hayate-san clenched both fists tightly as if he was trembling with anger. I was under the impression that Kanoko's research had failed. But the truth is, it didn't. Kanoko's research was a success, although the results were not what I had expected. But no one knew about it, except one person. Except for one person. No way. Yeah, it's Jinya. That's when I realized the answer to my inexplicable anticipation when Kanoko-san was taken hostage. It wasn't a premonition based on magical vision like Hafa's, but Jinya-san's genuine prediction of my movements. Just like Amako's precognitive magic. Jinya extracted the precognition magic from Kanoko and made it his own. The moment I heard those words from Hayate-san, I was almost overcome by an inexplicable rage. He had taken Amako's mother away from her, and now he's using that magic as his own? Had he taken her magic and then taken Kanoko hostage, or worse, tried to kill her? And now he's turned his attention to Amako. He was bragging about it, you know. This is an awesome power. It's too good to be owned by one individual. Unfucking believable. Jinya-san is going to start the research that kept Kanoko awake, and now he's going to start it on Amako. What did he mean? I'll let her go. Everything he says is full of lies, isn't it? Author's note. With precognitive magic, hostages, and poisoned arrows, Usato was finally caught. Jinya was also scared inside. Originally, he was supposed to be attacked during the discussion. As for the reason for the failure, it's because Usato's reflexes are not right. I've been angry about a lot of things on this trip so far. I've been angry at Mina for torturing Nak, at Fegnis for trying to use the word sacrifice to describe Eva in Samaria. I was angry at Leona who was willing to risk her life without regard for her own. My anger right now is at the level I was at with Fegnis-san in Samaria. But the only difference was that I kept my cool and didn't show my anger. I was surprised at myself, but it seems that when I get angry beyond words, I become calm. So, what sort of method is Jinya-san thinking of using to extract the magic from Amako? It should be the same as it was with Kanoko. Probably, Jinya is trying to extract the precognition magic using Tawa. I see, so we just have to destroy it. Well, yeah, that's not a given, but... Usato Dono, please calm down. I was rebuked by Arksan. Even though I was able to maintain my composure, I thought of solving the problem by force as I had been doing. I coughed to fool Hayate-san, who was pulling away lightly, and asked him what was bothering him. Ahem. So anyways, what does this Towa magic tool look like? It looks like a black box, but it's bigger than a normal tool. I think it's roughly the size of 2 huts. It's a black box, but it's huge. It's foreign to me, considering the magic tools I've seen so far. It's that big? Then it's going to be quite noticeable. No, it was disassembled after the Kanoko incident. But the disassembled parts are also part of the results of our research, so they haven't been disposed of. One of them is the one you guys saw at the entrance of the building. Was that the one I saw before my audience with Jinya-san? It makes a lot more sense now that they're keeping it in the Beastman tribe's headquarters. Nodding nearby, Arc-san asks Hayate-san a question. If it's disassembled, does that mean it will take some time to assemble? Yes. They have to gather the parts, so it should take at least 3 days. In the meantime, soldiers are guarding it closely. I could just ram it in, hit it with all the punches with my gauntlet, and be done with it. Obviously I'm not saying these out loud because there are beastmen on guard here. But doesn't Hayate-san's story make you think anything of it? I looked at the guard casually and he was looking at me with a pensive look in his eyes. Is something the matter? Yusato Dono. Oh, no, it's nothing. I'll think about the soldier's reaction later now. Anyway, for now, I need to get as much information as I can out of Hayate-san. How has Amako been? Right now she's in a private room and, good, she's locked up. The owl is your familiar, but it's been deemed a particularly harmless creature, and it's staying with Amako. Oh, and the blue grizzly you brought with you is with the horses. I see. Nia must have been able to successfully become an owl. Thank goodness she didn't hoot in a stupid ho 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 kind of voice. It's great news for us that we were able to get Nia inside the Beastman tribe. Blurin is, yeah, I'm sure he's coasting as usual. With Amako locked up, it is unlikely that she will be able to reach us. If they do, it will probably be through Nia, or when Jinya-san has some sort of plan to bring us together. Should we move now? No, we should wait a little longer. Even though they have at least 3 days to finish reassembling the tower, we can't afford to wait too long. I'm not sure what to do. Or should I wait for Amako and Nia to contact me? No, I can't decide. In the first place, how can I, a basic muscle for brains, make such a decision? No, rather, isn't this where my well-trained body will come into play? I knew the average arm strength of the Beastman tribe from arm wrestling in the hidden village, and I had already confirmed their movements in a game of tag with Linka. I can at least subdue a Beastman soldier with a healing punch. I don't know how far into the future Jinya-san can see, but if we grab Amako and Kanoko quickly, we can destroy his plans. As I was thinking about how to move forward, Arc-san tapped me on the shoulder with his shackled hand. Yusato Dono, I'll say it again. Please calm down. Ah, yes. Excuse me. It would have been nice if Nia and Amako had been here at a time like this. Whenever I was struggling with something similar, either Amako or Nia was always there to give me advice and help me out. I can rely on Arc-san enough, but I still feel sad that the two people I should be are not there. I've been relying on them more than I thought I would. Someone's coming down. The sound of someone's footsteps coming down the stairs echoed from upstairs. I'm sure he didn't bring anyone with him like Hayate-san did. Could it be Jinya-san himself? As I watched the stairs, bracing myself to see who would come, I was surprised to see an unexpected person coming down from the upper floor. A man with silver hair dressed in black and a woman with fiery red hair. If that were all, they would be ordinary people, but the two had one feature in common. So, the captured humans are here. I don't know. But we did find one that looks like it. Brown skin, horns on his head. The two men, who shared the same species characteristics as Firm, looked at me wide-eyed in the prison. The man who spotted us came closer to the cage. Naturally, the Beastman soldier on guard tried to stop him, but when he saw the two men, he froze in fear. No doubt, these two are demons. Yeah, that's right. The demon man affirmed the words I muttered to myself, and crouched down to make eye contact with me, who was sitting on my haunch. The moment our eyes met, I remembered a familiar feeling and understood it instantly. I knew immediately who was spying on me when I came to the land of the Beastmen. Nice to meet you? No, it's been a while for me. No, I guess it doesn't matter either way. That's quite a pompous greeting. Is that a popular thing to do here? Haha. The demon man, who looked puzzled for a moment, smiled even more, looking somewhat amused. Well, I did it out of spontaneity. The guy behind me got mad at me later, so forgive me. See? That's why the Beastman soldiers were so scared of me, though. That's your fault, isn't it? The demon man smiled cheerfully. What's this guy doing here? Maybe this man and the woman in front of him are not ordinary. The more you look at them, the stronger and more dangerous they look. Both Arc-san and Hayate-san are aware of this, expressing caution. It looks like you've been through a lot. Did you guys instigate Jinya? When Hayate-san mentioned this, the man shook his head. No, no. All we've done is negotiate. Oi, mind your words. It's fine. And I'd hate for them to think that this whole thing is our fault. The woman behind him tried to stop him, but the man refused. It's not your place to hold a grudge against us here, okay? We're just here to ask for your help. We have no part in what the bigwigs here are doing, or what they're doing to you. So he's trying to antagonize the humans of his own volition. What in the... Maybe Hayate-san still believes in Jinya-san. Being a childhood friend, it can't be a shallow relationship. Beastmen have been oppressed by humans, you know. Wouldn't it be strange if they weren't hostile? Yeah, it's not strange. But you see, many innocent compatriots were killed in the past battles between humans and demons. Our ancestors tried to live a peaceful life in the deep forest so that the beastmen would not fight anymore. And yet, all the people of the beastman race are now involved in this war. The man scratched his head, looking bummed out by Hayate-san's words. That hurts my ears. But hey, we only asked for your cooperation. Of course, we prepared an option to refuse, but it was your chief who accepted it, of all people. Yeah, I know. I know that what I just said is nothing more than an attempt to take it out on you. But I can't help but say it, can I? We're going to get caught up in your war. Although Hayate-san is not aware of it, the brunt of his words is directed at me as well. No matter how much of a pretext it was to visit the Beastman country, the fact that I showed the letter to Jinya-san is a fact that cannot be excused. I'm sorry about that. But just like you guys have your own circumstances, we have our own circumstances too. Well. The man shifted his gaze from the indignant Hayate-san to me. I heard from the guys here. You're a healing magician from the kingdom of Lingle, right? Are you here to kill me? The healing magicians of the Lingle kingdom should be hated by the Demon King's army to the point of being the enemy of their eyes. It is not surprising that they would try to eliminate me, Rose's subordinate and disciple. In fact, the demon woman with distinctive red hair behind the man is glaring at me with tremendous eyesight. However, unlike what I expected, the man shook his head in a funny way. No thanks. I'm not under such orders, and now that you are trapped in the land of beasts, I can't touch you. Then why have you contacted us? Because I was curious about the healing magician who captured Firm, who is being held captive in the Lingle kingdom. Apparently, from the look on your face, I'm pretty sure it's you. Oh shit, I was caught off guard by my own upset. I was taken aback when Firm's name was mentioned. The real one was different than I thought. As far as I'm concerned, I thought he'd be weaker, but you're a lot more blunt than you look. It's no wonder Firm didn't come back. I'm not sure how rude that was, but it was. Why do I have to be told this by someone I've never met before? In the first place, you and I are supposed to be enemies. Why would you want to know anything about me? I'm taking a personal interest in you. I have a bad feeling that you're interested in me. Even though I'm just overwhelmed by the current situation, it's too troublesome to be interested in a demon races, moreover a person of considerable power. That's enough. There's no need to say any more. The red-haired woman behind the man said this as they fell silent to each other. The man grumbled, but reluctantly stood up when the red-haired woman glared at him. If you're my subordinate, I wouldn't mind a little flexibility. I'm your temporary subordinate. I didn't come here to curry favor with you. Ha ha ha, okay. See you later, healing magician. I'll look forward to seeing you again. As for me, I don't want to see you again. I'm relieved that he's finally gone, but I notice the red-haired woman looking at me, and I tighten my loosened grip. You have the same eyes. What? Eyes filled with a strong will. I see, it seems to be true that you are his subordinate. Maybe there was a bit of a point to coming here. The way she talks, she sounds like she knows Rose personally. Is there a connection? The red-haired woman took one last look at my face and then followed the man to the stairs. However, we and the demon men and women looked towards the stairs as someone else came down from the other end. Why are you here? It was Jinya-san who came after the demon race. He had a surprised look on his face when he saw the two demons trying to climb the stairs. I had some free time, so I came to see what kind of people came here. Was that a bad idea? I don't like it when you act on your own. Haha, my bad. Well then, let's just say that outsiders should stay back quietly. I'm more on the side of stopping them, though. The man and woman from the demon tribe walked upstairs, passing Jinya-san. After seeing them off and letting out a sigh, Jinya-san turns around and walks to the front of the cage. Looking closely, there's someone behind him. Amako. Amako Dano. Yusato. Amako looks down. Jinya-san silently shifts to the side, letting her advance to the front of the cage. Nia is gone. What do you mean? What was the purpose of Jinya-san bringing Amako here? Amako, where's Nia? I left her in her room. If you want to talk about it, I'm the only one who can. Her expression was unreadable because she was lying on her face. What's wrong, Amako? What's going on? Arc-san is also looking at her with concern. Yusato. Don't come to, save me. What do you mean? I saw the premonition. Amako interrupted my voice, her shoulders shaking loudly as she spoke. All my precious friends. Yusato, Arc-san, all of you are going to die. When she looked up so that only I could see her, her expression was far from sad, it was full of determination. Author's note. Amako's words at the end might make you go at the end. Author's note, this is from Hayato's point of view. Amako's words to her traveling companions Yusato and Arc-san were enough to mean the worst for me. I didn't miss the small smile on Jinya-san's face as Yusato and Arc-san were speechless and in despair. Did you force Amako to say that? Don't get me wrong. This is Amako's choice. This is the result of her working to prevent the future from becoming the future she saw. You're the one who made her do it. How much more despicable do you have to be to make yourself feel better? You were supposed to be an intelligent man, capable of making rational decisions at all times. How did it come to this? You took the mother away from one girl, and now you're not satisfied with that, you want to take away her life. That's not something that the head of the clan should be doing, no, as an adult. You keep your mouth shut. I'll at least listen quietly to your last parting words. Tisk. That's how far you've fallen. Until now, I might have been inclined to believe Jinya in my heart. I wanted to believe in you, my childhood friend who I grew up playing with. And yet, you're trying to sacrifice even your childhood friend's precious daughter. This is no longer the Jinya I knew. What I see here now is nothing more than a despicable man wielding the toy of precognition magic for nothing. I understood that fact to the point of disgust, so I didn't say another word to him and turned my attention to Amako, Yusato and the others. There was Amako with her head down and Yusato with a frustrated look on his face. What do you mean we're going to die? I saw it in my premonition. So it's really... Yet. Amako foresaw the deaths of both Yusato and Arc-san. It implied that it was a future that could not be changed as long as the two of them tried to help Amako. Precognition magic is a special kind of magic that only women can awaken. It is a strange magic, as if it is destined not to be awakened by men who mainly fight, but its efficacy is uniquely powerful and different. The nature of precognitive magic, which is clearly different from existing magic, makes it possible to predict and change even the fate of the future from the present. For this reason, beast women who are awakened to precognitive magic have been called princesses of time and treated with great care. In a practice that has continued since ancient times, a girl with precognitive magic was born. Amako, the daughter of the previous princess of time, was born. Her precognitive magic was clearly different from that of the previous princess of time. Amako's precognition was stronger than that of any previous magician of precognition. She was able to use her precognition magic, which is normally only used to foresee the future a little bit ahead and the future suddenly, to foresee up to a minute or more ahead even in normal times, and to see more vivid and accurate predictions in the form of dreams. What was most amazing was that she could choose the future, albeit under certain conditions. The prediction that she saw was the death of her friends Yusato and Arc-san. The fate was so hopeless and cruel that I almost couldn't handle the feeling of frustration and helplessness. It's too late. I can't help Mom either. Why are you giving up? You don't know that yet. No. No matter how much I think about it, I can't think of a way to help my mom by myself. I, more than Yusato thinks, couldn't do it alone, even if I tried my best. I'm not. A sob escaped from Amako, whose shoulders shook as she turned her head. In this country, there is no one who can help us except us here. You know that, don't you Yusato? This place is not so easy to get out of. This is a prison that seals magic, built with rare rocks from deep in the forest. The place has been unused for a long time, but the magic sealing effect seems to be in effect. In addition, the shackles on my hands are carved from a great tree that boasts of its strength and hardness, and are too strong for even a beast to remove. It's impossible for a human with slightly superior physical abilities to break them. That's why I have no choice but to get the two of you out. But I'm sure Yusato and Arc-san will try to save me. Of course I will. There's no way I could just leave you and walk out of here. I don't want to lose any more people I care about. Yusato turned over in frustration at Amako's words. Arc turns away from Amako who is sobbing, as if regretting her own disappointment. I can't see his expression, but it's not hard to imagine. Yusato, forget about me already. Yusato has a lot of things he has to do in the Lingal Kingdom, don't you? Goodbye, Yusato. Finally, Yusato turned over and became mute. Looking down at him, Amako gave a small nod and turned her gaze to Jinya. I've already said everything I wanted to say. You've been more fragile than I thought. Well, I guess the relationship between humans and beastmen is only this fragile. You don't understand. Even if it takes you a lifetime, you will never understand. I don't have to understand. It's impossible to understand people. After giving Jinya's words a cold stare, as if he wasn't interested, the hooded Amako went upstairs with her guards. Jinya, who was left behind, looked down at Usato and Arc-san, who remained silent, and began to speak in the same cold tone as usual. You two will be released in 3 days. I will not renege on my promise to you in exchange for Amako herself. With those words, I couldn't stand it. It was painful to watch. He was forcing me to say goodbye that I didn't want to do, and the person who made me do it was mocking me for being fragile. With anger, I shouted at Jinya. Jinya. What? Tell me this lastly. Are you going to use the precognition magic you stole from Amako on yourself? Ha! Jinya scoffed at my words. What's so funny? I almost got angry, but before I could, he opened his mouth. No, I'm not. I'm not alone this time. Wah! Amako's precognitive magic will be given to me here, and to the elite of our country. Nonsense. As of 2 years ago, the magic to be transferred should only activate on one target. No, it's developed in secret. While my mind was going blank, I understood why the chiefs had agreed with Jinya's words. An elite unit that could use precognitive magic. A warrior who never missed an attack on their enemy, the embodiment of the picture-perfect world. Of course, some of the chiefs may have objected to this, but this man would not be surprised if he forced the chiefs to agree by taking their relatives hostage. What do you think I kept you as my assistant for? You have a sense of justice and compassion, and you have the support of the people, so I wanted to put you in a position where you could be watched at all times. Why is that? It's obvious, to keep the research secret. If you knew the research was going on, you would definitely try to stop it, wouldn't you? That's what got in the way. Oh, of course I will. I'm not going to let you do research that will result in someone else's death. There are not only soldiers here, but also old people, women, and children here too. No, in fact, the only people who can fight are in the home country. The people living in the hidden village are good people who live a life unrelated to fighting. So I have to live in fear of human shadows forever. Don't change the subject. I'm talking about the people. You're out of line. I can't reach a conclusion talking to you. Which one is? The conversation was hopelessly out of sync. My words are not getting through to Jinya. I was talking about the people, but Jinya only gave reasons for being hostile to humans. I tried to say something back, but realizing that there was nothing more I could say to this man, I ignored Jinya and looked at Usato. There was a definite bond between Usato and Amako. There was a friendship that transcended the boundaries of race. And yet, being forced to part with her must have been more painful for him than I could ever imagine. After Jinya's departure, a heavy atmosphere prevailed in the prison. After the farewell was announced by Amako, Usato and Arc sat in silence and did not show the slightest reaction. It's understandable, after they've been through so much. It's not surprising that they were stunned. Usato, that. Hate-san. At the same time I called out to him, he, who had been silent, called out my name. Surprised, I looked up as I replied back. What's going to happen to you, Hate-san? Me? I'm probably going to be kicked out of here. If the reason I was assisting him was to keep an eye on him, Jinya wouldn't leave me as his assistant forever now that he no longer needed me. But I'm more worried about you guys than me. I'll be fine if I get kicked out of here, but not you guys. Jinya promised to let you go, but he didn't promise that you'd be safe afterwards. Worst case scenario, you could be assassinated in secret after you leave the country. I knew it. Do you think the same way, Arc-san? At Usato's words, Arc opened his mouth that had been closed for a long time after pondering a bit. Thinking normally, he wouldn't think of letting us back alive, knowing about our alliance with the Demon King's army. If that's the case, how could Amako not come up with that idea? Yeah, I was just trying to make sure, but I'm glad I wasn't wrong. Hey. I was taken aback by the suddenness with which the two of them started talking, but what surprised me the most was that they didn't feel a shred of the sadness that should have dominated the prison. I felt an inexpressible weirdness in their conversation, as if they were reconfirming their own situation. Perhaps they thought the same thing I did, but the soldiers on guard were also looking at Usato and Arc as if they were two different creatures. Just then, I heard the sound of someone coming down from the stairs on the ground. The person who came down was a female beast wearing a Hinomoto soldier's uniform. It was hard to see her face in the dimly lit prison, but perhaps she had come for a change? It's time for your shift. Isn't it early? I don't think it's time yet. And what's with the luggage? You're not supposed to bring anything in here that you don't need. Tisk. The moment I heard what sounded like a tongue lashing, I thought I saw the eyes of the beastly woman who had taken my turn glowing suspiciously. Was it an optical illusion? Or is she tired? As she rubbed her eyes with her shackled hands, the beastly woman recited the same words to the soldier on guard as before. It's time for a change. Understood. Yet. The soldier on guard walked away from the scene with a feverish expression on his face. I can't see much in the dark, but I don't recognize her. A new soldier, perhaps? After watching one of the guards leave, the woman looks around and then walks over to our cell, carrying what looks like a package that she has hidden somewhere. What is it? What are you going to do? It looks like you got the message, Yusato. Yet. What? A dumbfounded voice leaks from the conversation, which is not what I expected. The woman, or rather the girl, took out a prison key from her pocket. You should be grateful, right? I'm here to help you. You've saved me again this time. Thank you, Nia. Thank you for saving us. Yusato and Arksan stood up with a dazed look on their faces. Who is this girl in front of me? From the looks of it, she looks like a beastman soldier, but their reactions are so open that it's hard to believe they've only known each other for a couple of days. Not able to keep up with the situation, Yusato suddenly raises his hands in front of his chest and easily shatters the shackles with a bang. If it had been a little later, I would have escaped on my own. What? You could have made it out on your own? What? You can? Then why did you just sit there and let it happen? It's funny that you could really do it. I went through a lot of trouble to get here, so you should at least let me help a little. Oh, and I've brought Ark's weapon. Thank you. Yusato Dono, can you take mine off as well? Arksan asked Yusato as if it was natural for him to be able to destroy it, and my confused mind became even more confused. Of course. I'll break Hayate-san's now, too. That's not what I meant. What the hell is going on here? Yusato easily removed the shackles from the female soldier I didn't recognize. I don't know what's going on anymore. Where's the somber mood I was in just now? Sensing my confusion, Yusato grabbed the shackles on my arms and smiled fearlessly. Just as planned. For what? Amako's. He shattered the shackles with a bang. Yeah, it really is as easy as snapping a piece of wood. Oh, are the fetters rotten on the inside? After throwing away the shackles that had been turned into pieces of wood, Yusato tilted his head to look at the beastly girl called Nia, who had used the key to open the prison. Why do you have dog-like ears? Oh, did you notice that? I figured I had to start with a disguise, so I grew dog ears. Do you like it? The girl posed with her black ears as if it was alive. Yusato smiles at her. If you think about it, you have too many attributes, don't you? What do you mean by that? And also, what do you think? Yeah, it's cute. Gugugu, it's disgusting that it's appropriate. The girl snarls in frustration, but Yusato brushes her off and turns back to me, who's still stunned in my prison cell. I'll explain the plan later. For now, let's get out of here. Oh. Maybe they are even more tremendous than I imagined. Author's note. It's supposed to be a conversation between Amako and Yusato full of serious elements, but from the perspective of knowing Yusato, it's full of discomfort. Nia has acquired the Kemonomimi attribute. After being rescued by Nia and successfully leaving the prison, we were walking up the stairs leading to the ground with Hayate-san, who still hadn't grasped the situation. Nia, is everything okay with Amako? Yeah, it's night now so it's deceiving. From their side, I'm just a familiar owl, so they don't seem to think I'm that dangerous. Hayate-san who was behind me let out a squeak of surprise at Nia's comment about being a familiar. A familiar demon? Wait, you mean that girl is a demon? Even humanoid demons are rare, but I can't believe she's a familiar demon. I'm not going to go into the details, but I had Nia disguised as an owl to follow Amako. I see, I guess they won't suspect a thing if she's an owl. That's right. A familiar demon on its own is not considered that dangerous. In addition, Nia naturally plays the role of a carefree owl that doesn't seem to pose any threat, so it's not obvious that she's a powerful demon. But I don't know what the plan is. What was the point of the conversation between you and Amako? First of all, Amako told us that she saw a prediction that we were going to die. Even if it was a correct prediction, she's not going to give up like that now. The premonition that saw me being stabbed by Nia. Amako had absolute faith in her prediction, so she thought that the future would turn out exactly as she predicted. However, she learned that you can't understand the whole future, just one aspect of it. There was no way she could have said that she should give up because she saw the prediction. I'm sure she'd say with a straight face, this level of prediction won't kill Yusato. In the first place, I knew it was a lie when she said all her friends, but didn't include Nia. Moreover, I'm not sure how you're going to die. You're a monster that would fight a dragon head-on. Let alone a human like Ark. How dare she explain it like that to Hayate? I'll punish Nia later. Remember this when you return to the kingdom of Lingle, I'll give you to Inugami-senpai with your dog ears on. And that's the part where she said that she's alone. First of all, Amako is not alone. I see. Because Amako had this girl with her. There's also Blurin, though. She only dared to mention mine and Arksan's names in that place, so I noticed. The other thing is that Amako said she couldn't come up with any ideas on her own. That's the first inkling indicating that Amako was lying, so I decided that Nia had found the clue that would save Amako's mother. Right, Nia? I called out to Nia as she walked in front of me, and she turned around, looking a little surprised. Well, I'm not sure, but I did find one. But I'm surprised you came up with that idea. Are you really Yusato? You're kind of too perceptive and weird. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize, but please stop clapping your hands in my ear. Hey. Because there's no way you'd know about Tawa and not look into it. My guess is that I knew Amako's words were a lie in the first place. As for Nia, she's been lurking in the background lately, but she's always had a curious nature. It would be unnatural if Nia didn't go to investigate after learning about the special magic tool called Tawa. The thing I was most worried about was whether or not you would come to our aid. Well, I could have broken the shackles and the cage and escaped, but then the noise would have alerted them and caused a commotion. So I waited for you until the sunrise. So that's why you guys have been so quiet for so long. It's an act to make it look like we're depressed. Even Ark. Chuckling at Hayate-san's words, Ark-san nodded, and he slumped his shoulders dejectedly. I guess he was worried about me. He must have been angry not only for Amako's sake, but for ours as well. Nia, have you seen Blurin? If you know where he is, I'd like you to take me there. Don't worry about that. I brought him with me when I came here. I found him by accident and she's with me. Her? Did you bring anyone else with you? No. I guess it's more accurate to say that I picked that up rather than brought it with me. Nia says that with a subtle expression. As I was about to ask her about it, I noticed that the stairs ended and we were on the ground. The air felt like it had been a long time since I had been outside, and the moonlight was shining in from above. When I finally get outside, someone jumps at me from the side of the door. I thought, enemy, but when I realized who it was, I didn't dodge and just took it. Yusato. Amako's been captured. I tried to do something about it, but it was no use at all. The soldiers gave me sweets and sent me home. Lilinka. I can understand why Nia would have an awkward expression on her face at this. She hugs me with a face soggy with snot and tears, so I hold her down so that my uniform doesn't get dirty, and calm Linka down. I'll definitely save Amako. So first, you need to stop crying. Sniff, okay. Is this girl really 14? She's the complete opposite of the mature Amako. I'm relieved when Linka finally stops crying, and Blurin that Nia brought approaches from the direction she flew from. Gryu. Blurin, did they do anything to you? Guffaw. The expression on his face was somewhat satisfied as he patted his stomach. Don't tell me you got a lot of food from the beastman? But well, I'm glad he's okay. Linka. I'm glad to see that you're safe. Did that bastard Jinya do anything to you? Hayate-san, who followed me outside, approached Linka with a relieved expression. Linka's reaction to seeing her father again was more tepid than I expected. Ah. Dad. I'm glad you were able to come out. I'm fine. Oh, what? Isn't your reaction a bit too indifferent? I was thinking that you could be more happy. Because you're my father. Anyways, we have more pressing matters like saving Amako. That's terrible. A rebellious daughter? Hayate-san is slumping her shoulders heavily at the at-ease Linka, then regained his composure and turned to us. Yusato, I'm going to call a hootbird now, do you mind? Hey. Wait, if you use a hootbird now, you're gonna alert them. Is he going to send a letter to someone? Nia's question was understandable, but Hayate-san seemed to have an idea, so let's hear it out. Due to my position, I've been assigned to assist the chief, and as part of that, I've been leading a security team to guard the country. So I'd like to tell my men to get out of here and meet up with you at a place away from the country. Can I not do that? Your men? Oh, you meant the ones who greeted me when I arrived here. Yes, that's right. You mean the beastman woman I scared away? I don't know what to do, it seems a bit inadvertent to send Hootbird here. Isn't Jinya's man or something mixed up in there? I don't think so. He's been my subordinate since before I became his assistant, and more importantly, if he wanted to keep an eye on me, who often gives orders away from the field, he would have found a better place to do so. I see. If he was the chief's assistant, he must have a lot of work to do besides guarding. If that's the case, it would be better to have him infiltrate a closer position rather than going to the trouble of watching Hayate-san with the security force. Besides, we need at least one friend right now, you know. Hayate-san's eyes seemed to be preparing for something as he muttered that. Indeed, thinking about the future, I want at least one companion. When I put my hand on my chin and was troubled, Hayate-san continued to speak in a bit of a panic. Oh, and don't worry about the hoot bird. The one I'm about to call isn't a regular hoot bird, but one for troops only, so no one but my subordinates should be able to find out about it. You Sato, you decide. I understand. But please be very careful. It's dangerous in some ways, but it's also beneficial for us. At the rendezvous point, where there's a danger of ambush, Blurin and I can follow Hayate-san. Hayate-san nodded at my words and whistled with his fingers in his mouth. Now all we had to do was wait for Hayate-san's hoot bird, and I would use the time to talk to Nia. Nia. I know. Let me take care of Amako. Thanks. And, you know how to help Amako's mother, don't you? I can't say for sure. But it's worth a try. The only problem is, we'll have to wait for them to finish this Tawa thing. Wait for it to be finished. So that's why Amako is still here. Yes. If Tawa is included in the condition to save Amako's mother, then it must be paired with it. But Tawa will not be paired without Amako. That's why Amako stayed behind on her own. Amako is also reckless. You're always doing such reckless things, though. Do you understand? That's how we feel all the time. Yeah, there's a lot to be said for that, isn't there? When you put yourself in the other person's shoes, you feel ashamed that you can't do anything. Now is not the time to get sentimental. Even though we haven't caused any trouble, we are in the middle of enemy territory. We can't afford to be complacent. Also, I'll tell you what I found out about Jinya's precognitive magic. What is it? Jinya's precognition magic is weaker than Amako's. Oh, is that so? Yes. He heard Amako's prediction of the future and didn't say anything. The range of prediction in normal times is probably less than 10 seconds. How do you know all that? Nia smiled wickedly at the continued question. Because the move to catch you was too careless. He probably thought you were just a human being and was setting a trap for you. You were going to do something when you stopped him, weren't you? And now that you've succeeded, they must have been distraught. I see. In other words, if he can see the future and can only take measures like that, then Jinya's precognition magic is not that great. I'm not sure if I feel like I'm being treated like an outsider, but let's leave it at that. In other words, according to Amako and Nia, Jinya's precognitive magic is backward compatible with Amako's. Well, I can't say it's a weak magic either way, but this is a good detail. Also, and I know this is after the fact, but, is it okay to use my ability here? Your ability, hey. In this case, she's not talking about magic, but the vampire charm and the ability to manipulate people that she just used. The power to deceive people, which until now, I have forbidden to use for physical reasons. It's an ability that has been kept from me until now because I didn't want to use it to manipulate people, but there's no way I'm not going to use it in this situation. Rather, if I'm being mocked this much, I'll do it to my heart's content. How many people can you get on your side? I myself have a limited time to act, and with Jinya having precognitive magic, I have to move with extreme caution. In addition, because of the problem of magic power, I think I can get about a quarter of the soldiers here in 3 days. Can't you control Jinya-san directly? Or bother him with charms or something? That's impossible. It's too risky against precognitive magic, and in case you're wondering, charms don't work on everyone. It almost never works on someone like Yusato, who has an unusually strong mind. So it doesn't work on people with strong minds. And the ability to manipulate people is useless if you don't take advantage of their weaknesses because you have to bite them. They say that every useful thing has its drawbacks, and Nia's ability is no exception. It's almost impossible to target him in his sleep in a limited time because he's heavily guarded. That guy, when he's unconscious, he's thoroughly protecting himself. I guess that's natural in a way. Jinya-san probably has total faith in precognitive magic. It would be strange if he didn't take any measures at bedtime, his only weak point. He seems to have a lot of faith in his precognitive magic, but that can be a weakness. Okay, I get it. Just don't move as suspiciously as possible. I know. I've ruled a village for 300 years without anyone noticing, you know? There's no way I'd screw that up. It's not something to be proud of, though. I chuckled at Nia's words, but I was reassured by her confidence now. Well then, I'm going back to Amako's place. Oh, yeah, Yusato. I have a message for you from Amako. A message? I wonder what it is. As I braced myself for something important, Nia said, somewhat dismissively. It says, be sure to come save me. TL, that's just so sweet. The words startle me for a moment, but I quickly smile. Yeah, of course. Tell her I'll definitely help her. Yes, I will definitely tell her that. With a poof, she transformed into an owl, nodded, and flew away as if melting into the darkness of the night. I took a deep breath, made up my mind, and then turned around to look at Arksan and the others. After parting ways with Nia, Hayate-san sent the hootbird to his men and took us with him as he attempted to escape from the land of beasts. Even though we were trying to escape, it was now the time of day when everyone was asleep. Except for the soldiers on guard, no one is walking around outside, so getting around itself is not that difficult. I knew I was right to wait for Nia, didn't I? Yes, it was. If we had caused a commotion at that place, it might have been difficult to escape. In the worst case scenario, me and Blurin could have carried everyone and escaped, but that would have been too dangerous, so it was a last resort. So I'm really glad we were able to escape without anyone noticing. But I wanted to bring my horse with me, too. It's easy to take Blurin around, but taking a horse would be a problem for us to get around in the dark. We can just get them back later once we save Amako Dano. The horses that have walked the long road with us are also our friends. That's why I wanted to take them with me without abandoning them, but I had no choice but to leave them behind for now. Are you still mad me, Linka? Linka, walking next to me, looked up at me with amusing expression. Of course not. If I heard that Amako got caught for such a super stupid reason, I'd have this look on my face. I told Linka why Amako had been captured. I probably shouldn't really talk about it, but I decided that since this girl was Amako's friend, I should explain it properly. When Linka heard the story, she became so angry that her face turned red. What did Amako do to them? For such a selfish reason, Amako's mother was taken away from her, and now her freedom is being taken away as well. That's just too crazy. Yes, I think so too. I agreed with Linka's words, stifling my emotions. Perhaps curious about my situation, Linka looked up at me with some doubt. Aren't you mad at them, Yusato? You haven't shown any signs of anger since a while ago. Me? I'm not angry at it. You're lying. Surprised by the immediate reply, Linka looked somewhat confident. Yusato, you're actually very angry, aren't you? Because that was really unnatural. You didn't have a smile in your eyes at all, and it looked normal, but it wasn't normal at all. I guess I have a tendency to show it on my face. As a matter of fact, I have been suppressing my anger. But the reason I didn't explode it in the cage was because my anger wasn't good for Amako. Honestly, how can I not be angry? My friends are about to get hurt. But now is not the time to let my anger take precedence, so I'm trying to keep my cool. This is a problem that can't be solved by raging out of control. I have to save Amako and save Kanoko-san's life. To do that, I have to suppress my anger and hold back for now. But if I explode, I might be in big trouble. Ha ha ha. It might get really tough. Yusato's legs and strength are beyond that of a beast. Linka finally smiled at my joke. But what's really going to happen? Is he going to run around like a big monster? That's not going to happen. Just as I was about to say no, Blurin looked up as if he had noticed something, and I switched my attention. Hey, you guys. At the same time, a voice from behind. I turned around before anyone else and saw two beastmen holding lights and readying their weapons at a distance of more than 20 meters. As soon as I recognized them, I kicked the ground hard and approached the two beastmen in one breath, right under their noses. Hey! Hey! I'm sorry. Muttering softly, I slam a healing punch into each of their abdomens. I went easy on them, but I hit them with enough force to stun them for sure, so they wouldn't wake up until dawn. After checking that the two beastmen were not injured, I wiped my forehead and turned back to Arksan and the others. Whew, thank goodness they were knocked out before we were found out. Looking behind me, I see two parents and their children, their faces pale and stunned. Near them is Arksan who is smiling bitterly, and Blurin who is absent-minded. Once again, I look at the unconscious soldier and return with a sullen look on my face. It's not life-threatening, they'll be fine. That's a lie. I guess parents and children are alike. I couldn't help but give them a twitchy smile as they both dexterously stifled their voices. Author's note, this is from Amako's POV. I was happy just to have my mother in my life. Ever since I can remember, there was no one I could call a father. But I never felt lonely because I had my mother. You can't be like me. That was the memory of that day 2 years ago. It was the last conversation we had when Mother met me a few days before she fell asleep. With tears streaming down her face, Mother hugged me tenderly, as if this was the last goodbye. Mother. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing? She slowly put her hands on my shoulders and let go of my body. She wiped away her tears and looked at me with eyes that showed extraordinary determination. Amako, you shouldn't be here. You can't stay here, you can't live a normal life, you can't be happy. Yes. Don't say anything right now, just listen. This is the only time I can tell you this, when no one is looking. I didn't know what that meant. There was no inconvenience in my life now, no reason to leave. I didn't understand why I had to leave. There is no future for you here. But there is one out there. So you're going to live in a new place. And you're following as well, right, mother? Mom smiled sadly at my words. I'm sorry, but I can't go with you. I have some things I have to do here. What? It's important. It's okay, you're a strong girl. You'll find someone you can truly believe in. Mother's words sounded like she was sure of something. That was the last conversation my mother and I had 2 years ago. At that time, mother's face was sad, but her concern for my safety was filled with the same kindness as always. Amako, I'm home. I was woken up by Nia's cerebral voice coming in through the window provided in the high place. It wasn't a prediction, it was a dream about what happened 2 years ago. Rubbing my eyes, I got up from the futon and turned my attention to Nia, who had moved to a perch prepared by her caretaker. How was it? Usato and Ark both knew exactly what to do. Okay. Good. I was hardly worried, though. I was confident that Usato would definitely notice my lie. Nia, you really gave me a rough time, but it turned out to be a good experience. It's kind of thorny the way you say it. Are you still upset about me? I don't care about it now. She doesn't say it out loud, but she really doesn't care because she's quite remorseful. In fact, I'm rather glad that Nia is here in this situation. Because without Nia, I wouldn't have been able to act so freely either. And you know what? I was there to help, and that monster used brute force to get rid of the shackles, and he said that he was able to escape on his own. He doesn't even know what I'm going through. Well, it's not surprising that Usato could escape, let alone Ark-san. Yes, I know, but... And he's even more polished after his fight with Karen in Mirak. Jinya didn't know too much about Usato in the first place, which was kind of the whole point of this mission. No, it's impossible to expect a human whose physical abilities are usually inferior to that of a beastman to move in an unorthodox manner. He seemed to have noticed your lie right away. He was also very perceptive, which I can't imagine is normal. That's true. I said it in a way that only Usato and Ark-san, who have traveled together, could understand. From an outsider's perspective, it would have sounded like I was telling Usato and the others to go home in despair over my prediction. In fact, Jinya, who heard my false prediction, was fooled by it and managed to bring me and Usato together. However, my true intention was to tell Usato and the others that I would fight Jinya head-on. Jinya said our relationship was fragile. But words like that won't shake what we've been through. Do you know how many hardships we've gone through? Nia conjured a wicked dragon. In Samaria, we worked to break the curse. In Mirak, we fought to stop Karen, a dragon man gone mad. They were all tough cases, but we worked together and helped each other through the process. How can I say this? You two trust each other. What are you talking about? Nia is the same. Nia mumbled as if it was someone's problem, and I replied in a dumbfounded way. Nia, whose beak was stunned by my words, immediately smiled in a funny way. That's right. I don't know what I'm talking about. Are you finally a bird head as well as in the eyes? That's rude. I'll peck you. I smiled a little at Nia, who spread her wings in anger and started gesturing with her beak. However, this was not the time for a friendly conversation, so I quickly changed the subject. Speaking of which, did you get permission from Usato? Yes, I did. I've already sucked the blood from the guards and maids. No one will hear or notice you and I talking until it's time for their shift to change. Nia is pretty much what Usato says she is. In terms of danger, Nia is better than most villains. It's really tremendous to be able to increase the number of people you can manipulate in the blink of an eye, even if you are bound to make sure no one notices. Nia's lips twitched slightly, as if she wasn't satisfied with my words. It's not that all-powerful. It takes a lot of magic to control them, and more importantly, I have to suck their blood and suggest them to myself, so it's a lot of work. So it's not like I can control a lot of them. I see. Yeah, so you have to think about when to use it. It's more like Usato's nature is worse. He seems like a harmless person when he's acting normal, but once he shows his true colors, he'll hit you with healing magic. He's also inhumanly fast and powerful, and compared to such a monster, I'm still pretty cute. I don't think either one of them would be able to do that. But Nia wasn't just implying things without thinking, either. Not that I could say it either, when I have a horrible ability. Well, leave it to me to work behind the scenes. I'll remind Jinya who he's pissed off and who he's made enemies with. Yeah, please. This time, Nia might be pissed off. There was no reason for Nia to take it easy on this Jinya guy, who was unreasonably trapped and also refused to keep even the most minimal of promises. Besides, I think that Nia herself likes Yusato. I'm sure she'll never tell him about it. I'm not sure I can speak for anyone else. Oh, and by the way, I've seen your mother's condition. How did it go? I checked again, but I still couldn't feel the magic. It was unnatural, too. She can't feel the magic. It's safe to say that magic doesn't exist in my mother right now. There are two possibilities. Either the magic power itself has disappeared from her body, or the magic power has moved to another place as it is. I'm thinking it's the latter. The magic power has been transferred. There's only one reason I can think of. So it's because of Tawa. Not all of it, but it seems to be part of it. In the first place, it's a magic tool for transferring precognition magic, and since it's said to be incomplete, it wouldn't be surprising if the part that controls Kanoko's own magic power itself was pulled out due to some kind of harm. I had never thought about what would happen if the magic power was removed from a person. It's not the same as consuming magic and losing it. Besides, Mother is still in her body. She's not waking up, but she's still alive in that body. As Yusato tried to heal my mother with the systemic enhancement, her words flowed into his mind through her body. Mother was letting her voice reach us with a certain intent. I heard the voice itself through Yusato, too. It's hard to believe, though. I couldn't believe it either. It was the first time I'd heard my mother's voice in 2 years. I was so shocked that I couldn't even move when Jinya and the others attacked. I've always wondered why my mother stopped waking up. When I heard that she wouldn't wake up no matter what I did, I told myself that she was suffering from a serious illness, and I looked for a healing magician who could do something about the illness. When I got back here I finally understood. I heard about a magic tool called Tawa, and I heard Jinya using my mom's precognitive magic with great pride. But the truth is different. Mother is not sick. She was forced to move the Tawa. She was forced into a situation where she had to do it, so she activated Tawa on her own. The situation, where you had to use an unfinished magic tool, is the reason why your mother would do that. I know. I interrupted Nia's words. Here I am, looking at a part of Mother's memory and I finally know the reason for her words and tears at that time. 2 years ago, I was the one who was supposed to use Tawa. Mother had to stop it, so she took my place instead. He's the only one who could have made me do that. Jinya, the man who had the power from that time. I really shudder to think that if I had stayed in the Beastman country like that, I would have been treated as a component to run Tawa. But more than that, I was angry. My mother would have been trying to create Tawa for me and the other magicians who would be born later. But then they twisted the way it was to make it their own power, and to top it off, he sacrificed even my mother. To be honest, I'm really angry right now. But I'm still able to keep my cool because I still have hope that I can wake her up. I won't let her or myself be used by that man anymore. I'm done being carried away by an unreasonable fate. It's over being scared of an uncertain future. No, we, all will grab the best outcome. If HN wants to play games, we can play games. We'll destroy all that stuff. Yusato will definitely come to my rescue. So let's do what we can until then. What if Yusato doesn't come? You don't have to ask me that, you know what I mean. Nia's tone was mischievous, as if she knew what she was talking about. He'll come. It's Yusato. That's right. The reply to your message was I'll definitely help you. I'm sure Jinya, who looks down on humans, won't even notice this Yusato person. No matter how difficult the situation, he has never given up on someone he wished to help. As I was looking up at the night sky through the high window with the moonlight streaming in, Nia suddenly remembered something and called out to me again. I've been wondering. What? Did you see the future? The future where Yusato and Arcdai was all a lie, wasn't it? The unexpected question made me upset. I shake my head, trying not to let her know how upset I am. I didn't see. But it gave me an idea of the extent of Jinya's precognition. I guess it's convenient, but inconvenient in some ways. I apologize inwardly to Nia for lying to her, who quickly ended the conversation, as if she wasn't that interested. I had seen the prediction. It wasn't a false prediction that Yusato and Arc-san would die, but a genuine prediction. I didn't want Nia to be disturbed, so I decided to keep quiet. Because the future I saw was ominous in a way. In the midst of the battle, Yusato and an unidentified black, masked warrior. I stood behind Yusato, watching the battle intently. I saw the eerie warrior with flickering shadows and a black mask covering his face, fighting more than evenly with Yusato. The masked black man shouted in delight, and Yusato gritted his teeth and raised his right fist wrapped in gauntlet. My prediction ends with the light, as the fight unfolds in a way that my eyes cannot follow. That's all my prediction is. However, I was worried that there was another enemy that threatened Yusato apart from Jinya. After successfully escaping Hinomoto, the land of the beasts, we met up with Hayate-san's men, who had also left the country and were a short distance away. Being wary of ambushes, I asked Arc-san and Linka to stand by while the more mobile Blurin and I followed Hayate-san, but fortunately there were no traitors among Hayate-san's men, so we were able to join him without difficulty. I heard that Hayate-san's subordinates numbered about 30. Originally there were more, but the other subordinates stayed behind to hide in the country and send information to us. We left Hinomoto and headed for the hidden village where Linka's grandfather, Kaguri-san, lived. When we returned to the hidden village early in the morning with Hayate-san, Kaguri-san was very surprised to see us, but when he heard what had happened in Hinomoto, he was just as angry as Hayate-san and Linka. Hayate-san, who had been looking at Kaguri-san with a strange expression on his face, said something shocking with a determined look on his face. I'm going to pull Jinya down from his position as chief. The current Jinya is only focused on fighting. I will not leave my beloved family and people in his hands. I felt his words were very heavy. The next time he looked at us, he bowed deeply and asked for our help. Normally, as outsiders, we were not supposed to cooperate with Hayate-san. However, in this case, it was no problem since Jinya-san was trying to antagonize the humans in the first place. Rather, as a person from the kingdom of Lingle, it's no exaggeration to say that we have the best cause to lend our support to Hayate-san, who is trying to stop us from intervening in the war against humans. After discussing it with Arc-san, I agreed to Hayate-san's offer. I would stop Jinya-san and rescue Amako. After that, I would save Kanoko-san, the ultimate goal of my journey. Recognizing the above objectives, I decided to do what I could until the day Amako was reclaimed. Fu. After arriving at the hidden village and taking a short nap there, I was training in healing magic in front of Kaguri-san's house, who had taken care of me again. I had done all the physical training, but as a healing magician, I still had to practice healing magic. I know I shouldn't be doing that with Amako in captivity. It would be a shame to waste the time until the strategy meeting, so I'll do what I can while I can. Healing Punch. A technique used to stun an opponent unharmed. A fist covered with healing magic is thrust out. The sound of wind rushing through the air is unpleasant. Healing Magic Bullet. A technique used to heal an opponent at a distance. Then, throwing the magic bullet generated in the palm at the tree in front of me. The released magic bullet bursts and disappears with a green flash. After confirming this, I unfolded the gauntlet in my right hand and weaved it with magic power. Healing Magic Random Bullet. A technique to heal the wounded who are injured in a group. I release a diffusing magic bullet at the same spot as before. The magic bullet splits and disappears with a sound like sparks. Healing Magic Bursting Palm. A technique used to save an ally in distress. From the palm, it shoots out an explosion of magic power that uses system enhancement. With a bang, it bounces off the leaves and air on the ground. And system enhancement. The depths of healing magic. Concentrating my consciousness, I generate azure magic power in my palm, a systematic strengthening of healing magic. It's a double-edged sword that causes the user to lose recovery power at the cost of an explosive increase in recovery power for others. That's systematic enhancement. So these are the techniques I can use for now. This is the basic technique, though there are derivatives such as healing throw and healing blindness. If I use it in combat, all of the techniques will upset my opponents, but I can also use it to help allies. I'd like to have another way to do that. You can never have too many techniques. In my case, I have to anticipate all kinds of situations, so I need a technique for each situation. Healing Magic Bursting Palm with Directionality. Healing Magic Bursting Fist. The image is a turret. The Healing Magic Bursting Palm, which was intended to be released by the whole gauntlet, is at once condensed into a fist and unleashed. And then, boom! A tremendous sound resonated from my fist. The impact was greater than I had imagined, and I fell back unconsciously. Whoa! Looking ahead, I saw a tree trunk that was clearly gouged into the size of my fist. I could immediately understand how the gouged surface had been created by the smoky residue of healing magic, as it scattered wood shavings. The distance was only a little more than 10 meters, but I had overcome the weakness of not being able to unintentionally send a magic bullet. But I'm sorry, but I'm disappointed with it. It's not the kind of healing magic that you can unleash on people. I thought it would be nice if I could make it fly like a rocket punch, but it turned out to be a much more vicious technique than I expected. Okay, let's seal this technique. This is not a healing magic bursting fist, it's a healing magic bomb, or a healing magic cannon, or maybe a healing magic shrinking cannon. Anyways, let's not use this technique at all in the future. Even if I assume every situation, there is no way someone won't be injured using it. In fact, it would be a technique that would end up killing the injured person. Okay, let's forget about this technique and get to Hayate-san's place. With that in mind, I turned around and... Hey, you Sato. My eyes met with Linka's, who had opened the door and was looking at me with a shocked expression. She looked at my face and the gouged tree in turn, then turned around and said, Gee grandpa. Dad. Usato gouged the tree with his fist, pressure alone. No, wait a minute. It's healing magic. It's a healing spell. You're lying. There's no way there's any healing magic that can break bones and then blow them up. Fist pressure is still more believable. Have some common sense. A 14-year-old girl questioned me about common sense. Kaguri-san and Hayate-san had a very hard time excusing themselves because they could believe Linka's words as normal. I'm glad that Nia wasn't there, because I think she would have said something. There was a bit of a commotion, but I managed to get through it, and I was having a strategy meeting with Hayate-san and his troops, along with Arc-san. According to the reports from the remaining people in Hinomoto, the tower would be completed by tomorrow afternoon. Jinya-san plans to start planning to put Amako on tower as soon as it is completed. If Towa is completed and Amako's precognitive magic is transferred to Jinya-san and the King's Guard soldiers, the Beastmen will have the power to fight the humans, and participation in the war will be inevitable. Hayate-san's ultimate goal is to stop this and pull Jinya-san down from his position as chief. In conducting the operation, I first told them about Nia. Right now, my familiar is increasing the number of allies from inside Hinomoto. You mean her, right? But what do you mean, more allies? She's sucking the blood of the soldiers and imploring them to join her. When I said that, everyone froze except for me and Arc-san. It was the reaction I had expected, so I didn't mind and continued. My familiar is a vampire. Normally, I have told her not to use her powers, but for this time, I've lifted the ban. She estimates that she can have a quarter or a third of the soldiers on her side by tomorrow. We can't directly target Jinya-san with the quicksand, though. Yeah, that's still good enough for me. I see. She was a vampire, wasn't she? A demon that I've only heard of in literature, but I can't believe that it actually exists and that you're using it as your errand boy. Even Jinya-san can't recognize her. This is. The truth is that she's mixed with a necromancer. I don't want to say that because it would draw more attention to me. But we'll still be outnumbered, and then we'll have to figure out how to dash. We'll help you out. At the sound of the third party's voice, Hayate-san turned his gaze to the entrance of the meeting hall, where Kaguri-san and Daitetsu-san, the tiger beastmen with whom we had arm wrestled before, stood arm in arm. Dad, isn't that you and Daitetsu-san? What the hell is going on? Hayate-san shouted in surprise, as if he knew who Daitetsu-san was. He's saying that our young people are going to be your allies. I know that. But it's not like you guys are going out of your way to get involved in danger. Don't be so watery about it. We've heard what happened from the chief. I'm not sure what the chief was thinking when he decided to go to war. But I do know that it's wrong for an adult to sacrifice Amako or a child to gain power for that purpose. Daitetsu. Daitetsu-san also has a son. With that in mind, his anger was justified. I bet, once you make a sacrifice like that, it becomes the norm. You can't do that, though. A child who should be protected should never be sacrificed. Are you serious? Yeah, I'm convinced of all 20 of the men who are proud of their arms. Now it's up to you to decide. At these words, Hayate-san nodded and instructed his men to prepare chairs for Daitetsu-san and Kaguri-san. They all took their seats. Thanks to Usato and everyone in the village, I think we can manage the strength gap. Now we just need to figure out how to infiltrate. Then a meticulous plan for the operation was assembled. As for the terms of the plan, it must be for the purpose of stopping Jinya-san, not fighting him. We must avoid killing each other and seize him as much as possible. This condition was obvious, since it would be pointless to kill or injure one's own people in order to stop them from participating in the war. The problem was that the soldiers on Jinya-san's side might really try to kill us, but Hayate-san denied that. They're not sure, either. They're wondering if they really want to join the war, or if they have to go to battle. Many of the soldiers, as well as those here, joined the army with the aspiration of protecting the people. Sadly, only Jinya-san and a few others really want to fight. His expression was sad as he added the words, sadly. Then some strategy was formulated and the conversation moved on to the next phase. Amako is probably heavily guarded. It should be the same when Towa is activated. Jinya will also try to activate the magic tool as soon as Towa is completed, so if you want to save Amako, this is the place for someone agile enough to get through the siege and rescue her. Then I'll go there myself as a wolf tribe. One soldier with ears similar to Hayate-san's came forward. But then Arc-san, who had been keeping silent like me, raised his hand lightly and opened his mouth. No, I think Usato Dano is more suitable for the job here. We were all surprised by his words, which he had kept to himself until now, but Hayate-san put his hand on his chin as if troubled. He's human, right? I know he's on our side, but he's not a beastman. No, we might as well let Usato handle this. Captain. The troopers were surprised by his words, but Hayate-san put both palms out in front of him as if to admonish them. All right, Everyone. Listen to me carefully. He is not a human in our beastman's common sense. He tore off solid fetters with his bare hands and overpowered 2 soldiers in the middle distance in an instant. I saw it with my own eyes, and it was beyond the scope of humans. Excuse me. I'd like to interject a great deal. I know you're desperately trying to convince me, but there's a human being in front of you who has something gushy stuck in his heart. Wafu, I think so too. Hey. The person who raised her hand there was the female soldier I had startled when I entered Hinomoto. She glanced at me, shook her shoulders, and then opened her mouth voluntarily. He may look like a normal boy now, but he actually has the face of a very tariff. I mean a brave warrior. I'm sure he will be able to save Amako-sama. I'm sorry, did you just say terrifying? I'm glad you're pushing me, but, why aren't you making eye contact with me? Oh, don't be fooled by appearances. After all, he's beaten all the men in my village in arm wrestling. He may look like a human, but I think it's more accurate to say he's an ogre. As if to encourage me, Daitetsu-san said this with a happy expression on his face. Finally, when everyone's eyes turned to look at me as if they were looking at some other creature, Heiei-san finally spoke up. Moreover, he has a vampire as his familiar, and he also has a pure bond with a blue grizzly. Why is that? Because he's done just that. Isn't that right? Yusato. Hey? Well, Yusato Dano. I know this is painful, but please be mature and affirm it. Yes. Not even you Arc-san. When I affirmed while dropping my shoulders to Arc-san who whispered to me, the people in my unit looked at me somewhat in awe. I'm sure it's a good thing that I can go straight to help Amako, but I'm afraid that I'm finally not going to be treated like a human being anymore. But now the details of our plan were almost decided. Our goal is to rescue Amako. Heiei-san's goal is to capture Jinya-san. If we can get it right, we can end this without any unnecessary conflicts, but with him having precognitive magic, it will be difficult. However, what crossed my mind at this time was not Jinya-san, but the man from the demon race that I had met when I was locked in the cage. In the near future, I might have to face that man. I had a vague feeling, without any certainty, but I didn't like it. It's noon on the 3rd day of Amako's captivity. We were waiting around Hinomoto to carry out our mission, as the completion of Tao was nearing. For the mission, we were divided into 3 teams. The first was a highly mobile diversionary team, the second was a team to hold off the security guards, and the last was a team to go to Jinya-san and Amako. I'm in the 3rd unit, commanded by Heiei-san, while Arc-san and Blurin are in the 2nd unit. I'm a little worried about Blurin, but if he's with Arc-san, he'll be fine, right? Well, I think he can take care not to cause serious injury to his opponent. However, although it was good to be in place, as expected, the area around the entrance to Hinomoto was heavily guarded, making it difficult to enter without being detected. Are you nervous? Daitetsu-san speaks to me as I stare at the gate from a distance. With his simple armor and large sword sheathed on his back, I nodded frankly. Yes, I've never done anything like this before. I guess you're right. To tell you the truth, it's my first time too. I was almost thrown off by Daitetsu-san who said it so openly. According to what Heiei-san told me, Daitetsu-san used to be a soldier for Hinomoto before he came to the hidden village, and he is an excellent person with plenty of experience. I hope this is the last time I have to do something like this. Yet. He was one of the soldiers who had been protecting Hinomoto. He is helping us to stop the war, but in his heart, he must not want to fight with the same species. If we can, I hope we can capture Jinya-san in the shortest time possible. Captain, the diversion team is ready. While I was talking with Daitetsu-san, a subordinate told Heiei-san, who was a little further away, that he had received word of the diversion team waiting in front of another gate. Hearing what was said, Heiei-san nodded, looked around at the 30 or so members of the group, including me and Daitetsu-san, and opened his mouth. When the signal is given from that side, we'll enter Hinomoto too. I'm sure there will be heavily deployed guards inside, but we'll take advantage of the confusion and get to Tawa at once. And with that, I've asked the escort team to clear the area. Everyone, including me, nodded at Heiei's words. He instructed us to wait for his signal, made everyone sit down, and came closer to me. Heiei-san spoke to me anxiously. Yusato, if you have to fight Jinya, be careful not to get surrounded. Yes, I understand. Jinya is a warrior who prefers to fight without magic. The reason he doesn't need magic is because he's a bear beastman who is blessed with a great physique. In addition, the swordsmanship that he specializes in is from a school that was created based on the techniques of Kanagi-sama. No matter how strong you are, it is difficult to avoid attacks when your movements are predicted by precognitive magic. Kanagi-sama. As I recall, it was a beast woman who was working with the previous hero. There's no way I can underestimate someone who can handle such a person's swordsmanship. Rather, the fact that she was working with the hero makes him, in my opinion, as formidable a woman as Rose. I'm glad I left Linka behind. I couldn't let that girl be a part of a conflict like this. She did say she wanted to come. Before we left the hidden village, Linka said with a bow and arrow in her hand, I want to come too. I'm going to save Amako. From a distance, it looked funny, but from Hayate-san's point of view, it was probably not a good idea. We're not going out to play now. We have to go to a place where there is a risk that the other party will come at us with the intention of killing us. Hayate-san couldn't take Linka to such a place. And so, Linka was taken back home by Kaguri-san, who strapped her to a wing, crying, shouting loudly to Hayate-san and why he was being bad to her. Father's unworthy. You stink. You're always hiding behind mother's back. Ugh, you stinky stink. And, you Satos, you Satos. You scarily strong monster. You surprise of a human. You're a monster from the neck up and a monster underneath too. I really felt like I was going to burst into tears. I would've. You Sato, do I smell that bad? I've been called stinky twice. I wonder what the difference is between a monster and a monster. Let's not even get into the fact that they're both inhuman at this point. What's that? Do I look like a monster, like a sphinx or a mythical creature? Remembering her words, Hayate-san and I both feel depressed. Remembering Linka's abuse, something occurred to me, so I decided to ask about it. Hayate-san, how is your wife doing? My wife has been away from here on business. It turned out to be a good thing, but I'm afraid of what's going to happen after she comes back. Haha, I'm really scared. Sighing loudly, Hayate-san looks melancholy. Well, I can't help it that I was abused at this point. I can't be in such a depressed mood when I'm about to go into battle. Saying that and changing my mind, I notice that something shiny has been launched into the sky. Something flew above Hinomoto and burst into flames with a loud noise. Was undoubtedly a spell cast by a member of the diversion team. That's the signal. Let's go, everyone. At the signal, everyone stood up and quietly headed towards the door. The soldiers on guard were too distracted by the signal to look at us. You Sato, can I leave it to you? I'll cover you. Hayate-san checked the soldiers on guard and asked. There are 6 of them, and I can get close enough to neutralize them without them noticing. I nodded and took out my gauntlet to make a healing magic bullet, and took off at full speed from the spot. When the soldiers heard the sound of my leap, they all turned around and immediately raised their weapons. At that moment, the healing magic bullet that I created while running hit the soldier who was about to raise his bow and arrow and knocked him down. Whoa! Enemy! I apologize inwardly as I swing the soldier around to engulf the 4 soldiers who had tried to point their weapons at me. Finally, I tossed the bow and arrow at the soldier who flipped it off. Mo Monstga! Was he about to say something? Well, not like I care. As far as I can see, there are no external injuries. I was able to stun him well. After all, healing throws are very effective in group battles. I placed a thumbs up towards the back while casting a healing spell on the fallen who are as donkey-headed as Hayate-san was 2 days ago, and Daitetsu-san, who has a twitchy smile on his face, opened their mouths. Hey, hey, hey! This thing didn't even need backup, did it? Even though I asked for it, even 6 soldiers are too easy for him, really tremendous. Surprised, Hayate-san turned back to his men and indicated the soldiers I had stunned with his hand. Did you see that? This is what he's capable of. There will be no one who doubts it now. Then our job is to get him to Amako. Let's go. At first they were confused, but Hayate-san's words re-energized them, and they shouted in response. Approaching the door I was it. I watched them with somewhat distant eyes, and then looked up at the door towering behind me. Wait for me. Amako, Nia. I will save you. I've been told that I'm a monster, but this time, I'm going to take the shortest route possible. I don't care how bad my reputation gets at this point. I definitely don't want to lose the friends I've been traveling with. Having made up my mind once again, I clenched my fist, which was filled with healing magic, and started to move forward. The Tawa. It was supposed to be made for people with precognitive magic. By transferring precognitive magic into the magic tool itself, my mother has poured her heart and soul into creating a magic tool that will allow precognitive magicians who are forced to live in isolated spaces to live freely. I'm sure my mother didn't want me to lead a life of inconvenience. A life of freedom without being bound by precognition magic. Free from the status of not being allowed to leave the country. She wished for such a normal life that ordinary people lead, from the bottom of her heart. Look, Amako. This is Tawa. But this man messed up mother's wish. I was taken out of the room where I had been confined and brought to a place, surrounded by Jinya and soldiers who seemed to be my bodyguards. I left Nia in the room, but I'm sure she's still watching me somewhere. The place I was brought to was a large square, which was unusual for this place. Normally, this is a place where many people gather for festivals and other events, but today, in the center of the square, there was a square black object about one size larger than a hut, and around it were several people who looked like technicians looking at magic tools. That was the tower. You're going to fall into a deep sleep, just like your mother. You would like that, right? I have one final question for you, is that all right? What? I asked the question, ignoring Jinya's words. The question I'm about to ask is just a confirmation. But I do have a few questions. Until I hear them, I can't move forward with the situation. Who was really supposed to be using Tawa? Jinya's eyes widened and he fell silent, as if the question was unexpected. After a few seconds of silence, he looked to his men to back off. When he was sure that his men were gone, he gave a thin smile. All right. I'll tell you one last thing. As you can imagine, you were originally supposed to be on Tawa. I would have only lost my precognitive magic if I had been placed on the completed Tawa. What did you do to my mother's Tawa? You're smart. You got that far with that little information. He looked surprised, but his thin smile didn't fade. Jinya looks at Tawa out of the corner of his eye and speaks nostalgically. Kanoko's research was undoubtedly a success. But in the process of that research, I happened to learn something. That is that Tawa allows us to transfer and give magic itself from others. So that's it. If you can transfer precognitive magic to a magic tool, then you can transfer magic from person to person through a magic tool. But there's no way mother wouldn't have noticed that. Of course, that's what Kanoko was trying to hide from me. It was to no avail, though. When I found out about it, I bribed the researcher and instructed him to secretly rebuild the inside of the Tawa. Hey! I knew. I knew in my head that he was the kind of person who would do such a thing, but I couldn't control my anger and glared at Jinya. He let out a derisive laugh, not bothering to meet my gaze. But hey, I've noticed. That woman. Kanoko, who noticed it with her precognitive magic, immediately attempted to restore the Tawa to its original function, but, the Tawa was already fully completed to the point where it was too late. In doing so, I put a watchful eye on Kanoko to prevent her from doing anything unnecessary, and I made sure that she couldn't move. Jinya broke off there and shook his head in dismay. Normally, I would have given up right there, but that woman took unexpected action, and to my surprise, she got around the surveillance and tried to destroy Tawa by forcing it to run out of control. It was abominable. It wouldn't be long before he could fool the watchful eye. Mother, of all people, should have known better than to try to destroy it in such a short time. But even so, it was for me that she tried to destroy it. It was unexpected for me to let Tawa run amok and try to destroy it. So I was in a panic at that time. But at this time, an unexpected miscalculation occurred for Kanoko. Jinya then pointed to his own eyes. Even though it was running out of control, Tawa was still properly activated. I happened to be the closest one to the runaway and Kanoko's precognition magic came into play. I didn't get your precognition magic, which was my original goal, but I did get what I wanted. And Kanoko, the only one who knew what I was planning, is now bedridden. That means that, your mother's act. My heart trembles. I don't know what it is that I'm feeling, but I know for sure that it's all for nothing. This is an existence that must not be tolerated. Jinya looked down at me and said that with a sneer, and then had the soldiers of the King's Guard bring me back to the front of Tawa. It's you this time. With you, who has the best precognitive magic in all of time, will be more powerful than ever. Wouldn't you like that? After all, you'll end up like Kanoko. With that, Jinya poked me on the back to get me inside Tawa. I go inside without saying a word. It was a pitch-black space just like the outside, with a chair-like object that stood out among the paved, blocky interior. On the chair was something that looked like a restraint and a ring that was placed over his head. Sit down. I was poked in the back again and hesitantly sat down in the chair. Then, one of the researchers put the restraints on my extremities. I looked down as I spent the process in silence. I'm still scared. No matter how hard I try to keep my mind strong, the fear comes from deep within. I know that they will come to help me. I know that Nia is watching me somewhere, and that she is with me. But, still, the fear of death will not disappear no matter what. The reason why I don't cry is because I believe that he will come to my rescue. When I became silent and turned my head down, Jinya spoke to me as if he was chasing me. There's no use in clinging to vain hopes. Your friends have fled. They left you behind. No, that's not possible. That's what people are like. A fragile clan that will flee as soon as they find themselves in danger. I know. That person who is willing to save someone else, even risking himself. Yeah, that's right, isn't it? No matter who stopped him, no matter what kind of opponent blocked him, he always pushed forward. There's absolutely no way that he would say I'll definitely help you and not come. Phew. And now, I could see it. Is that all you have to say? What? I've finished Tawa. I've prepared enough, for now. I'm already saved. Jinya looks at me like I'm a creepy person for talking to someone who is not here. But it's too late to notice anything unusual. Your plan has already failed long ago. Have you lost your mind? What the hell are you doing? Jinya-sama. What the hell? Jinya frowned at my words, but then turned his head as a soldier came running towards him in a blood-curdling rage. The soldier let out a frightened scream, but began to falter in his report. Hi, it's an attack. Heiate-sama is taking a large number of his men with him, and somehow our allies have suddenly betrayed us and the whole country is in chaos. What the hell? Yes, and the person we captured the other day is overpowering the soldiers one after another with unbelievable movements. Is that really a human? Maybe it's a new weapon from the human side. Don't be ridiculous. Gather the soldiers and clear it out with physical force. Yeah, that's almost there. Jinya changes his expression, but I notice that the researcher has taken the liberty of removing my restraints. You, what are you taking off without permission? I'm sorry, sir. It's an order. The researcher replies to Jinya's angry words with empty eyes. Here, he's even more confused, sweat beading on his forehead. Hey, whose orders are those? The one who can give orders to you guys. That's just me, isn't it? Jinya looked up at the voice coming down from above, and before he knew it, there was a black-haired, red-eyed girl sitting on the tower with her legs crossed. When did she sit down? Moreover, the way she appeared was unnecessarily elaborate, which was probably done on purpose. Who are you? You're not a beast, are you? What have you done to my men? You still think you have the upper hand, don't you? Well then, no. Nia wagged her finger lightly, and one of the King's Guard soldiers, who had his hand on the hilt of his sword behind Jinya, suddenly swung the sheathed sword at his head. Jinya, who had noticed it with his premonition, punched the soldier away, but his expression showed no room for error. The soldier who had attacked Jinya was seized by another soldier, but it was no longer possible to seize him as the other one struck at them with empty eyes. What the hell? What's going on? Jinya was in a state of confusion as he looked at his surroundings, which were quickly becoming divided. In contrast to the girl, Nia, who is watching the situation in a good mood, looks at Jinya pityingly. Yes. Your prediction is really only that good, isn't it? It's only a borrowed power. So you can't see the present or the future at all. Hey, you. I believed in you, didn't I? I believed that this future would come to me. I used the shoulder of the researcher who removed all my restraints as a springboard to get on top of Tawa. For a moment, I meet Nia's gaze, but she urges me onward with an uncharacteristically kind smile. Jinya tries to stop her, but the King's Guard soldiers controlled by Nia hold him back. Without even looking at it, I jumped off the top of Tawa as hard as I could. I jumped down so defenselessly that I didn't think about the future, but there was no fear in me anymore. Because I had already seen it. I knew he was coming. What, Amako? Why are you jumping down? When I looked at the destination of the voice, I saw Usato holding a beastman soldier with white eyes in each hand. The soldiers were lying around, also with white eyes, and the scene could best be described as disastrous. I opened my arms, feeling a bit spoiled, and he put the soldier down and ran to me at full speed and jumped as wide as he could. Ah! I'm speechless. There are so many things I want to say. But I can't. If I said them, I would probably cry. In such a situation, crying without any outward appearance would annoy Usato. But if it's just one word, it's okay. I whispered to Usato, who embraced me with a strong hug, my voice trembling with the words I had just thought from the bottom of my heart. Usato. Thank you for being with me. The words were inappropriate for the occasion. But even so, Usato smiled at me like he always does. He wasn't a demon or a monster, and he had a bright smile that suited his age. I was too embarrassed to say the next few words, but I'm sure I'll say them someday. I'm sure I'll be able to say it out loud someday, stay with me. Usato catches me as I jump from Tawa. I was just relieved to know that Usato had saved my life. However, as soon as Usato landed on the ground, he jumped to the side to avoid me. In the next instant, a single-edged sword slammed into the spot where he had been, sending a large cloud of dust into the air. Amako, hold on to me. I'm already holding on. Seeing me clinging to him with my hands around his neck, Usato, who had his right arm free with the basketry deployed, flicked his fist at the tip of the sword sticking out of the dust cloud. A sharp slash across the neck followed, but Ustao instantly burst the magic from his gauntlet and retreated with the momentum. He ran away? No, not yet. It's coming. Jinya, who had been struck by surprise, swung his sword at Usato with a small movement that did not fit his large body. It's an attack that uses precognitive magic to anticipate Usato's movements, but I'm in his arms now. I anticipate the attack with a precognition that surpasses Jinya's movement and passes it on to Usato. Cut up from the lower left, kick the sand, blind him, and you'll be fine to counterattack. Oops. Extra maneuver. At my words, Yusato unleashes a fist laced with healing magic without the slightest doubt. His fist was blocked by Jinya's defensive arm, but he slid backwards across the ground. Finally, taking a breath, Yusato lowered me to the ground and turned his attention to Jinya. It really came out of nowhere, didn't it? From the fact that you attacked without even pretending, it looks like you don't like the situation you're in. Why are you here? You should have just run away quietly. Because we have our reasons for not doing so. Yusato replied, glancing behind Jinya and frowning. Behind Jinya, a kinsman soldier was lying bleeding. He was trying to seize Jinya, one of the king's guard soldiers manipulated by Nia, but was probably cut down by his sword. When Yusato saw this, he created a healing magic bullet and threw it at the fallen soldier. The healing bullets that hit the fallen soldier spread throughout his body, and his face, which had been contorted in pain, became calm. Jinya had been silently watching Yusato's action, paying the slightest bit of blood on the sword in his hand. That's very kind of you. It makes me want to puke. He's one of yours. You could have knocked him out without hurting him. I don't need a limpet controlled by the enemy. I don't care how I treat my people, I don't need you, a stranger, to tell me what to do. Yusato's eyes turned more and more swarthy. Jinya's behavior was the one thing Yusato seemed to hate the most, so it was understandable that he was angry. Jinya held up his own weapon, completely oblivious to Yusato's mood. Jinya. Just as Yusato was about to raise his fist in silence as well, Heiate was dressed in armor and came out from the chaotic surroundings. Behind him, Arksan was using his sheathed sword to hold off a soldier who was about to attack Heiate. So it's you this time, Heiate. After regaining his breath, Heiate opened his mouth, wiping away the sweat. Jinya, give up now. Your plan has been crushed. With my rescue, Jinya's plan has been foiled. In the first place, it was almost as if it had been decided that it would end in failure when Nia took control of the researchers who were the key to the plan. However, Jinya's answer to Heiate's words was cold to the core. I refuse. You look at this and don't think anything of it. Heiate indicated behind him with his arm, and there was a scene of his men and the soldiers here fighting. However, there was no such thing as anger on the faces of the soldiers, just feelings of sadness and hesitation. A senseless conflict with their own kind. And depending on the outcome of the conflict, it would determine their fate to form an alliance with the demon tribe to fight against the humans. For the beastmen who had been living peacefully in the depths of the forest, this would not be a good thing. This is a battle that I've caused. Still, I have to say it. Jinya, everyone here doesn't want you to fight. So if only, you would give up on fighting. That's a stupid question. I'm here to accomplish what I'm meant to do. Why is that? What drives you to fight so hard? I'll ask you the opposite. Why do you persevere? Jinya tilted his head with a blank expression, a complete change from Heiate's raised voice. Heiate's reaction was too much for him, and he was immensely disappointed. Humans have been oppressing my species. For a long, long time, that is, for a long time now, beastmen were treated like livestock to humans. Nowadays, the slave trade in beasts is rampant, and people are stoned just for being a beast. How can you put up with such treatment? It's true that there are beastmen who are treated badly by humans. But that's no reason to take away the lives of Kanoko and Amako. Do you understand what you're saying? What you're doing is the same as what the people you're looking down on are doing. Jinya replied to Heiate's point after a few seconds of silence. Precognition magic is a magic that should be used in battle. Have the successive generations of time chanters done anything significant so far? No, they haven't. That's why we should end the useless time chanters and use it in a more meaningful way. I finally got it. It's true that the time chanters haven't achieved much. But that's because we've been living in peace without any major disasters befalling the beastman race. Forgetting that, and trying to twist the way things are, is not right in any way. Heiate held his eyes as he stood dazed. I finally understand why you're so obsessed with precognitive magic, and why you're so adamant about fighting. You just want to use precognitive magic and wield its power. You think it's the right thing to do, and you've given a good reason for it. That's why the conversation between you and me is so distant. Jinya, I've been talking about the people all along. But you, from the beginning, have only talked about fighting. Are the people you're supposed to protect nothing but tools to you? At Heiate's words, Jinya remained silent. Taking this as an affirmation, Heiate looked up and strained his voice in quiet indignation. Jinya, you're just a kid showing off a toy you stole from people called precognitive magic. You brought everyone around you into it just to show it off. Do you have any idea how selfish and stupid that is? Are you finished with what you're saying? Oh, I'm all done. I can no longer call you my friend. Just because someone is in a superior position doesn't mean they can do whatever they want. But even that word doesn't work with this person anymore. He's convinced that he's right, and he doesn't realize how selfish his actions are. I'm sure that Hayate's words haven't reached him in the slightest. It's not over yet. If we can cut down all the traitors and return Amako to Tawa, that will be all. Do you think I'd let you do that? I'll kill you. I'll stop you myself. As Jinya showed his willingness to fight no matter what, Hayate looked down sadly and then put his hand on Yusato's shoulder. Yusato, I'm sorry. This was my last chance to stop Jinya, but I couldn't stop him. It's okay. It's more that he's going to fight to kill me. So please stay back so you don't get caught up in it. I'm really sorry. Amako, let's move you to a safer place too. Hayate-san says to me, but I shake my head. I'm sure this country is in chaos right now, and there's no way I'll be able to find a safe place anytime soon. I already knew the safest place for me. I'm with Yusato. It's the safest place for me. I see. Okay, then. Yusato, I'm going to go subdue the soldiers, and you're going to beat the crap out of that know-nothing. I was his best friend, so I'm asking you, to do me a favor. Yes, I'll do that. After seeing Yusato nodding his head, Hayate left. The only ones left are Nia, who controls the people she made into her servants on the Tawa, me, Yusato, and Jinya, who has his sword at the ready. Amako, are you sure? Stay close to me. It's okay. I believe that Yusato will never lose. Haha, I see. Well then, I can't lose now. After exchanging some light words, I move behind Yusato. Glaring at Yusato, Jinya is even sharper and more intimidating than before. I will kill you and complete the Tawa. With the strongest unit that will be completed at the end of it, I will sanction all humans. Then I'll stop you as a rescue squad. Jinya reacted a little surprised at the word rescue squad that came out of Yusato's mouth. Rescue squad? Well, there was something stuck in my mind when I heard that you were a healing magician from the kingdom of Lingle. Oh right, you're one of that country's group of weirdos. It's a real hardship for you to come to this place. A group of weirdos. Yeah, we are a group of weirdos, indeed. With the sober and depressed Yusato at his back, Jinya released his stance and smiled lightly. What they? I paled at the thought of what was about to happen, as I made a deep prediction. I'm going to be in a lot of trouble. I have to stop him before he does something stupid. Yusato, don't listen to him. Hey! There were heroes in the Lingle Kingdom, weren't there? Two brave heroes who are reputed to be quite strong, too. Yusato's eyes widened at Jinya's mention of Suzune and Kazuki. Thinking that he's been caught, I try to stop him, but Jinya continues to speak as if I can't interrupt him. Hero is a word that means a lot to us beastmen. After being persecuted by people and forced to fight against the demon race, the hero saved the beastman race. Such a hero has now become a decorative title for the humans. Jinya cowered in sadness as he said this. Yusato's expression intensified at the move that seemed to strike a nerve in people. Is this what you mean when you say you're sick of it? You guys forget about your own deeds and turn your hands to worship the heroes. I don't understand how ugly, stupid, and irredeemable that is. Now that would be different. No, it won't be different. It's always the same. Power beyond the imagination of man is only fear to the ordinary man. Envy turns to fear, and fear turns to exclusion. It is human to make the same mistakes over and over again. Jinya's words were not wrong in this regard. The tragedy that happened to the previous generation of heroes was exactly the same. However, what he said from now on was not good. Those who pretend to be a hero are only fools who don't know what they're doing. What kind of a hero are you when you are not even close to being ready or strong enough? A creaking sound came from Yusato's right hand. In his mind, the image of the ice-manipulating hero who fought with him in Mirak must have flashed through his mind. Yusato was quietly angered by the way he was talking to him, as if he was disgracing him who had suffered and struggled and finally found the path he should take. The kingdom of Lingle, which is being invaded by the Demon King's army, and the two heroes who belong to it. I'm sure they are very important to you, aren't they? Jinya let out a faint smile at Yusato's upset reaction. Convinced of something, he said the decisive words in a tone that was almost pretentious. When we attack the Lingle Kingdom with the Demon King's army, the first thing we'll do is decided. No. That's not good. Don't say anything else. Jinya's words and actions were so outrageous that I panicked and tried to look at Yusato, but it was too late. To kill two people who pretend on the name of a hero in a bloodbath and kill them cruelly. Yusato was already gone when he turned to look. Instead, a dull sound and an inarticulate scream echoed from ahead. I looked forward fearfully, and what jumped into my vision was the sight of Yusato with his fist twisted in Jinya's stomach, carelessly crushing the sword he was holding. It was the first time he had ever seen such a thing. He saw the prediction and knew immediately that it was a ploy to get Yusato angry, to take away his calm and make his movements monotonous. Probably even a soldier belonging to the Lingal kingdom would be furious if he was humiliated by Suzune and Kazuki. But the miscalculation for Jinya was that the two heroes are Usato's best friends. Ga, ga. Even with his eyes wide open and a blue streak standing out on his forehead, Usato grabbed Jinya's collar in the form of an expressionless face, and it was obvious that he was angrier than I had ever seen him. Even so, he was still using his healing magic, which was probably his innate kindness, but Jinya was not happy about it. At any rate, his own endurance was too strong for him to remain conscious. This monster. Hey! Jinya tried to cut Usato down with the dagger he pulled out of his pocket. He lets out an exasperated sigh and lightly brushes the dagger away with his hand. Kicking the dagger far away from Jinya's hand as it fell to the ground, Usato gives Jinya a cold stare. My prediction is, if you foresee where to avoid an attack, it won't be hard to respond if I keep reacting to it. No, I don't think that's right. I mean, as soon as Jinya reads where Usato is going to avoid an attacks, Usato immediately responds to Jinya's movements. The funny thing is that this is repeated dozens of times in a moment, and in the end, Usato is winning. Usato, who had easily subdued Jinya, who was 2 times larger than him, ignored Jinya's attempts to lash out and was lost in thought alone. I can endure this because I have a bit of precognition. Is this the only way to stun him completely? Despite his tone of calmness, there was no mercy in it. Grasping Jinya's collar once more tightly, Usato threw him diagonally upwards as far as he could. Of course, Jinya wasn't stunned by that, but rather he was trying to position himself for a good landing. However, the attack that Usato made after staring at Jinya was something that even I, who had seen it in my premonitions, did not understand. Looking up at the falling Jinya, Usato put magic power into his entire right arm, which was wrapped in his gauntlet, and pulled it down to his waist. But the distance between him and Jinya was more than 10 meters, and there was no way he could hit her with his fist from that distance. However, he still fired his fist. If you're in the air, what does precognition matter? At the moment Usato thrust out his fist, Jinya's body in the air was blown away with the sound of the wind exploding. Wah, gay. Jinya fell to the ground and rolled around 2 or 3 times. His abdomen was clearly marked with fist marks, from which the light of healing magic spread like smoke. I couldn't help but let out a dumbfounded voice, but even seeing it in reality, I couldn't understand what had happened. I see, so I should use it in this way with less power? I can't just walk up to someone and hit them with this healing punch. Let's name the healing cannon, Flying Fist, Healing Flying Fist. Usato. I called out to him fearfully, and Usato turned to me as usual. However, he immediately fell into a depression, holding his forehead in self-loathing. Hey, are you okay? No, I'm not hurt. But it made me realize how immature I am for falling for such a cheap provocation. I can't believe that I was so bloodthirsty that I couldn't make a calm decision after being told about Inugami-senpai and Kazuki. Even though the first blow brought me back to my senses, I hurt Jinya-san unnecessarily. It wasn't my fault that I doubted the fact that he had come to his senses after the first blow. Because his face looked like he was in full rage the whole time. Is Jinya all right? Even though the attack looks like it was blown up badly, it's a failure after enhancing my strength, so the healing power is higher than normal healing magic. There's nothing to worry about. Yet. I know that Usato is crazy. Hey. But as it turned out, Jinya ended up blowing himself up. As a matter of fact, the steps Jinya tried to take were among the worst, so there was no need to force him to stop. It was only a matter of time before he got what he deserved. What was that? What the hell was that? As if to represent my feelings, Nia, who had jumped down from Tawa, crowded Usato. Did you just send something flying from a place where your fist obviously couldn't reach? And it was so powerful that Jinya's body was blown away. This is the Healing Punch first form, Flying Fist. Also known as Healing Flying Fist. Nia, this is a new technique, the Flying Healing Punch. You're out of your mind. Why is it that whenever I take my eyes off Usato, he makes some strange moves? I mean, does the first form have a second and a third? Well, I did think of the rest and sealed it up right away, though. It was too dangerous. Scary. Nia's face turns pale. I feel the same way, but at this point I can say that it's Usato, so it can't be helped. So I've given up on this part of the story. I can't keep up my end of the bargain. When I looked around me, I saw that the soldiers around me who were fighting had also stopped moving, because Jinya, who was the powerhouse of the country and a powerful man, had been beaten down so easily. Some of them dropped their weapons in relief, which reminded me that it wasn't fighting for the best after all. Nia, what about the people you manipulated? I put them all to sleep. Of course, I had to carry the people I knocked out. Looking at the edge of the plaza, I saw the unconscious guards and researchers lying on the ground. Except for the Kingsman that Jinya had cut, there were no significant injuries. As I was inwardly relieved, I saw Arksan, Blurin, and Hay-8 coming running from the direction of the entrance to the square. They must have heard that Jinya had collapsed and came to see me. Waving to them, I spoke to Yusato. I'm really glad that Yusato saved me. That's right, of course I'd help you. Because my precious friends were being held captive. No, it's not like that. Yusato tilted his head, and I chuckled as I recalled my memories from a few months ago. First, a savior who would change my future of despair. Next, a kind person who would listen to my requests. Next to that, someone who makes me feel at ease when I'm with him. The first day we met, I never thought I would feel this way, but I've really enjoyed traveling with Yusato so far. It was hard, and there were many inconveniences. But it was more fun than that. I, who had only known traveling alone, gained the joy of doing something with someone else. It became an invaluable treasure. That's why I will continue to. I try to say the rest of the words, but I can't get them right. Just when I managed to muster up the courage to speak out, my words were interrupted by a sudden shower of flames that seemed to block us and Arksan and the others. Ah! Flames. Flames that burned like a wall. It surrounded the entire square like a flowing stream. At the end of the flickering flames were Arksan and the others, who had the same astonished expressions on their faces as Nia and I. Immediately, I tried to ask Yusato to make a decision, and at that moment when I looked at his face, I realized that Yusato was not looking at the flames, but at something else. Yusato. Yeah, I had a hunch on the inside. That I'd be seeing you again. That's odd. I was thinking the same thing. The truth is, there was no way we were going to intervene. Hey! Out of the corner of Yusato's eye, the man was right near the unconscious Jinya. A man of the demon race, dressed in black. The guy naturally exchanged glances with Yusato. Is this your doing? No, it's my man. Well, he's stretched out here, and I had some business with you, so I asked him to buy me a little time. The man said, pointing at Jinya and Yusato. Yusato looks sideways at the wall of flames. These are not ordinary flames. It's a flame made of magic, and it's also filled with a lot of magic power. Do you want something from me? No, first of all, you need to introduce yourself for the second time, right? There's no point in pretending to be something you're not. The man clapped his hands with a smile that was too vulnerable in the tense situation, and pointed to himself as if he was greeting a friend, as Yusato narrowed his eyes in silence. Nice to meet you again, healing magician. I am Koga Dingle, commander of the Demon King's army too. Now, tell me your name, will you? At that moment, more than the word commander, the content of the prediction passed through my mind. It did not match the person in front of me from his appearance. But when I saw him in person, I was convinced that this man was the one Yusato had been fighting. Author's note. This fight with Jinya itself is more like a prelude. So Jinya couldn't fight properly, and until the end, he had to drop out without getting his way. By the way, if he hadn't stirred things up so badly, he could have shown off the Kanagi style of swordsmanship. A supplementary explanation of how Yusato broke the precognition magic. Jinya uses precognition to predict where to evade. Yusato immediately responds, predicts where to evade next, immediately responds, predicts, responds. This is repeated over and over in an instant, and in the end, Yusato wins. Isn't that strange? I think so, too. Amako was rescued and Jinya-san was stopped. Just when everyone thought that all the commotion had come to an end, the square we were in was isolated by a wall of flames. At the same time, a man of the demon race appeared. He called himself Koga Dingle. I knew he was a strong man, but I didn't expect him to be the commander of the Demon King's second army. As I recall, the information the 2nd and 3rd Legion leaders provided when Firm was in jail said that the 3rd Legion leader was a swordsman who used fire magic, while the 2nd Legion leader used the same dark magic as her. I shouldn't provoke them. If a dark magic user were to run amok in a place like this, it would cause a lot of damage. I don't want to fight in the first place, either. Lingle Kingdom of the Rescue Squad. Yusato Ken. At any rate, now that you've said your name, I'll say mine. Perhaps he didn't expect to be addressed honestly. Koga rolled his eyes in surprise. Oh, I was aware that you were quite hostile to me. Oh right, your name is Yusato. What a distinctive name. That's right, people from here would probably think my name is strange. In fact, even in my original world, the name Yusato was rare. I quickly changed my mind and asked Koga. Why are you doing this? Don't tell me you've just come to Jinya-san's aid. No, not at all. I have two purposes. The first purpose is... As soon as he said that, Koga crouched down and slapped the unconscious Jinya-san on the cheek to wake him up. I'm not sure if the less powerful healing fist was enough, but Jinya quickly regained consciousness. As soon as he grasped the people around him and the situation he was in, he immediately looked up at Koga and asked for help. Koga-dono, I would like to ask for your help. With your help, we can restore our plans. You mean the strongest soldier with precognitive magic? Well, that certainly sounds appealing to us. Then. But no. Jinya-san let out an exasperated sigh. He looked at Koga, who cowered in surprise. What do you mean, no? Just as you said. We, the Demon King's army, will cut off our hands from you, the Beastman nation. You're the one who negotiated with us in the first place. And now you're telling me. Sorry to deceive you, but we didn't come here to negotiate. We're here to see if you're worthy of being fanged. Fangs? I'm sure it's not a physical thing, but what the heck does Koga mean by fangs? While I was wondering this, and Jinya-san looked dumbfounded, Koga looked around widely and finally opened his mouth. This is a nice country. What about? It's rich in nature, there's plenty of food, and the sun is out for a long time. Everything is so different from our country. The best thing is that I was able to take a good amount of time off work. It was the right decision to come here. What are you talking about? All of a sudden, I was confused about what he thought about living in the land of beasts. I wondered what he was trying to say. Jinya-san's words made Koga serious. Everyone here is a beast with fangs missing. No, maybe they never had fangs to begin with. After living here with you until today, and seeing the fights that took place today, I have finally determined who you are. I've finally come to the conclusion that these people are useless in a fight. After saying that much, Koga waved his hand to the side in a huff. It's not that I'm looking down on the Beastman race. The reason we can't fight them is because they understand peace, and are living in it right now. Unlike us, there is no reason for them to invade other countries. So, if it comes to a fight, the Beastman race, which has no reason to fight, is useless. A plausible reason, perhaps. According to Hayate-san's story, the Beastman tribe has tried to cut off relations with humans and lead a peaceful life in the forest. It was unthinkable that they would voluntarily take up arms to retaliate against humans. I myself was touched by the kindness of the beasts in the hidden village, and I know they are not the kind of people who like to fight. The rest is, right. Soldiers with precognitive magic. That one's no good either. What? Yeah, that's something that most people will grow out of. Too much useful power makes them weak. Besides, even if you can see the future, what good is it if you can't handle it? I'm sure you've experienced that firsthand. Jinya-san couldn't argue with Koga's point, and could only grit his teeth. However, he was still not convinced and glared at Koga. But even if that's the case, we have our own reasons to fight. You mean your hatred for humans? You think we're only fighting because of our hatred for humans? I don't think so. No, wait. Sorry, there was at least 30%. I'm not sure if there is. I can't help but pout inwardly, but for me as a human, it's not at all funny to hear that they hate me. But, you know, the other 70% is for survival. Well, I'm not convinced you're on the Lingal Kingdom side. But you don't have to be convinced. For your country, our actions to invade are unreasonable. The Demon Lord's army is also invading for a reason. You don't have to think about it to know that they wouldn't commit an act of aggression without a reason. But I tried not to think about it too much. That's why I don't need your help. I'm not going to help you. Don't foo. Out you go. Koga slammed his fist into the pigeon tail of the enraged Jinya-san. After looking down at the wide-eyed, crumpled Jinya-san with pitying eyes, Koga threw him straight to the far side of the square, then turned his gaze to us. To be honest, I didn't like that guy's methods in any way. No, the means themselves aren't cowardly or anything, but, it's too much, and he underestimated the people he should be most wary of. In the first place, when the first prediction failed, he should have eliminated you instead of locking you up. But he didn't do that because he stubbornly refused to acknowledge your strength, your human strength. Indeed, Jinya-san had looked down on us from beginning to end. With a vulnerable human being. That we were easy to kill. Even the success of the mission was due to Jinya-san's disregard for us. It's true that humans are physically weak beings. But we've been defeated by such humans in the distant past, and twice now. No matter how much we are superior in physical ability, there is something about humans that overrides that. That's what Koga said as he looked at me. We exchanged glances and a silence fell over the place. I was then horrified to see that Koga had not uttered a single word, and he suddenly lost his expression as he clapped his hands once to switch the scene. Well, so now the Beastman race doesn't have to participate in the war. Saying like it's something easier said than done. Are you okay with that? That's the Demon Lord's order, you know. Something along the lines of, if they can't bear their fangs, throw them away. The Demon King. I've never even seen the king of the demon race. I finally recognized the existence of the Demon King as a certainty thanks to Falga-sama's story, but I still didn't have a very real sense of him as my greatest enemy. Well, now that the first business is done. Let's get down to business, shall we? With those words, I came back to myself and turned my attention to Koga. I had a bad feeling about this. Specifically, because he's stretching and stretching his arms and legs. I told you earlier, didn't I? That I was never originally supposed to come out here right now. Yet. To be honest, the words I said to Jinya earlier were supposed to be told in secret. That's why I didn't have to cut it out at this point, and I didn't have to do anything that would send him to the bottom. If he hadn't planned to come out at this point, why did he come out? I'm thinly aware of that too, but I don't want it to hit me. To put it simply, I've got a reason to do it. You already know that, don't you? The reason I came to you. Hey, so it is me. Koga nodded with a smile. I had a bad feeling from the moment he said he was interested in me, but I didn't think it would come to this. I've been watching you fight. I heard that Rose was an insane person to the Demon King's army, and you, his disciple, was the same. I've been watching you fight. And even so, no one has ever been killed. And to top it all off, the battle with Jinya. He pointed to Jinya-san who was passed out behind him. Did he see me fighting somewhere? I had a suspicion that he might be around somewhere, so my flashy move might have been a bit of a bypass. He was never weak. If he hadn't done a poor job of pissing you off, the game would have lasted a little longer, but, you ended it so dismally. I saw that, and I wanted to fight you. There's no better reason than that. But for me, that's enough dash. That's when the tension began to rise, and Koga, his black robe fluttering as he took up his stance with a bang, gave me a belligerent smile. Come on, let's fight, Yusato, the healing magician. That's what I'm here for. Oh no, I don't want to fight. Silence took over the scene. I'm sorry to say that I'm in a groove, but I have absolutely no intention of fighting Koga. I don't want to fight such a dangerous guy in general. In fact, I don't think I've ever fought anyone I didn't like. Without saying a word, Koga released his stance and scratched his head. The look on his face was not one of anger, but of conviction. No, you're right. That's normal. I would have said the same thing if I had been challenged like this. He agreed with me. I really don't understand this guy. I thought he was some kind of battle junkie, but he showed me a different side. I'm not sure how to talk to him. He crossed his arms thoughtfully, oblivious to the fact that Nia and Amako were looking at him as if they were looking at someone strange. But I want to fight you, then I guess I'll have to do some dirty work to get your approval. You know I have no intention of fighting you, right? I guess I'll need a souvenir to take home from my trip. Oi, listen to me. As soon as I said that, my body was already in motion. When Koga held out his hand, something black flew towards Amako. It flew straight at Amako and I flicked it away with the gauntlet. It was like hitting iron against iron, and it returned to the hem of Koga's outfit. Shadows manipulated by dark magic, as Firm used to do? I quickly looked at Amako, but she seemed to be amused by the unexpectedness of the situation, which was so out of context. For example, that precognitive girl over there. And that vampire? She doesn't seem to be a regular vampire either, based on her senses. Oh, I suppose I could take you to the Demon Lord. I'm sure you'll get all sorts of interesting responses. I'll give you one piece of advice. Don't think I'm a man who understands. I've got a terrible personality, if I do say so myself. What am I going to do? The fight might be more inevitable than I thought. Should we take Amako and Nia and try to escape? There's no point in trying to escape, okay? The one who built this wall of flames belongs to my man, who was in charge of the 3rd Legion. You may be fine, but that girl won't be safe. What, the 3rd Legion commander? If I can't find anyone who looks like that on the inside, then the person who built the wall is most likely outside the wall. Well then, Arc-san, Blurren and Hayate-san and the rest of the team will be it. Nia. You're going to fight that guy, right? No, you're going to go with Arc-san and Blurren. Hey? But then how about you? It's hard for me to fight against that guy this time while protecting you. Tisk, right. I understand. Don't you dare die on me. Yeah, I'll try my best. I said this with a glance at Koga, and Nia, sensing the situation, transformed into an owl and soared high into the sky and over the wall. Amako, I'm sorry. You need to stay back again. Yeah. But that guy, I don't think he's really going to kidnap you. I know. But I can't say that he won't. As long as that possibility existed, my option to not fight was gone. Maybe Koga knew that and said it. Yeah, you're right, he has the worst personality. I let Amako fall back and turn to face Koga again, and take a deep breath. Just as I was about to turn my attention to the man in front of me, I caught sight of Koga about to unleash a jumping kick. Wah! Here we go! The stinging kick hit my left shoulder, and I frowned at the dull pain, but I quickly twisted my body to escape the impact, and at the same time, I slammed a healing punch into Koga's stomach and punched him away. GGHHHH. Agu. Koga was knocked to the ground and collapsed in a heap. I was impatient and a little scared as I healed my shoulder with healing magic. It's true that I was caught in an opening. But instead of avoiding it, I could only channel the attack. If I had reacted just a little bit later, my bones might have been crushed. This fact convinced me that the title of 2nd Legion Commander was not a lie. Ha, 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Of course, I don't even think I could have beaten him with that. Lying on the floor in a big heap, Koga laughed a crazy high-pitched laugh, and I steeled myself more than ever. This guy is dangerous. It's not like he's a battle junkie or anything, but he has a way of fighting that doesn't bring any rules to the game. Yes, that's it. This is how a fight should be. I'm glad I believed in you. From the bottom of my heart, I really do. After muttering that, Koga got up with an indifferent face. At the spot where my fist had struck, multiple layers of what looked like black bands wriggled eerily. Koga's black clothes and the shadows beneath his feet distort as he smiles uncontrollably in response. Sorry for catching you off guard, I couldn't resist either. Well, I wasn't expecting you to get hit like that, so what's the harm? That's not good at all. My heart can't take it. Ha, don't lie to me. Let's do it right this time. With his words, the shadows and clothes wrapped around Koga's body as a belt. The same dark magic as firm. A dangerous one that only the demon race can handle, which makes the user wear a dark robe. The sash that covered his head was transformed into a mask reminiscent of a hawk, and his body into something too biological and black to be armor. Koga, clad in a magic so bizarre that it seemed to be different from Firm's dark magic, shouted to me with a raised voice. Come on, let's get started. Let's have a real battle. The fight was even more deadly than Karen-san's. Facing Koga in his black mask and biological armor, I tightened my fists with determination. Usato Dano succeeded in stunting Jinya and retrieving Amako. The situation had come to a head, and we had finished subduing the soldiers who had lost their will to fight, so we were about to head for him when a wall of fire from the sky blocked our way. Hey, Dano's subordinates hit it with magic, but the wall of flames did not falter. The wall of flames was created with dense magic power. In response, I put magic power into my hands and raised my voice. My flames should be able to break through. Hey, San, I'll create the entrance. Arc? Yeah, got it. After calling out to Heiat-san, I put magic power into the sword I pulled out of its sheath. When the sword was red hot and emitted sparks, I swung it wide and caught my breath. The flaming sword can easily melt even iron. With this, I should be able to cut into the wall of flames. Ha! I swung it down with great force. However, just as the sword swung at the wall of flames, someone appeared as if falling from the sky and interrupted in front of me, catching the flaming sword. I didn't expect someone to be able to cut through this. What? The person who intervened was a demon woman with red hair that touched her shoulders and twisted horns. She also has flames on her sword and is catching my sword. You stopped it. GGH. My sword is flicked back with force and I'm forced to retreat. I hold my sword without letting my guard down, but the woman in front of me keeps her grip on the sword and doesn't want to take a stance. She is a red-haired demoness. She was one of the demons who visited Usato Dano when he was locked in the prison. Probably the one who created this wall of flame. So you're a knight of the Lingal Kingdom. You're well trained. Sorry, but I'll have to go through there. I can't let you do that. I swung my sword, which was covered in flames, but it was also blocked by the flames on her sword, just like mine. I have the better control and power, but she's even better at handling flames than I am. I decide that an unreasonable suicide attack would be dangerous and step back. Oh, I found you, Ark. Wait, you're already fighting. Just then, Nia, the owl that flew over the wall of flames, spotted me and screamed. Nia. What's happening and how about Usato Dano? He's inside fighting some guy called the 2nd Legion Commander. And this person is one as well. Isn't that bad? A legion? I knew she was no ordinary person, but I had no idea there were 2 legionary generals here. If that's the case, Usato Dano is fighting that guy inside? Looking at the woman in frustration, she is somehow holding her forehead and letting out a big sigh. That idiot, why must he drag me into this? Ha ha ha, an idiot who opens his mouth without thinking about the consequences is really. How can someone like that be the head of the army? Apparently, there's a lot going on over there. The woman looked up indignantly and thrust her sword into the ground, blocking our path. I won't let you go on from here. Even if it's from my stupid, brainless, mindless boss, I'll have to follow orders. What's the purpose of? When I asked this, the woman crossed her arms in slight distress, but quickly opened her mouth, as if it didn't matter. To destroy the cooperative system with Hinomoto, the land of beasts. Abrogation? Hey Dono's astonished voice, his men were also upset by the suddenness of the situation. The woman continued to speak without changing her expression, as if she had nothing to say about it. I will not explain it further. And the other purpose is the fight against the healing magician that my superior wanted. To fight Usato Dono. Unfortunately, it seems I've fallen into her good graces. I had assumed that Rose's disciples would be able to do something like that, so I was a bit surprised, but I was still able to keep my cool. That man, the 2nd Legion commander, had taken an interest in Usato Dono. Perhaps that was the reason why Usato Dono decided to fight? If so, then what are you going to do with Usato Dono? I don't know if he's going to let him live or kill him. The worst that can happen is that he might die. Then we can't just stand here. I wrapped my sword in flames and pointed the tip of it at the woman. The other party is an army commander. If I don't do it right, I might die. I really wanted to run away, but I can never do that without a reason. I'm sure you're not a daredevil who doesn't understand the difference between our abilities. If you stay there and stay quiet until the game is won, you can pick up their lives. If you can't do that, you'll just die. My friends are fighting. The person I swore to protect is fighting in there right now. There is no way I can abandon him in such a situation just to spare my own life. It might end up being meaningless, you know. It might. I have faith that Usato Dono will not lose. If Usato wins against the 2nd Legion commander, this battle itself will be in vain. You might think that I should have just waited for him to finish his game. But what if Usato Dono loses? He is a human being. There is no such thing as a person who will never die. No matter how strong he is, no matter how many attacks he can avoid, he is still a human being. Even if it didn't make sense, it's not a reason not to confront him here. It's got to be a lot better than not making a move here and regretting it. Guru Blurin, lined up next to me, snarls to show his willingness to fight. As I'm about to set up my sword, feeling relieved that he's fighting with me, Hayate steps out from behind me. Yeah, that's right. Hayate-san agreed with my words. Looking behind me, I saw that all of his men and Daitetsu Dono had their weapons at the ready. Seeing them, the woman tilted her head with a dubious expression. Why are you guys taking up arms? What's going on right now is a conflict between humans and demons, and should have nothing to do with you. It's true, you're right. But for us, Usato is a benefactor and a friend. Yet, he's the kind of guy who would compete with us for power. But more than that, he's a rare person who can get along with us normally. If we leave him here to die, I'll never be able to face my son. Daitetsu-san agreed with Hayate's words. The soldiers also agreed with him. It was really scary to see him fighting, as if I was in a dream, but they were even more reliable. When I was injured, he threw a magic bullet at me with a scary look on his face, but he healed my injuries. He's a good guy. He was throwing people around like they were balls, but they only fainted. He was a kind man, though he had a bad way about him. His feet were so fast that I lost confidence in him as a wolf, but yeah, I'm really grateful to him for stopping Jinya-sama. I have a feeling that Healing Magician has a lot of mixed reviews. The woman's cheeks twitched at the beast's assessment of Usato Dono, and I chuckled. It's the same Usato Dono I've always known, but then I saw the woman's expression quickly change to a smile, and I composed myself. Well, this is fun. Instantly, flames shot out from the woman's body. I hid my eyes from too much heat, and the next time I looked at the woman, I couldn't believe my eyes. I take back my previous statement. Very well, Knights of the Kingdom of Lingle, and brave soldiers of the Beastman tribe. In honor of your fighting spirit, I will do my best to fight. She is covered in flames. It's not magic power, but the flames itself that it created, which it carries like armor. Assistant Commander of the Demon King's Army 2, Amira Belgret. It's only a temporary position, but I'll call myself that. And dash. She waved her sword, which was covered in flames, and held it wide. This is the ultimate in magic that my master, Nero Argento, has created. Savor it with your own body. The heat of the air washed over us. I'm not sure if it's a warrior's shiver or fear that I'm feeling, but I'm gripping my sword tightly once again. Amira Berglet, Assistant Commander of the 2nd Legion. The magic she dealt with was, as she said, extraordinary. If you confronted her with a sword, the flames that drifted around her would attack you, and if you attacked with magic, the flames would turn around and go on the defensive, burning away the magic, and she had an overwhelming fighting ability that no one could come close to. Ha! And most astounding of all, her movements themselves had been enhanced. At first glance, it looked similar to the cold air generated by Karen Dono's axe that we fought with in Myarak, but Amira's was fundamentally different. If she jumped forward, the flames on her body would explode and accelerate her momentum, and if she swung her sword, the residue of the flames would scorch the surroundings black. The flames themselves have become a combination of assisting movement and defense. It is like the incarnation of fire. This is the ultimate form of magic, which is different from systemic strengthening, where the flame itself is clothed by magic. But even in the face of a far superior enemy, there was a reason why I could never back down. Ugh. I managed to stay on the defensive as I blocked and deflected the blow of the sword that was boosted by the flames with the flaming sword clutched in both hands. Don't fight head on. Don't stop breathing even when it's hot. Don't lose your concentration. Use the angle skillfully to soften the impact to a minimum. I breathed in the hot air that almost burned my throat and concentrated on the sword in front of me. You're surprisingly persistent. Fuh. I blocked the sword that was approaching in an arcing trajectory with the scabbard that I pulled out as quickly as I could. I threw away the cracked scabbard, letting the impact escape behind and looked ahead. Without pausing, a crushing slash came from above. In the face of a clear sense of death, I immediately put magic power into my flaming sword and swung it up, creating a flame that erupted from below. The slash of flames swung down was offset by the flames that erupted from below and disappeared. Amira's reaction was a little surprised, but she didn't stop slashing at me with her sword. You're a skillful guy. You look like a force to be reckoned with, but it's not that surprising. Thanks for that. I managed to catch the sword, but I'm about to be crushed. Unlike me, who was dying to get through each blow, Amira had a clear margin of error. It's no wonder. What I do with my sword, she does with her whole body, and she does it in a natural way. Our death-defying attack is just a sword fight for her. But still, you're not far behind me. Release. In the heat that almost burns my throat, Amira supremely calmly tries to crush me with force. However, just before she does, Dono and the others provide magical support, and I manage to dispel her sword and shoot a magic bullet to separate us from the distance. That level of magic won't work. Any half-hearted attack will result in death. Everyone, get out of here. She drowns out the magic with her side-swiping flames and shoots a crescent-shaped flame in the direction of Dono and the others. The flames hit the spot where Dono and the others were and created a huge spark. They seemed to be able to avoid it just in time, but a few of them lost their will to fight because of it. You can't afford to be concerned about others. Ha! I huffed and turned my attention back to Amira. She was already raising her sword. Once again, as I boosted my magic power to surpass the onslaught, something blue entered my vision from the side. Go! I won't let you. What? As I was about to swing my sword at Amira, Blurin and Nia in owl form were rushing towards me from the side. I fired a flame with my non-sword hand, but it was nullified by the resistance spell that Nia had cast on Blurin, and she finally backed away as soon as she evaded. I see, I thought that an owl that understands human language was rare, but, you're the vampire from earlier, if you're going to handle magic, I can't be more careless. Blurin. Retreat. If I get hit by that thing, there won't be any dust left, let alone a roasted owl. You have to be discreet about it, don't let it catch you attacking. Guru. Blurin shakes his head and sniffs at Nia's words. When Blurin returns such a reaction, Nia gasps and holds her mouth with her wing and hits Blurin's head with the other wing. Can you not show such motivation? Do you have any idea how dangerous that thing is? Don't fight that thing head on. Gah. Following Nia's instructions to pat him on the back and urge him to run away, Blurin keeps a certain distance from Amira. Amira was momentarily taken aback by Nia's unexpected speaking, but she quickly regained her composure. That's really interesting. You'd think he'd be the only one who stands out as a healing magician, but color me surprise. It's worth it for me to come up with this technique. I take a moment to breathe as Amira lowers her sword. She pointed at the wall of flames and gave a small smile. You guys can hear it, too. The sounds of battle echoing from behind this wall. The sound. I listened carefully to her words and heard a sound coming from behind the wall of flames. The sound of something hitting something and the sound of steel clashing. I didn't have to think about the source of the sound. It was the sound of a battle between Yusato Dano and the commander of the 2nd Legion. I'm sure they're fighting over there, too. And it's an unusual fight. They said he wasn't that serious, but that's probably a lie. There's no way he wouldn't get serious against that Rose disciple. He's still fighting? Yusato Dano is. I was relieved. He's still fighting. He is undaunted by the enemy, who is probably just as good as she is in front of me. That alone was enough to keep my heart from faltering. You are a strong warrior. There's no holding back in any of the attacks you've made so far, so I'll ask you, why aren't you using your flames for real? I felt my heart being grabbed by those words. I'm not sure if the astonishment is showing on her face, but Amira still has a calm expression on her face as she speaks. Did you think I wouldn't notice? I'm a warrior who deals with fire magic. I understand fire better than anyone else. Even so, I hadn't expected her to notice me that much. Before my own strength, she had a better sense of what it was like to be a flame wielder. I'm a warrior like you. I'm sure there's some reason for that, but that is not my concern. Either you will die without it, or you will use it and die. With that, Amira showed her stance. The flames that had been flickering around her gained momentum as she did so. At this rate, she's probably right, I'll be killed. No, on the contrary, Blurin and Nia, as well as Hayate and his friends will be killed without any way to do so. Nia, I need a favor. I talked to Nia where she is on Blurin's back and has moved up diagonally behind me. Nia, who had been concentrating on Amira, let out a confused sound. I don't mind, but are you sure? Yeah. Can I put a resistance spell on me? Resistance to fire, yes. That's fine. But I'm not sure you can withstand that many times against that many opponents. No, that's wrong. Nia looked at me suspiciously. I didn't mind her words, but I say words that can be called my own determination. Please build up my own resistance to magic. Alright. Thank you very much. She must have guessed. She's a smart girl. She must have understood what I was trying to do, since I was afraid to use my own magic. My magic is fire magic with a power that is extremely close to systemic enhancement. Normally, I try not to use it, but it is a double-edged sword that can burn me down if I try to use it spontaneously. I've hurt a lot of people with it, and in some cases, I've given them scars that will never heal. No matter how much I regret it, no matter how much I cry, I can't do it again. I've always been afraid. I've been afraid of the power that could be turned against even those I swore to protect. So when I turned that power on Yusato Dano, my core froze. I knew that I had attacked him with a dangerous technique that, if it struck even once, would have resulted in serious injury. Even so, Yusato Dano, Amako Dano, Nia, and Blurin all relied on me. It's time for me to face them. In the battle against the wicked dragon, I unexpectedly turned my power against Yusato Dano. In Mirak, my sword was broken and I was knocked unconscious. I am a coward who is too afraid to even use my own power. I'm a fool who faked my true intentions even to my friends and didn't think to use it until Amira told me. It was always me who was being saved. This journey has saved me. It was one of the most amazing things I've ever experienced in my life. Somewhere along the way, the time I spent traveling with them became an invaluable asset to me. That's why. I want to protect it. I want to make sure that all of us can return to the kingdom of Lingle with smiles on our faces, without missing a single one of us. I pulled out another, smaller sword from my waist and gripped it with my other hand. I've been finding reasons to wield my power. For that, I don't hesitate to fight. As soon as Nia's resistance spell is cast, I pour all my magical power into the swords in my hands. Have you made up your mind? Yes. The flaming swords emit more brilliance and heat than ever before. But the heat is too powerful, and Nia's magic of resistance is cracked. I can't pretend to be something I'm not. As Amira said, I made up my mind, grabbed my sword, and slashed at her with two swords. A flaming sword that could be mistaken for a systemic enhancement. Is that your true magical power? I knew that there were rare people who had that kind of talent, but to actually see it in person is tremendous. I'm honored if you can describe me as such. I maneuvered my sword and exchanged sword fights with Amira, trying not to let her sword swing from her strength. But even so, the difference in ground power, the difference in skill and amount of magic power is highlighted, but to make up for it, I now abandon my defense. A person with magical power similar to that of a systemic enhancement. In the kingdom of Lingle, Olga-sama, who belongs to the rescue squad team, has the same predisposition as me. I wasn't a very dexterous person at first. That's why, when I was just learning magic, I often let my magic run wild, causing trouble for those around me. All my life, I've hated this power. As I grew, my power grew stronger, and the power of my flames increased to the point where it was dangerous to not suppress my strength. Once I began to feel the effects of the flames even on myself, due to the harmful effects of the magic that was close to system enhancing, I trained myself to suppress my magic desperately. I hated this power that could hurt me, hurt my friends, and burn up everything I cared about around me. It's been in my mind forever. The first time I hurt someone. The eyes of the people who looked at me like I was a monster. I threw away my defenses and slammed my right sword into Amira. But even so, she still tries to deal with it calmly, and the small sword I hold in my other hand is cut up by her. She narrowly avoids it, but the glowing, red-hot sword cuts through her flaming armor. But there are friends who need this power. There are people who are inexplicably kind to me, who rely on me like this. Every time I swing my sword, I hear the sound of something shattering. It's the sound of a resistance spell being broken. The heat from my hands is so hot that it almost starts to burn, and the magic itself runs from my arms to my back, releasing it as if it were burning. The pain is so intense that I can't even stay conscious, but I still cross my arms and charge at Amira. I'm going to use this power to clear the way. Come. Flames collide with flames. Even after going this far, I'm still pushed, but... Hey. Even so, I pushed forward and swung both of my swords as I passed him, At that moment, the fire that had spread from my sword-holding arm to my back and the armor of flame that clothed Amira disappeared. Ugh! I dropped the hilt of my sword, which has become charred and tattered in my hands, and fall to my knees. Breathing hard, I looked behind me and saw Amira, still unharmed, lowering her sword in one hand. Human persistence is a tremendous thing. Even though it was a suicide attack, it was still able to cut through this magic of mine. Amira put her hand on the cut on her cheek. The magic on her body had been sliced through, but the blade had barely reached her flesh. The flames that protected her were so tight that it was all she could do to peel them away. But I wasn't despairing. After all, I had accomplished my original goal. But I've arrived. Yes, you did. Behind Amira, a wall made of flames was sliced open in a cross and fizzled out. The scene inside becomes clearer as the fire scatters. I become dazed and almost collapse, but Blurin supports me just in time. With his back to me, Nia is looking worriedly in the direction where Usato Dano might be. I'm not sure if I'll be able to do anything about it. Nice work, Knight. Amira puts her sword away, but there is no hint of fighting spirit in her appearance. This time, I look beyond the wall that has disappeared. Then, the scene that jumped in front of my eyes. Oh no! The scene that jumped in front of me was that of a beast-like monster about to swing its sharp claws down on Usato Dano, who was bleeding from every part of his body. I couldn't help but shout his name at the sight. Dark magic of Koga Dingle, the leader of the Demon King's army's 2nd Legion. His fighting style was the easiest and most troublesome for me to fight. HHHHHNGH. Humph. I blocked Koga's spinning kick with my gauntlet. In return, I try to slam my left fist into his stomach, but before I can do so, his gouging hand blade closes in on me, forcing me to go on the defensive. In my fights with him, I was always on the back foot. Koga's movements are unpredictable. He runs, leaps, and throws sharp attacks that weave through gaps in the defense. I try to keep up with it, but I can't seem to move into an attack. This is getting us nowhere. If I can't go on the offensive at this point, I'll have to change my approach. Having made that decision, I unclenched my right fist, which was equipped with the gauntlet, and stepped forward with all my might. What the hell? If I can't attack by planning and aiming for a counter, then don't think and just go for it. He won't be able to jump and punch as long as he likes. I defended against the kick, grabbed it, pulled it in and landed a healing punch to the stomach. The healing punch that defeated Firm's dark magic should also work on Koga, who also has dark magic. As I grabbed his leg to see his reaction, he looked up with a horrified voice. That stuff doesn't work on me. I had a bad feeling, and just as I was about to let go of his leg, Koga's leg swelled up and threw me off as if his strength had swelled many times over. What the hell? Unfortunately, my dark magic isn't the same as Firm's. I was speechless as I landed on the ground and saw Koga's form. His legs, which I had grabbed a moment ago, had turned into beastly feet that reminded me of wolves. What do I look like to you? Koga continued, turning his hands into sharp, thick claws and one thick arm. I half shuddered at his words. A beast, right? Yes, that's right. My dark magic property is beast. Kind of plain compared to Firm, right? I'm not as invincible as she is, so I have to be a little more creative. But even still, Koga was on the ground with all 4 limbs like a quadruped. From the shadows beneath his feet, a black band stretches out, its sharp tip pointing at me. It's not as bad as it sounds. I chose evasion instead of defense against the black band that shot out all at once like rays of light. I avoided the oncoming band and ran across the square to try to find an opening for my opponent, but... Don't let me distract you. T-tisk, behind as well. When did he move to the back? A powerful kick from his swollen, strong legs hits me in the back. I landed on the ground with my healing magic on, gritting my teeth and bouncing off the claws with my fist, only to be hit in the side of the head with the back of my other hand. My vision wavered, but he still didn't stop moving to deal with the next attack. Gah! Ora! Damn you, you keep transforming into that. I thought he'd transformed, but then he'd transformed some more. What's really going on? I swore as I dodged Koga's attack, but the other side had some words for me. It's like you're transforming out of thin air. Of course not, you idiot. The situation was unprecedented and I was in a hurry, so I reflexively said something rough. I'm going to go without any defense at this point. Even if I get hit a little, I'll hold back and counterattack. I ignored the attack and got into his back at once, and as a return for my earlier attack, I hit him in the side with a powerful knee kick. However, I felt a squishy feeling coming from my leg. I looked down to see that the spot where the knee had struck me was covered in layers of black strips that had appeared when he had attacked me. If you know where it hits, there's nothing you can't prevent. As if. It was also put out when he first blocked my fist, but I didn't think it was just a defense without any special abilities. It's really not like Firm's magic. I try to move away as quickly as I can, but I notice that my knee is caught in the belt. When I look up, I see Koga raising his obi-clad claws to slash from below. Ah she! That gauntlet can't protect you from this one. The claws and sash swung up like blades, ready to tear me apart. The claws were barely defended by the gauntlet, but the band around my body was like a blade. To this extent, I hold back the pain with all my strength and use my unrestrained leg to kick and push Koga's body to escape. In doing so, I slam my fist into Koga's body in the form of a blow. I'll hit you before you grab me. Oh. I pull my fist back instantly, putting a certain distance between me and Koga, and I check my injuries. There's a little cut on my forehead, and it's dripping blood, but healing magic can fix it quickly. There are also a few cuts on my body from the bandages. Finally, it's all torn. Looking at my shoulder, I saw a rather large cut in my uniform. I've traveled and fought with them for a long time without tearing up, but it looks like that didn't happen this time. I'm going to have to keep you company for a bit longer. I can't help but feel hurt by the uniform. I'm not going to be so effeminate as to lament it, and what I need to focus on right now is Koga. He was focused on me as he temporarily put his limbs back together. I never thought you'd be able to follow my fighting style this far. What? Most of them, when they see my power, they want to fight at a distance, you know? It's not that I'm not good looking, and I can understand why you wouldn't want to get close to me. They don't even realize that distancing yourself from me is a bad idea. I'd rather fight far away from you too. Ha, that's a terrible thing to say. Koga's dark magic is a dark armor that transforms the user into a beast, a deformed being. The black bands that make up its body can be used for both attack and defense. If I tried to fight such an opponent at a distance, I would either be out of range of his physical strength or be pierced by a black belt like the one that attacked me. Can I beat an opponent like this? No, no, no. I shake off the negative thoughts. I can't do anything if I'm losing my mind. Every ability should have a weakness. I hope so. Well, let's continue, shall we? Sigh. Sighing, I faced Koga, who had once again turned his limbs into those of a beast. Even though my injuries were mostly healed, it didn't change the fact that Koga's attack power was tremendous. The only thing I can do is try to avoid being caught in the belt as much as possible. In order to find a way to survive, I once again challenge myself to an offensive and defensive battle on the edge of my limits. I wonder how long it has been since this battle has started. I sharpened my concentration and just went at it with Koga, but I couldn't see any way to win at all. I've been using a large area of the plaza and trying my best to outrun Koga's attacks, but I still can't figure out the bottom of this guy. I mean, how long can he keep up his strength? Let alone me with my healing magic. I've been moving as fast as I can and I haven't lost a breath. I can't tell what color you are because of your mask. You're not forcing me to move my body with magic, are you? Please let that be it. Just as I was about to faint from the dizzying attack, a voice came from behind the black mask. Oh, by the way, how's Firm doing? Hey. The sudden words made me shout in dismay even though I was in the middle of a battle. What the hell, is this some kind of trap to get me upset? She's fine enough to hit me every time she sees me though. From the outstretched hand blade, a black belt shoots out, piercing my head. I ducked just in time and head-butted Koga's mask as hard as I could. Perhaps it was an unexpected blow, but Koga stumbled back in surprise, but he still laughed happily. Ha ha ha, I see. That's good. She just wanted someone to accept her. What? Herself. Laughing while being attacked is really too much. Ignoring my somewhat withdrawn look, Koga continues talking. Dark magic inversion. It's a technique that turns an opponent's attack right back at them. It's a foul magic that can beat most people if you want to, but where do you think it got its properties? I don't know. It's loneliness. No one loved me, no one saw me for who I was. I want someone to see me, to understand me, to love me, to touch me. After trapping the emotions that I wished for from the bottom of my heart, that alien magic was completed. At that moment, my mind recalled the image of Firm in tears in her prison cell. Why she cried, I didn't know at the time, but, well, she's had a hard life too, hasn't she? I'm not in a situation where I can let my guard down enough to get sentimental about it now, though. Her magic is like a mirror. She returns hostility for hostility, malice for malice. You hit her with the kindness of healing magic. You can't imagine how much of a shock that was to her. As if remembering, Koga let out a laugh. I took advantage of the slight gap and tried to fight back. You're such a chatterbox, aren't you? Oops. I tried to hit him in the jaw, but he avoided the kick. He did a backflip to avoid it, and made a gesture as if wiping his mask, which was not sweating. I'm finally relieved. That she's doing well. You. A relieved voice that I could tell even from behind the mask. I could tell that it wasn't the kind that enjoyed fighting like it had been. No, it's just sympathy. There are only a few dark magic users in the world. As a former superior, I care about them enough to care about them. What about you? What? What is your reason for perfecting your dark magic? This was the first time I had asked a genuine question that had nothing to do with fighting. I knew that Firm's magic was the result of loneliness. If that's the case, then what kind of thing does Koga's magic come from? Not as much as Firm's. I just wanted to be a beast, that's all. You wanted to be a beast? A creature that fights and follows its instincts. My magic took on this form when I realized that the real me was probably the ugliest beast anyone could ever imagine. Koga pointed at his transformed self. As I looked at him again, I saw that his appearance was severely distorted. The mask that hides his true face. A black belt that wraps around his body as if to restrain him. And the deformed, beast-like limbs. That's a lie. I naturally uttered those words. Koga looked up in surprise. What are you truly holding? You're not a beast, you're just trying to look like one. I wasn't sure. But it seemed different. Ha, ha ha ha. Koga started laughing, holding the mask with his hand that had returned to a human arm. Did I just say the wrong thing? If so, I'm pretty embarrassed. I start to panic, but when Koga's laughter stops, I'm pulled back to my senses. I've been alone since I was born. Abandoned in the dark woods, living alone, robbing like a beast, I grew up not knowing human emotions. That's why I don't know anything. I don't know anything except to fight. Then the mask disappeared, and Koga's face was all but a smile on his lips. Yeah, I know. I lied to you. I didn't want to be one. I was a beast from birth. Even before I woke up to this magic, I've been living like a beast, fighting alone. The smile was too painful to be called a fake smile, and to be honest, I couldn't look directly at it. Ever since I became involved with the demon race, I've been suppressing myself as a beast. To those with normal sensibilities, I was an anomaly. I've spent my entire life in the world as a human, suppressing my beastliness. But I still couldn't understand the joys of being a person. Living as a beast. I don't understand what it's like to live as a beast, but I do know how horrible and sad it is. This guy surely doesn't know any other way. I'm having fun right now. Fighting you. There is someone in the Demon King's army who is stronger than me. But he's not looking at the person he's fighting. He's fighting someone who isn't there. So you're the first person who can look at me and fight me as an equal. I silently held up my fist. I decided now. I have to fight and defeat this guy. This guy really only knows how to fight. And he has no intention of understanding anything else. So the only way to end this fight is to defeat him. I look sideways at Amako. I get a little bit of courage from her, who is watching me from a safe distance, worrying about my safety. Koga. I really didn't want to fight you, but I'll fight you. In return, you might be in a lot of pain, so be prepared. Maybe you're the one who should be prepared? Now that you've exposed my secret, I can finally expose my animal nature and fight you. Oh, what's that? As he muttered this, the black band around Koga's body loosely unraveled and flickered. With that change, Koga's hawk-like mask cracked, creating a mouth that split open to reveal cheeks with sharp fangs. Well, I haven't heard of another stage of transformation, is that even possible? A full-blown monstrous form of Koga, his limbs poised on the ground. Oh well, it can't be helped. I'll just have to use it on the spot. I came up with the idea during my fight with Jinya, and without even trying it, I decided it was too dangerous and immediately sealed it away. The truth is, I don't want to use it. This is a dangerous technique that is clearly out of the rescue squad's style. But I had to use it if I wanted to deal with this man. The next attack will be my last. Ah! At the same time, Koga and I jumped out of the way. As we run, a black band that has gained momentum approaches from Koga's back in a zigzag trajectory. I went straight ahead without any tricks and threw a healing magic random bullet, forcing the belt to change its trajectory and plunge into it. If you can shoot it, shoot it. I use my right arm to deal with the black band and claws that swing around like a tornado. With his newly released power, Koga's movements have changed to specialize in medium to close range with his black belt and limbs. If I fall back halfway, my defeat will be confirmed at that point. Then there is no choice but to go directly towards him, even if it is a bit risky. Oh! He catches the outstretched claw with a slap, grabs it from us, and swings it with all his might, knocking it to the ground. As expected, Koga exhaled, but avoided my heel drop by rolling on the ground. I can't help but click my tongue. Chet! You dodged it. That was close. I'm a badass, but you're a badass too. Especially your face. Shut up. It'll only hurt a little. Just be a nice guy and let me punch you. I thought you were going to crush me. Despite the situation, you're still talking too much. You're fighting with the intent to kill, unlike me who's using healing magic. He stood up using his belt as a support and unleashed his right fist with all his might. In response, Koga also thrusts out his obi-covered claws. Ora! Sora! Claws and fists collide. The air vibrated with chattering, and a deafening high-pitched sound rang out. The fist covered by the gauntlet destroys Koga's claw, but it is instantly regenerated by the black sash it is clothed in. You're out of your mind, aren't you? Phew! That's why it was the only way to win. What are you talking about? Just as I was about to say that, I felt a sharp pain in my left shoulder, stomach, and left leg. As soon as I looked down, I saw 3 black strips sticking out of the back of Koga's legs, piercing my left shoulder, stomach, and left leg from the knee up. But, ho! You were completely focused on your hands. Well, that's the only reason I did it. I was hit. The belt was pulled out from where it had been impaled, but the injuries I had received still stopped it from moving. I stopped moving for a moment, and he raises his claws, which converge on the belt. Oh no! I have to avoid it or defend myself. I try desperately to move with my head, but the inexorable rigidity of my body won't allow it. I'm stunned, but this is the end. I can heal with healing magic, but I can't avoid the next one. If I take this, a fatal wound is certain. I really want to avoid it, but my body. Is this really the end? Just as I was about to give up, there was a kind of explosion on our side. What the hell? The wall. In surprise, I looked over and saw that a section of the wall of flames surrounding us had been sliced open in a cross. And from behind it, I could clearly see Arc-san, Blurin, and Nia. Yusato. Yusato. Yusato Dono. Gwa. Sure enough, I heard a voice calling my name. Amako. Nia. Arc-san. Blurin. The voices of my friends that I would never forget, even in the midst of my suffering. Oh, that's right, isn't it? I've always been able to move forward with the help of someone. With that alone, an inexpressible power moves through my entire body. After casting a light healing spell to close the wound, I put my left hand out in the opposite direction of Koga's, keeping the right side of my body visible to him. Healing, burst palm. You accelerated in that position. I kicked the ground and slammed my right fist into Koga with all my might. The fist, which was covered by the gauntlet, slammed into Koga's body, but it felt elastic. He was narrowly blocked by the belt. If you look at his feet, the belt was driven into the ground as if it were a stake, suppressing the impact of the blow itself. There's no way you can't predict an attack of that magnitude. No way, that's the extent of your last plan. A guy as good as you is such a messy. I ignored his words, which showed some disappointment, and silently tried to force his body forward. Koga is confused by my actions. Hey, didn't I say it was useless? You stopped me, didn't you? What? You would have defended yourself the moment you were hit by my fist, and you would have steadied yourself so that the momentum would not knock you away. That's what I was aiming for. Please. Just hold on. Hey. I warned Koga as I sincerely hoped he would. Regardless of Koga's dumbfounded voice, I unleashed a zero-distance healing flying fist from my gauntlet hand. Ugh. With an onomatopoeic sound, Koga's body snapped, but he still looked surprised and tried to counterattack me. Yes, it worked, but that's not enough to stop me, Gaha. You can't do anything now. I silently hit him with a second healing fist, and some of the strips connected to the ground shredded. He pushed his fist out with his body so that he would never let go of it, and the belt was stretched to its limit. The third blow, with all the strips cut off, pushes Koga's body out with his fist and starts running. Goo. What are you doing to me? What the hell is that? This was the only way to penetrate your defense. I'll pour most of my magic power into it, so we're even. I can't have such an unreasonable match. Gaho. And as soon as the fourth blow broke through the band protecting his body, I silenced Koga and continued to unleash healing flying fist as he pushed forward in desperation. Oh. The seventh impact. That finally breaks through Koga's defense completely. Now there's nothing left to protect this guy. The only thing left to protect is the body. With a shout, I pushed straight ahead, regardless of the intense pain that runs through my body. Go to sleep with this. Gah. As soon as my fist pierced his body with a cry of anguish, I clothed my fist with all the healing magic I could muster and slammed him into the wall of the square. The wooden wall shattered, and I punched Koga away behind it, my hands on my knees to regulate my ragged breathing. I'm never, ever going to use a technique like this again. This is the forbidden depths of the healing punch, the second type of healing punch, Renjiki Ken aka healing Renjiki Ken. It's a defensive healing punch where you slam your fist into the opponent and then repeatedly hit them with a healing flying fist from zero distance. I just used it and found out how powerful it is, but I definitely don't want to use this again. It consumes a lot of magic power, but above all, it is too dangerous. I could use it because my opponent was Koga. It was the only way to defeat him, and more importantly, it had to be done. Hey! Breathing a sigh of relief, I headed towards Arksan, healing my body to the minimum with what little magic I had. When I saw him earlier, he was also badly injured. I had to heal him first, I thought, and turned my back to Koga who was still lying on the ground. I didn't expect you to be beaten up so badly. Turning around at the sound of a third person's voice behind me, I saw the red-haired demon woman who had been with Koga looking down at the fallen Koga. I can't believe another demon race is coming this way. I'm not sure if the woman was hostile or not, but she sighed in disgust as if she was in a hurry. Well, it's not something I can say. How long are you going to be down? Oh gee. Koga, who had been kicked by the woman, gurgled and rolled around, letting out a cry of agony. When I looked at Koga, stunned by the situation, he was scratching his head apologetically. Sorry. I was really disoriented for a bit. I knew the world was a big place. I didn't expect to get hit like this. Haha, you really were a crazy guy, weren't you? Are you still going to do that? I'm at my limit. I'm in pain all over, and I have almost no magic power. When I asked him what he meant by that, he shook his head with a satisfied expression. I lost this time, you know. I did lose a little bit, but I also lost consciousness. But, well, it was fun. I'm looking forward to the next time we fight, man. I don't ever want to see you again. I can't promise that. Standing up, Koga's smile faded and he exchanged a look with me. Next invasion, I'm leaving too. So what? It doesn't matter. I said firmly. I'm a rescue squad. I have much more important things to do than fight you. Koga laughed hilariously at my clear reply. Oh, you're right. He's really not the guy you want him to be. Oh well, we'll just have to drag him out when he does. Hey. I'm not going to talk to this guy anymore. I've got my eye on a nasty guy, I really don't like him. Well, I guess I'll be leaving soon. I've got my men waiting outside. Right, Amira? Yeah, they're good men who follow my orders. You're so sarcastic, you know that? Until we meet again, be strong. After saying that, the two of them jumped up from the spot and disappeared in a flash. I was left there, and after looking around and finally realizing that it was safe, my strength drained from my body and I sat down. It's over, isn't it? The wicked dragon's successor or something doesn't just appear out of nowhere, does it? In fact, the curse that lies beneath the country won't be awakened, right? I don't know why I'm saying this, but I'm physically and mentally exhausted to such an extent. Today had been a day where too many things had happened. Who could have predicted that I would be going head-to-head with the commander of the Demon King's side of the army? But we still have things to do, right? Oh man! I stood up, whipping my body, and turned around to walk away. Out of the corner of my eye, I see my friends rushing towards me. Truly, these are the friends I can rely on. It wasn't just my strength that allowed me to fight back then. The sight of the girls made me think of this once more, and with a smile on my face I made my way to my trusted friends. The long day is over. After capturing Jinya-san, rescuing Amako and fighting to the death with Koga, who I somehow ended up fighting, I healed the wounded Arksan and then collapsed. Just before I collapsed, I thought to myself, I guess that's it. At any rate, my magic power was completely drained when I healed him, and my body was in shambles. The next time I opened my eyes, I was on the futon in the guest room at Hinomoto's headquarters. I tried to fall asleep on the futon, but someone dove on my stomach like a tsukumai, forcing me to wake up. For the time being, I woke up with a healing decapitation to my underlings, and beside me were Amako and Arksan, who were stroking their chests in relief, and Nia, who was holding her forehead and squirming on the spot. Nia, what are you doing? Fujiu. Forgetting the human language, I went through Nia, who was glaring at me with tears in her eyes, and asked Arksan how long I had been asleep. Apparently I had passed out until around noon the next day. While I was asleep, a beastman doctor seemed to have treated me with recovery magic, and my upper body was bandaged. I quickly healed the wounds with my own healing magic and removed the bandages. After putting on the clothes that had been prepared for me, I tried to look for my uniform and let out "Ah!" My uniform is it. The uniform that had been folded neatly behind me had been torn to shreds in the battle with Koga. There were cuts, both large and small, and holes in the shoulders and stomach. Seeing this, I depressingly put on another jacket that was prepared for me. Sigh. I've ripped my uniform. I'm going to get beaten up when I get home, I swear. I hope I'm only half dead if possible. I'm sure they'll understand if I tell them what happened. I hope so. I'm sure they'll understand. But she might say, that's because you're immature and, I'm going to give you a good beating, and suddenly I'm going to get a taste of hell. I went to Hayate with Nia transformed on my shoulder and Amako and Arksan next to me. So, what happened after that? Jinyadano and those who followed him were captured, and after that, Hayate-san was handling the aftermath with his men. What do you mean, those who followed him? I don't mean the ordinary soldiers who followed orders, but the close guards and researchers. It seems that Jinyadano was also moving his troops recklessly, and there was a growing sense of distrust among the soldiers. Yesterday, we threw them away because they attacked us, but the soldiers on the other side had doubts. Maybe if they had really tried to kill us, I alone would not have been able to keep up with my healing magic and there would have been casualties. Amako, you're not hurt anywhere, are you? No. I'm fine. I ask Amako, and she looks up at me with a smile and says so. Her response is soft. I don't know, it's a different atmosphere than before. Strangely enough, I feel like we're walking closer next to each other. As I tilted my head, Nia approached me. Yusato, I'd like to ask you something. What? That move that killed the Second Legion, what was that thing? The one that I released on Kogahei. Healing Punch, Type 2, Renjikaiken. It's a technique where you hit a healing flying fist over and over again at zero distance. Owa. Owa. Yeah, for once I can understand how you feel. This is a dangerous technique. In terms of results, my healing punches were made one step stronger by the gauntlet. However, it has turned into a more dangerous technique. This time, I had to use it because the opponent had a high defense. No, I had to use it because it was an opponent I had to defeat, but this is definitely not a technique that should be aimed at people. Why do you look so surprised? No, it's just that, you had some common sense. What do you think I am? Out of loop. That's rude, you owl. What do you mean, out of the loop? Even Amako went at and let out a gasp. Arksan is just smiling and laughing at us. Sigh. I let out a sigh at the too good to be true reaction, but I think it's been a while since we've had an exchange like this. Not so long ago, we were not even allowed to talk about such trivial things, so being able to talk together like this is invaluable. As we exchanged words that made me feel nostalgic, we headed towards Hayate's place. We headed to the square where we had fought Jinya and Koga yesterday. Hayate was in charge of the aftermath, cleaning up and repairing things that had been damaged in yesterday's fight. When he noticed us, he smiled and waved at us. Oh, good. I'm glad you're awake. How are you feeling? Yes, thanks to you. I just healed it with healing magic, so it's completely healed. Thank you for even providing me with a place to sleep. Considering what you've done for me, I don't think I could ever repay you enough. Leaving the situation to his men for the moment, Hayate moved to a slightly more remote spot at the edge of the plaza. After you fainted, things got a bit chaotic here. At any rate, the defeat of Jinya, the chief of the tribe, and the intervention of the Demon King's army and the person who claims to be the commander of the army. It wasn't unreasonable, but things have finally calmed down today. Were the others all right? Yes, of course. Some people were injured, but fortunately no one was seriously hurt. It's partly because things got under control so quickly, but I think most of the soldiers were lost and that's why they were able to get away with this. Yes, that's right. Hayate-san was thinking the same thing as me? Well, to begin with, these are people who originally live in a place that has nothing to do with conflict. Maybe it's more rare for people to have rough thoughts like Jinya-san. That's right. How is Jinya doing? I heard that he was captured. Hayate-san frowned in confusion when I asked that. As I tilted my head at Hayate, who was stammering, Nia, who was on my shoulder, opened her mouth to answer for me. Jinya is drugged and put to sleep so that he can help Kanoko. You're putting him to sleep and he's cooperating. We're just going to restore the power he took from her. Besides, if you let him talk, he'll say nothing but disgusting things. SHH, that's harsh. I don't like self-centered people like that. I guess I hate him. Well, that's all I did, and I may have said something that offended Nia while I was gone. But to help Kanoko, I guess. So, how are you going to help Kanoko-san? Waiting for the completion of the tower means you needed that too, right? Yes, I couldn't move until I stopped Jinya, but I can finally put my plan into action. With that, Nia jumped off my shoulder and returned to her black-haired, red-eyed human form. What I found out from my research on the tower is that it's a magical tool that extracts the magic of the user and sticks it on others. I'm sure you'll be able to understand why I'm so excited about this. Well, I don't know if it's because I put them in a runaway state, or if it's because of some twisted research. Extract the magic out of the whole magic and stick it on others. It's a horrible story, though it could easily be put to rest like that. So what do you want me to do about it? Jinya got Kanoko's power through Tawa. Then, if we use it in the opposite way, we can return the precognitive magic and magic power that's attached to Jinya to Kanoko. Is it as simple as that? Yes, it is. It's just that I've already asked the researcher who hypnotized to help me with everything. To be more specific, from the day I got the go-ahead from Musato, I started to adjust the Tawa to save Kanoko. Nia. I look at her in surprise. Catching my gaze, she tilted her head and then put on a confident face. Wait, so you finally understand how amazing I am? Please give me more compliments. Nia's not screwed up. Wait, what do you mean by that? I was going to praise her honestly, but I felt like I was getting carried away, so I stopped. But inwardly, I admired her for her hard work. I'll praise her casually later. But only casually. So, Nia. Can we start now? Amako asked a pouting Nia. The preparations themselves are ready. All we have to do is get Heiat's permission and we're ready to go. Of course, we'll get permission. And now that Yusato is awake, too. Helping Amako's mother. This journey, which began that day with Amako's wish, is about to come to an end. All I can do is hope that Amako's mother will wake up. The researchers that Nia had put in a state of hypnosis were preparing the device. The first thing I had to do in helping Kanoko was to bring her up here, where she was bedridden. With the help of the beastman who had taken care of her so far, we put her on a stretcher and brought her to the newly added bed-like section of Tawa in the plaza, and attached rings connected to wires to her limbs and head. And then, inside the remaining Tawa, Jinya-san, who had been brought in asleep, was brought into the Tawa. Heiat was looking at him sadly, but we didn't dare say anything. Amako looks down anxiously at the face of Kanoko-san, who is sleeping quietly. I put my hand on her shoulder and talk to her as reassuringly as I can. I'm sure she'll be fine. But I'm getting scared to predict, what will I do if she doesn't wake up? That would be scary, wouldn't it? The fact that you alone will know the outcome of this attempt better than anyone else is. I couldn't say anything witty, so I had to stay by her side for now and wait for her to finish her preparations. Nia, who had been watching Jinya-san and Kanoko-san along with the researchers, moved away from Tawa and looked back at us, as if she had finished her preparations. Let's get started. There shouldn't be any problems, but just be aware of what's going on. After confirming that we had nodded, Nia urged the researchers to activate Tawa. After a few seconds or so, a golden light was emitted from a gap in the outer shell of the Tawa. The golden light flowed into the Tawa from the wire connected to Jinya-san, and it also moved to Kanoko-san. As I watched on with bated breath, Amako took my hand in hers. Her small hand trembles. I sense it and squeeze it back. Light, it's subsiding. After about 5 minutes, the light of Tawa subsides. When Nia saw that the light had completely subsided, she silently approached Kanoko-san and looked at her body. Your magic has returned properly. The attempt was successful, but now we just have to see if she'll wake up. What about Jinya? Nia glanced at Jinya in response to Heiat's question. It looks like Jinya's back to his normal magic power. The other side is just back to normal, so it should be fine. The problem is dash. Amako. As if she couldn't stand it there, Amako ran up to Kanoko. With a tearful expression, she grabbed Kanoko's hand and called out for her mother in a strained voice. I did everything I could. I've restored Kanoko's magic power. Now, if only she would wake up. At that moment, Kanoko-san, who had been bedridden for so long, let out a moaning voice. As soon as Amako, who had stiffened in surprise, called out to her, Kanoko opened her eyes lightly. I am. Mother. Amako? It's not quite morning yet. No. I'm pretty sure I have a Tawa, so maybe. What? She tried to sit up and put some strength into her upper body, but after 2 years of inactivity, she returned to her original position in agony. Amako's voice trembled at her, and she hugged Kanoko as hard as she could. Mother, I thought you were never going to wake up. I'm so glad. Amako. Yes, you did your best. Kanoko-san looked surprised when she saw Amako saying those words with tears in her eyes, but she immediately smiled kindly and placed her hand on her head, patting it gently. That was the start of Amako's crying. Tears that the girl who had never shown tears, even when she was in pain or sad, finally showed. It was a moment when she, who was mature enough to be inappropriate for her age, could finally express her emotions and cry in a way appropriate for her age. After that, Kanoko immediately went to see a doctor in Hinomoto. The reason for this was to check whether or not she was affected by the use of Tawa, but another reason was because of the condition of her body. Even with the magic tools and care, she hadn't moved her body for 2 years. Because of this, her muscle strength had been severely weakened, and now it was not even easy for her to walk normally. As a result of the examination, it was found that she had no after effects of losing her magic power due to Tawa. Thank you all very much for your help. I'm still physically disabled, so I can't thank you properly, but please forgive me dash. No, no. More importantly, please don't take it too hard. Mom, Yusato's right. I hurriedly told Kanoko-san to stop, who lowered her head while only her upper body was up on the futon. It was night about half a day after Kanoko-san woke up. Ark-san, and Amako were called to the room where Kanoko-san was sleeping. Amako was sitting beside Kanoko-san, glancing at her with concern. I've heard the general story. Roughly. About what Amako's been doing away from here for 2 years, and about this commotion. So you've heard it all, I guess. I'm really sorry for all the trouble I've caused Hayate-kun. If I had realized Jinya's true nature earlier, the situation wouldn't have got that big. Don't worry about it. I'm just happy that mother is awake and safe. Amako. Kanoko-san held her eyes as if she was moved by Amako's words. After about a dozen seconds, she wiped her eyes and turned her gaze to us. I'm really grateful to you guys. Amako has told me about you, but may I ask your names again? Yes. My name is Yusato Ken, of the Lingle Kingdom's Rescue Squad. My name is Ark, Knight of the Kingdom of Lingle. I'm Nia, a familiar. I'm currently in owl form, but I'm essentially in human form. After listening to each person's self-introduction, Kanoko-san finally looked at me and gave me a sly smile. You're the one who cast the healing spell on me, Yusato-kun. Hey, she seemed to take away some of the honorifics, and made me feel more mindful and friendly. Yes, I did. You were conscious. I was asleep, and when I woke up for a moment, I saw you and Amako trying desperately to help me. Jinya was around, so I could only warn him of the danger, but, Kanoko's upper body swayed to the side as she observed me. I'm not sure how to react to her meaningful gaze, wondering what is going on. Is it my imagination, or do I have a bad feeling about this? This is different from the time of Koga. No, this is more like the time of Lucas-sama in Samaria. So, how long have you been seeing Amako? Hey! What? I let out a dumbfounded voice, and Amako let out an absurd voice. Kanoko-san gave us a look of pride as we showed such reactions. Amako. Did you really think that I wouldn't understand? My fox intuition is still sharp even after 2 years of sleep. I've already been scared out of my wits by this year, and I guessed right away. Kanoko-san crosses her arms confidently. The fox ears on her head are also moving with a sense of pride. Could it be a misunderstanding, like a father's misunderstanding that his daughter's boyfriend is his girlfriend? Amako, who was really upset by Kanoko's unexpected words, called out to her. Kaa-san? What are you talking about? Phew fun, you can't hide from your mother. Oh, this lady, looks like a disappointment. Kanoko-san's smug face, which I'd like to use as an example, reminds me of the word woman trouble for the first time in a long time. I looked at Amako fearfully, and sure enough, she was lying face down, her face turning red. Everyone, get out of this room, right now. Her words were choppy, but the shame and anger oozed out of them. We shuddered at the low volume of his voice. Nia is shaking on her shoulders, shivering at Amako's unprecedented reaction. Yeah, but, Amako. Get out. Yes, I understand. I assure you. The current Amako is more terrifying than Koga. Kanoko-san, unaware of this, tried to stop us. What's wrong? Amako, you look so scary, you're ruining your cute face. Hey? Why are you sneaking up on me like that? What are you doing with your hands, and your tail dash? When I slammed the door shut, I heard a voice inside that sounded like it was grabbing a chicken's head, or a fox's tail. No, I don't know, I've never heard a voice grabbing a fox's tail, but it's probably not a bad expression. But I'm glad to see you're doing well. I'm relieved to see that Kanoko-san is now letting out a cry for help to us behind the bran. From the looks of it, it might take some time, but with continued rehabilitation, she should be able to return to her daily life. My healing magic won't work, but I'm sure a strong woman like Kanoko-san will be fine. However, there was one thing I was worried about. Kanoko-san was saved. If it was Hinomoto, Hayate would be able to protect Kanoko-san and Amako. If that was the case, would Amako stay here? Or will she go back to Lingle Kingdom? Only Amako herself can give the answer to that question. 3 days have passed since Kanoko-san woke up. Amako can often be seen working with Linka, who came to Hinomoto the day before yesterday. Nia and Blurin are coasting through the night. The owl sleeping happily on my shoulder sometimes annoyed me, while I helped with the reconstruction work of Hinomoto with Ark-san. Hinomoto, thanks to Hayate's efforts, was finally getting back to a peaceful routine. So, you're finally leaving? Yes. Thank you for your help, but if I stay too long, I might cause you trouble. It was exactly the first week since I entered the land of beasts. Me and Arc-san, along with Nia, who was sleeping on my shoulder, had visited Heiat's room. When we told him that we were leaving Hinomoto and going back to the Lingal Kingdom, he had a sad expression on his face. You don't have to worry about the stares of the soldiers, do you? I'm used to it as far as that goes. I see. The soldier who I seemed to have thrown away turned pale and moved away, or worse, half cried his head off, saying, I won't do anything bad anymore. I thought I had gone too far when he bowed his head, half crying, saying, I will not do anything bad. I've heard that there are some people who tell their children stories about being thrown to the ogre if they do something wrong. What am I, Anama Hage? Well, that's all right. You've come here with a mission. Yes. When do you think you'll be leaving? I've had a good night's rest, and I'm hoping to leave tomorrow around noon. If I stay any longer, I'll cause trouble, and more importantly, I want to let them know that I'm going back to the Lingal Kingdom. Hinomoto doesn't have a hoot bird that can be sent to the human realm, so I can't wait to do something about the fact that he hasn't yet informed us of our safety. Will Heiat-san be okay? I heard that you are currently serving as a temporary chief. Heiat-san scratched his cheek as if troubled by Arc-san's question. At the moment, my assistant is in charge of the temporary chief, but if no one else is recommended at this time, I will be in charge of the chief for the time being. I'm sure Heiat-san will be well suited for it. Haha, I don't know. As for me, I think it's a position that's out of my stature. But I'm willing to work as hard as I can. I'm sure this guy will be fine. Despite his modesty, Hinomoto was able to quickly rebuild thanks to his man's efforts. There was no way the people who had been watching his actions would complain. Heiat-san smiled in annoyance, but his expression quickly turned dark. It's about Jinya. You're talking about him being restrained, right? Yet. I'm still holding him because he took magic from Kanoko and was trying to start a fight with dangerous ideas, but... What's going on? I sensed something unusual in Heiat-san's stammering words. Jinya's lost his precognition magic, and he's become severely delirious. I think it's because he's been relying on precognition magic for the past 2 years, but he's become terrified of the present where he doesn't know anything. Well, that's kinda obvious. Because it's obvious, in my opinion. The future is something we don't usually know, but Jinya reached for it. I know it sounds terrible, but maybe fear of the unseen future is Jinya's punishment right now. I can't use precognition magic, so I don't know how Jinya feels, but I think it's really scary to be unable to see something that you've always been able to see. What he did was too much, but I sympathized with him on that part. Let's change the subject. Since yesterday, as a temporary chief, I've been thinking about the letter from the Lingal Kingdom. Hey? No, but... Of course, we can't take it. We're going to remain neutral. But... With that, Heiat-san raised his arm. Then, through the open window, 2 blue birds enter and stay on his arm. Hoot birds, bird-shaped demons that allow for long-distance communication. I'm thinking that it would be nice to establish a friendly relationship with you, without my position as a chief. Would that be okay with you? Yes, of course. I'm sure no one will complain if anyone finds out about us with you guys. Well, I heard that Amako also signed up for this, so I guess the main thing that will go is a letter from Linka. Ha ha ha. Indeed, it is impossible to form a cooperative relationship with Hinomoto. Rather, it was obvious that involving the Beastman race in this mess would be bad for them and for us. But I'll gladly accept it if it comes to this. I raised my arm, and 2 hoot birds jumped over to me. Once again, their dull eyes are so cute. I wonder what would be like when I put them on my shoulders. I have a feeling that my position is in jeopardy. What are you talking about? While wondering about Nia who said something unintelligible in her sleep, I signed a simple messenger contract with the hoot bird. Even though it was a contract, it was easy because all I had to do was touch the hoot bird's head with my fingertips and mutter a few predetermined words. After that, Nia was chasing hoot bird away with her wings, looking desperate. This is my place. Back off. Shoo shoo. Since when did my shoulder belong to you? It's definitely in place, though. And so, Arc-san also finishes his contract with hoot bird. After watching the hoot bird leave through the window, Heiat-san suddenly turned his gaze towards me as if he remembered something. Speaking of which, did you tell Amako about this? Yes. She asked for more time, but maybe she'll stay here with her mother. If that happens, please take care of that child for me. That, of course, I will. But are you sure? I hesitate a little at Heiat-san's words, but quickly answer back. I'll leave it to Amako's choice. Yeah. Then I won't say anything more. Let's switch gears then. I was thinking of having a banquet today to send you guys off, what do you think? What? What do you mean, a banquet? You don't have to make it a big deal. Heiat-san, you're smiling so much. It's a party to dispel the gloomy atmosphere we've been in lately, so you don't have to worry about it. Besides, we beastmen love to have parties. We beastmen love to party, and we're happy to participate, so there's no need for you to hold back. Come to think of it, the party we had in the hidden village was just like that, and the beastmen are cheerful and fun people, aren't they? After confirming with Ark-san, I turned to Hayate-san. If that's the case, I'll be happy to participate. Alright, it's decided. Then let's arrange for everyone to be informed. With a smile, I chuckle at Hayate-san's instructions to his subordinates, and think back to my words from earlier. Would Amako go to the Lingal Kingdom or stay in Hinomoto with her mother? Normally, she would stay in Hinomoto, where her mother had been sleeping. I'm sad to say goodbye, but it doesn't mean I won't be able to see her forever, and I can keep in touch with her through Hootbird. But I have to be prepared to say goodbye to the friends I've been traveling with. I was lost. Should I return to the Lingal Kingdom with Usato and the others, or should I stay in Hinomoto with my mother? If it had been me a long time ago, I would have said to stay here without hesitation. However, now that I have completed my long journey, Usato and the others have become as important to me as my mother. When it was decided that Usato and the others would return to the Lingal Kingdom, Hayate organized a party to send them off. Unlike in the hidden village, the party was big in scale and everything, but everyone ate, drank, and laughed. Since mother was too sick to eat richly flavored food, she sat in a position where she could watch the party, and I looked around with Linka. In the meantime, I saw that Usato had given the Hinomoto children the impression that humans equals Usato, as he had beaten off a succession of Hinomoto men, including Daitetsu-san in an arm wrestling match with a blown-up face, but I quickly forgot about it. Anyway, it was a noisy and fun party. But... Usato-kun, thank you very much. Ah, haha. Mother, why couldn't you resist? The morning after the party, Mom had a stomach ache. I wondered what was going on, and after calling Usato, I asked her why. Because it looked so good. Please praise me for not saying it out loud in a tone of voice like Usato. What is this person saying at the age of 34? It was only at this moment that I felt a little ashamed to be her daughter. It all started because my mother, who couldn't stand to watch the party, got involved with the food. According to Usato, she hadn't eaten solid food properly for 2 years, and her internal organs were so startled that they hurt her. After Usato's healing magic had managed to heal her, mother bowed her head in tears, but he was in awe. Usato, I'm sorry. Even though you are getting ready to leave. Ah, mother, you look like a natural kid. I apologized to Usato in front of the room where my mother was, and he chuckled and waved his hand to the side. It's fine, it's fine. It's more important if something happens to Kanoko-san. So, Amako, have you decided? I'll decide soon. He nodded slowly at the words after a few moments of silence. Inwardly, I was disgusted with myself for not being able to make up my mind, but after watching his back as he went to get ready, I went back to my mother's room. As I entered the room with a sigh, I saw my mother sitting upright on the futon in front of me, staring at me. Amako. What? You don't have to worry about me. You're saying that after that disgrace you just did. Disgrace. The words were a little harsh, and mother put her hand over her mouth in shock. I don't know what to call it without calling it a disgrace. In fact, I was more embarrassed than she was. But judging from what she just said, she must have been listening to what Usato and I were saying. But I'm still worried about mother. She can't walk well yet, so I have to stay with her. You've grown up, Amako. That word brought me back to my senses and I looked at mother. Mother's expression had changed to one of kindness with a smile on her face, not the distracted one I had seen earlier. You didn't grow much in height, but your mind is getting more mature. Cut it out with my height. Phew. I'm sorry. Mother pats my head as I was frustrated. Her hand is weak, but reassuring and warm, and I feel comforted by it. But it's okay that you're still a child. I'm taken aback by the unexpected words. Not caring about me, mother continued to speak. I wanted you to live freely. I want you to live a happy life, forgetting about the time chanting and everything else. That's why, you don't have to worry. Is what I like to think, but the actual future was different. Mother closed her eyes as if she regretted it. My words, on the contrary, tied you down. You didn't want a peaceful life, and you did everything in your power to help me. Of course, I'm really grateful to you, but I'm not a good enough mother to have made you feel painful and lonely for 2 years. No, you're not. That's not true. I denied my mother's words clearly and met her eyes firmly. I've certainly had some hard times in the past 2 years, but I've never been lonely. Because, just like mother said, I had a lot of people who accepted me. Good people living in the kingdom of Lingal. Sarla-san, who let me live there when I had nowhere else to go. There were so many people who took me in that my hands were full. My mother rolled her eyes and hugged me gently. You really want to go with Usato and the others, don't you? Yet. You don't have to force yourself to worry about it. Just be a child and be selfish and trouble me lots. Mother smiled as she told me to do so. Be a child. I hadn't thought of it that way before. In order to survive, I couldn't be a child forever, and I didn't have the personality to be spoiled by others. But with Mother's words, I finally made up my mind. Mother, I'm going to the Lingal Kingdom with Usato. I still want to be with Usato and the others. Even if it's under the threat of the Demon King's army, the Lingal Kingdom is my second home. That's fine. I was wondering what I would do if you used me as a reason to stay. I'm sure I wouldn't be able to stand the thought of tying up a girl of your age all the time. Mother let go of me and let out a sigh of relief. However, she quickly returned to her straight face to brace herself and held up her index finger, opening her mouth in a serious tone of voice. Before you set out on your journey, I have one piece of advice for you. Yes. Don't let your prey get away. Hey. Prey? Prey? What's that? No, I immediately knew who my mother meant by prey, although it was frustrating. But I don't think it's normal to broach the subject in this vein. He doesn't seem to think he's being liked. He's the most annoying type, but once you've made him aware of your feelings for him, the rest is easy. But it's best to play it short. There are probably other assassins out there who want him. Hey. I couldn't keep my mouth shut as the words came out one after another. This person is really. In other words, it's the act of Siduk. Ouch. Before my mother could finish her sentence, I slammed a light hand knife into her brain. I turned my back to her and tried to leave the room quietly, as she collapsed with a strange cry, rolling her eyes. But. See you later, Amako. These words stopped me in my tracks. I feel an inexplicable emotion welling up in me, but I managed to suppress it and respond. Yes. I'll be leaving. This is the second time we parted. The first time, I left in despair, but now it's different. I have people here waiting for me to return. This country has become a place for me to return to. Amako's choice was to go to the Lingal Kingdom with us. I don't know what kind of talk she had with Kanoko-san after that. But if that was Amako's choice, I would just accept it without saying a word. After making all the preparations for our journey, we exchanged goodbyes with Heiichi-san and the others in front of the Hinomoto exit. Usato, how does the cloak feel on you? It's a good size, and it fits me perfectly. That's good to hear. It was worth choosing it to fit your culture as much as possible. The grayish cloak that replaced the torn uniform was easy to wear, though not as easy as the uniform. I was going to make it up with a cloak or something, so I really appreciated Heiichi-san's kindness. It's sad to say goodbye, but I'm really glad I got to meet you guys. Let's hope you guys are able to return to the Lingal Kingdom safely. Thank you very much. Heiichi-san. Thank you for your help. Me and Arc-san shook Heiichi-san's hand and said our goodbyes. As we continued, Linka appeared from behind Heiichi-san and walked up to Amako, looking down. Amako stood a little taller and placed a hand on her head as Rinka fumbled with her mouth as if to say something. I couldn't say it before, but I'll say it right this time. I'll see you again, Linka. Yeah. I'll write letters, lots of them. I'll send so many that the hoot bird will fall over. I'm sorry, but please don't do that. Linka wiped her eyes as Amako giggled. She looked up and her eyes were red and swollen, but she was still smiling. Then she said goodbye to us as well, and together with Heiichi-san, she saw us off with a smile. Looking back at the distant Hinomoto, I felt deeply moved, and checked with Arc-san, who was pulling the horse, about our plans for the rest of the day. Arc-san, you're going to head to Miyaraki, right? Yes. I have to send the hoot bird as well. Also. Nornzama is going to lend us a boat to the Lingal Kingdom, so let's get her on it. If that's the case, then the return trip will be easier than the way there. The return trip would be by boat, and it would be a relaxing ride home. I've never been on a boat before, so I'm looking forward to it. I've been walking so far, so I'm sure I'll see a different view. Thinking of this and remembering our journey so far, I felt deeply moved. I guess our journey is over. So many things have happened, haven't they? Yes, really. In the magic city of Lukvis, I trained Nak, who was bullied. I fought zombies and wicked dragons, and then Nia became my friend. In Samaria, the land of prayer, I freed the souls bound by sorcery and restored Eva's existence. In the water city of Miyaraki, I fought with the hero Leona against Karen, who has the blood of a divine dragon. In Hinomoto, we saved Amako's mother, Kanoko-san. And now that we've finished all of our objectives, we can finally return to the Lingal Kingdom. The Lingal Kingdom, hey? As for me, that's a lot of fun. I also want to meet the heroes who were summoned to the other world. Come to think of it, Nia didn't know anything about the Lingal Kingdom since she became a part of it during her journey. Then I'll have to introduce you to our leader. Yeah, I'd rather not, do that. No, you can't. When you're my familiar, it's no exaggeration to say that you're already a member of the rescue squad. I'll take you even if you don't want to. You know exactly what you're saying, don't you? I laughed at Nia, who turned pale, probably imagining the image of Rose she had seen through magic in Mirak. Don't worry. I'm here for you. If the situation changes, the dialogue will turn freaky. I can't even imagine what they'll do to me since I've already torn my uniform. Well, it still doesn't change my desire to go home. In addition to Rose, the rescue squad also includes Orga-san and Yururu-san, as well as Nak and Firm. I wonder if Senpai and Kazuki are returning safely. Suzune seems to be in good health for some reason. Haha, for sure. Amako's words make me chuckle as I recall the image of Senpai in good health. Well, if we meet again, you know. I'm planning to get even with her for this, though. As I was inwardly making a boiling plan to toy with Senpai, Amako, who was walking next to me, suddenly pinched me lightly by the hem of my cloak. What's the matter? The trip is over, but I'm still here with you. Well, ain't that obvious? You didn't really think it was a relationship that could be severed that quickly, did you? I didn't travel to save your mother just because I was obligated or promised to do so. I wanted to, so I did. So even if that promise is fulfilled, I won't cut ties with Amako or estrange myself from her. Amako's shoulders slumped at my answer, but she quickly looked up and gave me a somewhat dumbfounded smile. That's why you're Yusato, right? What do you mean by that? Oh, well, my mother told me about it. I heard that Yusato is being targeted by assassins. Phew. What does that even mean? Don't worry about it. It's not your life thereafter. Amako's unintelligible advice made me panic. What? What does she mean by an assassin that doesn't kill? Is something going to happen while we're still on the road? I don't want to be a quandary on the way back. Oh, I see, that's why. It looks like Yusato Dano has a lot of work ahead of him. Ker. Nia, Arc-san, and for some reason, Blurren nodded with knowing faces. I don't even know anymore. The return seemed calm. But fate did not seem to allow me to do so. This is the first time I've been able to find out what happened. As a result of the mission we received from the Demon King, we decided that the beastmen were not worth fighting for as our brethren. At that point, we should have returned to our home country, but due to the whim of the bunker's army commander, Koga Dingle, we had a little battle in Hinomoto. Whew, that was a hell of a thing to do. Koga muttered such a thing as he remembered while we were on our way back after finally escaping the beastman's domain. From the fact that he was rubbing his belly, he might be remembering the blow he received back then. While being aware of my surroundings to stay alert, I asked Koga. I didn't see the whole fight, but that's as far as it went. Yeah, it's like the rumors say. It's not unusual for me to be up against the physical abilities that I'm raising with dark magic. You knew that? Well, yeah. But when we actually fought, it was full of surprises. Above all, his reflexes in defense with his gauntlet are outstanding, and it's unbelievable that he can knock down almost any attack up front. It's not like the Black Knight's dark magic specializes in physical combat. When fighting, the dark robe that covers his body moves according to Koga's will, strengthening and assisting his superior physical abilities as a demon. It seems unassuming, but it is similar to the magic-clad profundity that his master created. You saw that last one, right? It's even worse than it looks, you know? It forces the attacker to penetrate the defense, and the healing magic makes it hard to tell if it hurts or not. Scary, right? Can I call that healing magic? Ha 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 ha. Why your smiling is beyond me, though. From a distance, but from the side, it was a shocking sight, as unidentifiable impacts were repeatedly slammed into Koga's body from his fists that were in close contact with his pushed-out body. For a second, I thought for a moment that I was going to lose my shit and was about to leave. How did it go over there? You fought the Knights of the Lingle's kingdom, didn't you? Yeah, he was a good warrior. A red-haired swordsman from the kingdom of Lingle. I did not take it easy on him at all. I was wearing flames and swinging my sword with the intention of killing him. Even so, the fact that he survived and sliced through the wall of flames must have been because he had the strength and determination to do so. Wow, that's surprising. I didn't expect you to praise him. Demons and humans. Even though they're enemies, there's more than just hatred there. His sword was magnificent. I was just speaking words of praise for that undeniable fact. I see. Koga crossed his arms and nodded his head. His reaction seemed to be somewhat petulant, and I opened my mouth with a frown on my face, a little annoyed. First of all, I was just going along with your little hobby. Haha, you're right. Well, as for me, I was satisfied, so it's fine. Now, how should I explain this to the Demon King? I guess you'll just have to be honest. This is the first time I've ever seen such a thing. Moreover, I, who was originally in a position to admonish him, also lent a hand. At worst, I'm prepared to kill myself. What? Why are you talking like that? You're acting outside of orders. Moreover, if it's a battle with the people of the hostile Lingal Kingdom, there shouldn't be any problems. No, there's no way the Demon King would want that. Moreover, that would involve me too, right? No comment. You're going to take me down with you? Stop it, you. I'm sure the Demon King won't get mad at you for that. He'd rather laugh and forgive me. No, he's not laughing, but... What do you know about the Demon King? Hey! When I opened my eyes and stared at Koga, his expression twitched. He didn't understand the gravity of the situation at all. I acted outside of his orders, and even went into battle for such a stupid and brainless boss. It's no use. I have no choice but to cut myself. Sometimes, your loyalty is so heavy that I really can't keep up with you. And don't you despise me too casually? I've been told I'm a terrible person. Oi, you guys should say something to her. Koga silently calls out to his men, who have been following behind him. Then, with clenched fists, they turned their determined eyes on me. If Amiradano is going to do that, then we will also. If it's for the sake of Amira Oni-sama, I'm willing to let my body rot away. Oni-sama. It has been my honor to share this journey with you, however brief. Since when did you talk like that? My tear glands slackened as my men threw such words at me one after another. Holding the corners of my eyes, I turned to face forward. You guys. All right, I've received your determination. Then follow me. Yes. We left the stunned Koga behind and walked all the way to the Demon King's territory. Wait a minute, why is Amira more popular than me? I'm the leader of your army. Oi, wait a minute, don't leave me here. It's the difference between working and not working. However, as soon as I finish this assignment, my temporary position as Assistant Corps Commander will be dropped. When that happens, we will be running together on the battlefield as comrades on the same page. Preparations for the battle are steadily being made. We have increased the strength of our forces and improved the quality of our soldiers. Cavalrymen who control ferocious demons as familiars and devour the battlefield. The commander of the 3rd Legion, who was newly assigned to take my place. And the commander of the 1st Legion, who boasts to be the strongest in the Demon King army, is going into battle. This time, the decisive battle will be different from the first and second. Of course, the kingdom of Lingal won't just be beaten. They'll be forming a coalition with neighboring countries to intercept us. Competent people from each kingdom. Fierce people with the title of heroes. Heroes summoned from other worlds. The rescue squad from the infamous Lingal kingdom for us. I guess the day of reckoning may not be that far away. I didn't dare to put into words whether it would be a battle between humans and demons or a resolution to my fate. One thing I did know was that the next battle would be more deadly than ever. This time it will be a side story from Suzun's point of view. Our journey has come to an end. In the last country we visited, the Kingdom of Thundera, I had a lot of fruitful experiences. It was good that I handed over the letter, but the king doubted my ability to call myself a hero, and imposed a test to see if I had the ability to be worthy of being a hero. It was to defeat the light-cloaked demons that lived in the mountains located far away from the Kingdom of Thundera. This demon attacks people with light and has caused many casualties. We knew it was dangerous, but in order to defeat the demon, we went into the mountain where it lived. Well, I didn't expect that the light that I was clad in was actually lightning. Moreover, I didn't think that the true identity was that of a legendary demon. That was an undeniably powerful enemy. If it weren't for Suzun-san's quick thinking, we might have been the ones who lost. Kurumiya agrees with me as I mutter ponderously. After safely overcoming the ordeal and receiving the willingness to cooperate from the Kingdom of Thundera, we had completed our mission and were riding our horses back to the Kingdom of Lingal. I was also prepared to die from the quicksand. A demon that understands human language. It was fortunate that I had encountered a demon that could understand human speech, but the one I had encountered was no good. It looked down on all life other than its own, and whether it was hostile or not, it had the cruelty to try to slaughter it. It was a thunder beast, right? A man-eating tiger that reaps the life out of its prey by moving so fast that it could be mistaken for lightning. It was a powerful enemy that even I, who possessed the magic to control lightning, had a hard time with. But the moment you met him, the first thing you said was, "Could you be my familiar?" I was stunned. Ogu. The words that he slammed down with mockery had no respect whatsoever. When I first met her, she said, "You must be Suzun-sama. I'm honored to be on this journey with you. But now it's like this." Sigh. Why are all the demons I encounter so ferocious? Even this time, I had the makings of having an absolutely adorable familiar tiger who has the ability to talk. Already, the fact that it's cruel and inhumane is ruining everything. Why don't you just use Hoot Bird? I want my own personal familiar. Then you have your beloved horse that you're riding now. What was it again? Was it Sanyo-kun of Thunder Horse? You have a wonderful naming sense. I can't help but laugh. It's not even a demon. Besides, I won't even allow you to say anything bad about Sangho-kun. Making fun of my beloved traveling horse, Sangho-kun, is something that even Kurumiya will not tolerate. As I said this while stroking Sanyo-kun's mane, Kurumiya smiled cheerfully at my anger. I'm not bad-mouthing Sangho-kun. I'm bad-mouthing the owner. It's more unforgivable. This escort knight, what does she think I am? It's true that I asked you to be less uptight, but I didn't expect you to be so rude. But she's the friendliest person I've ever met on this trip, and I hate the fact that I can count on her when I need her. I can't win a verbal fight against her, so I let out a sigh and drooped down. Oh, I bet it would be fun if the familiar could talk. A talking familiar demon is unheard of. Smart demons basically don't show themselves to people, and they're usually too powerful to go down to people in the first place. I guess that's true. It's not that dreamy, is it? That tiger definitely didn't have the personality to fit in with humans. I suggested this to that thunder beast, but he usually snickered at me. Speaking of familiars. Usato-kun, I hope you're okay. Before I knew it, Usato-kun had an owl on his shoulder. He is currently stepping into the realm where the beastmen live. According to the kingdom, he hasn't been heard from since leaving Mirak. That's because the destination is the beastmen's country. It's a place that Hootbird can't reach, so even though it can't be helped, I'm still starting to worry. The land of the beastmen is an unknown territory for humans. I wonder how Usato and the others who went there to save Amako's mother are doing now? I wonder if they saved her mother safely. I've just been informed that Kazuki-kun has safely completed his mission and is on his way back, just like me. Now we just have to wait for word from Usato-kun. I'm glad that he was able to finish his mission safely too, Kazuki. There was some disturbing information in the letter, such as that he had accidentally found a hidden village where elves lived in the forest he had wandered into, but I tried not to pay too much attention to it in order to maintain my mental stability. But well, I'm sure Usato-sama can handle being attacked by a beast race. That person's physical ability is inherited from Rose-sama, so I don't think there are many people who can manage it. Indeed, you're right. In Mirak, he fought against a hero who turned into a dragon man, and it wouldn't be strange if he also grew up during the trip. No, it was rather unthinkable that he would miss training, as he had become more stoic since joining the rescue squad in this world. More importantly, Suzune-san, isn't it going to be hard when you meet Usato-sama again? Ugh. I'm trying to do something about it too, but while your face is red, you can only send a warm gaze when you try to deny it. That's because when it came down to it, when I was asked a question with an article in my hand, I didn't know how to answer and clammed up, but I was still tortured by the will to deny properly, and I ended up feeling like I was denying in a deceptive way. Suzune-san is even more of a slacker than we all imagine. Magoo. She gets carried away easily. Ack. She can't help it because she's hopelessly bad at romance. Gwah. The raging three-pronged attack pierced my heart and I felt like I was going to collapse. But you should at least apologize to Usato-sama. I know that already. I wonder if he'll hate me, though. I'm sure you know that better than anyone. Kurumiya shrugged her shoulders. Usato-kun would be angry, but he wouldn't hate me. But the thought of what if makes me feel terribly uneasy. Still. There's so much I want to talk to him about, I can't wait to meet him. What happened on the trip, what I experienced. Both Usato-kun and Kazuki-kun must have had a very difficult journey. Rather than, Kazuki was participating in some sort of tournament, and Usato was fighting the dragon people in Mirak, so we know it's tough at that point. That's why I'd like to talk to them about our respective journeys. Well, as for getting caught up in the commotion, I'm pretty much the same. I've also been able to power up my magic. Rather, why do I only encounter ferocious demons? When I held my head in my hands, I said, isn't it because we're just like each other? I could see Usato's face in my mind, smiling and spitting venom at me. Kurumiya, who may have heard me talking to myself, put her index finger to her lips and looked at me as if she remembered. Hey? As I recall, Usato-sama was wearing an unfamiliar gauntlet and carrying an owl, wasn't he? Isn't Suzune-san, whose appearance has not changed in any way, already defeated at that point? Oh, please don't do that. I'm against violence. Please don't slap me. You're such a jerk. You're such a jerk. I was trying so hard not to think about it. From my horse, I stretched out my arm and slapped Kurumiya on the back. I think you're aiming too hard with that owl. You already know how cute they are. And yet, you put it on your shoulder for all to see. And it's so chubby and round, I'm jealous of you. Era, could it be that Suzune-san is crying? No, I'm not. I'm not crying. I've decided. If I meet Usato-kun, I will first apologize sincerely. I'll gladly accept any kind of retaliation or abusive language. After that, I will definitely ask him to let me touch his owl. In order for this to happen, I myself must return safely to the lingual kingdom. After suppressing my worries and anxieties about Usato-kun, I proceeded on my way back to the lingual kingdom with a firm resolve. Author's note. I was going to write Kazuki's point of view as well, but it would have been the same as Suzuan's, so I decided to leave it for when they meet again. Name, Amako. Race, Beastman, Fox. Lineage, Prediction. A user of precognitive magic known as the Princess of Time. She has the most outstanding ability of all the princesses of time, and depending on the situation, she can make others choose the future. She used to live with her mother, Kanoko, before she ran away from Hinomoto. 2 years ago, Kanoko stopped waking up due to Jinya's scheme, and she left Hinomoto alone to find a way to save her mother. After that, she hid her identity and moved from kingdom to kingdom, looking for a healing magician who could save her mother, but in the end she couldn't find one and almost gave up. However, in the kingdom of Lingle, the place where she finally arrived, she met kind-hearted people and also met someone who changed her destiny. His encounter with Usato, a healing magician unlike any other, was the beginning of a journey filled with turmoil. The journey was hard and arduous, but what she gained from it was more than worth it to her. Name, Rinka. Race, Beastman, Wolf. Lineage, not yet introduced. A wolf beastman girl who lives in a hidden village. She is cheerful, and is one of the few friends she has, though she is in contrast to Amako who is the same age as her. She has always been worried about Amako, who disappeared 2 years ago without saying goodbye, and when she found her after a long time, she tried to help her with all her might. When he finds her after a long time, he tries to save her. As a result, he and Usato end up chasing each other. When Amako was taken prisoner by Jinya, he tried to take the initiative to save her, but his father Hayate and grandfather Kaguri stopped him, and he was waiting for news from them in a hidden village, unfaithful. This was the second time he had to say goodbye to Amako. The first time we parted without exchanging a word, but this time we were able to say a firm goodbye and promise to meet again. Name, Hayate. Race, Beastman, Wolf. Lineage, not yet introduced. A male wolf beastman who lives in Hinomoto, the land of beastmen. He has been entrusted with assisting the chief, and is practically the number 2 in Hinomoto. He has a mild personality, and is one of the few people who welcomed Usato and the others to the land of beasts with open arms. Perhaps because of his personality, he is well liked by the residents of Hinomoto. He is a childhood friend of Jinya, the chief, and Kanoko, Amako's mother, and considers them to be his dearest friends. She was determined to watch over Amako, Kanoko's daughter, in the shadows as her best friend's daughter, apart from being the Princess of Time composition, but her resolve was easily shattered by Jinya, her other best friend. After the incident, he proposed to the people of Hinomoto that someone else be nominated as their chief in Jinya's place, but at their insistence, he himself became their chief, albeit temporarily. Name Jinya. Race, Beastman, Bear. Lineage, Demon Eye, Precognition, / Unrevealed. A male bear beastman who lives in Hinomoto, the land of beastmen. He is the chieftain of Hinomoto, and is also the one who took the precognition magic away from Amako's mother, Kanoko. Having acquired the powerful magic of precognition, Amako's mother, Kanoko, is the one who stole it from him, and with her anger towards humans smoldering inside her, she plots a plan that has no regard for her own people. His true motive was his hatred for the humans who had selfishly oppressed the beastmen and his desire to wield the power of precognition magic, and when Hayate confronted him about it, he did not utter a word of excuse. After the incident, the precognition magic was returned to Kanoko, and Jinya, having lost the precognition magic, became afraid of the unseen future and the unpredictable present. Name, Kanoko. Race, Beastman, Fox. Lineage, Magic Eye, Precognition. A fox beastman woman who lives in Hinomoto, the land of beastmen. She is the previous Princess of Time composition of the beastman race, and Amako's mother. In Hinomoto, she was conducting research on transferring precognitive magic into magical tools and operating them. The reason she was working on this research was to avoid inconveniencing her daughter, Amako, and the users of predictive magic who would be born in the future. However, in the midst of her research, she realized that her friend Jinya was planning to misuse the spell and tried to destroy it with her own hands, but failed. In the process, his own precognitive magic was transferred to Jinya, and Kanoko herself fell into a sleep that she never woke up from. After the incident, with Nia's help, Kanoko regained her precognition magic from Jinya and was able to wake up and reunite with Amako for the first time in 2 years.